spoken about.
If you would like to leave a comment. About an issue, please press 1. To hear our office hours or location, please press 2. Thank you for calling. Your thoughts and opinions are important, and we appreciate you taking the time. Please leave your comment after the tone.
Hi, my name is Jen Perelman, and I'm calling from Broward County, Florida. I'm calling to ask that the United States drop its case against Julian Assange. I'm deeply concerned about the potential ramifications that prosecuting a journalist for exposing American war crimes will have on our civil liberties. Joe Biden promised that he would end Trump's attacks on the press, yet his administration has indicated that it will continue to seek Assange's extradition. The prosecution of Assange creates a dangerous precedent that will prevent journalists from holding our government accountable. Please protect our First Amendment and have them drop the case against Julian Assange immediately. Thank you for your time. And that is how it's done. So that was me. Hi, everyone. That was me leaving my message for Senator Rubio. And throughout today, we're going to be sharing with everybody exactly the message that we want put out there. I've already left my message for the Department of Justice. The script is in the description below. We're going to have our guests actually call in and do it as well. So that's as easy as it is. Nobody real is answering the phone. It's all messages, and we are going to flood the Department of Justice and our senators' offices with this message. Yeah. Okay. So concern is based on, and that understand the importance of protecting.
Actually do that or not.
People in particular that I think it'll be pretty funny to watch them call the Department of Justice. And so we're going to see how this goes. And, hopefully we'll make a dent. That's the goal. The goal is to make a dent and get them to drop this case against Assange. So this group of people that we have formulated, this is an extremely well-rounded group of journalists, content creators, experts, comedians. We have a professional football player that's coming on, which is really cool. Our friend Justin Jackson, and just leaders in general, whistleblowers, people that are part of the mission of speaking truth to power and that understand the importance of protecting the sanctity of our First Amendment. So I'm watching Katie. Katie, you ready, or do you want me to wait? You want to come on? Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
You guys hear me?
I'm so
okay?
glad you're. Yeah. Look, I got headphones like you.
That's great. I'm back in New York City for like a minute. I just got my second vaccine.
Oh. So now how long do you have to wait?
I will have the 95% immunity in 2 weeks, I believe.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So you get to go back to like life as normal is what you're saying.
I guess. Yeah. We'll see if I actually do that or not. It'll be interesting. But yeah, sorry I was late. I was just setting up in my apartment where I haven't been. This is getting way too personal. We're here to talk about Julian Assange. Very important.
I know, but
Even
that's okay.
more
We have a
important
little
than my
intro.
decor. Yeah, right. And great. I'm just gonna. I want to just set up. I'm going to just tell people because we got this on my YouTube also, right? Now, everyone watching, of course, should do the phone call, which we can do in a second. But also, everyone watching should make sure they subscribe to Jen's channel, and I'm going to make sure that this is also streaming from my channel, so we get as many people as possible. So let me just do that.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Jen, what made you want to do this event?
This is, and I've cared about this for years. I mean, I've been worrying about Julian Assange, it seems like, for the better part of a decade. But it's only been recently that I have a platform. So I never had a platform before. I would have done this years ago, but I wouldn't have had anybody to tell it to. So really, It's just, I saw the timing. I saw the appointment of a new attorney general. And I thought this is an opportunity, before they make any decisions, to sort of just say, this is not what we want them to do. So that was basically it. Yeah.
So you have an interesting background, by the way, in journalism and in law. So do you feel, are you coming to this from both of those angles, or from activist angle, or?
I think really it's like, and I said this in the very beginning, it's very much I feel like my core is a journalism person. Like, at my core, journalism was the beginning of everything for me. That's what led me to end up in law school and interested in public policy. And so, and I've always been pretty much a First Amendment absolutist. I take that extremely seriously. So as soon as they started going after Julian Assange in the very beginning, I saw this as a huge red flag. This is, and when you paint somebody as a villain, and this is something that we're going to talk about, obviously, on one of our panels extensively, is how the corporate media portrays whistleblowers. The problem is that the majority of people are not getting accurate information. And so that is why this is not getting the support that it needs, is because most people aren't being made aware of it. So I think that my concern is based on, my roots, but that now I have a platform. So let's get as many people concerned as they should be about our First Amendment.
Great. I'm just adding this stuff to my
No, it's all good. And I see that we have Nathan here, so we can, as soon as we're ready, bring him in, and he's probably the best person to give the detailed, intro as to the case, what's going on, where we stand currently, the status of Julian Assange. I mean, from what I've seen, I'm sure you've seen it, it doesn't look good. He is looking emaciated. He is not having opportunity to properly confer with his counsel. They're not giving him winter clothing. It's like every possible thing you can do to basically abuse somebody has been done to Julian Assange over the past 10 years. And there seems to be no recourse. So we're going to bring in Nathan. And as I said before, he is the acting director of the Courage Foundation's Assange Defense Committee. So he is going to be able to school us on all things Julian Assange. Hi, Nathan.
Hey there. Hi, Jen.
How
Hi,
are
Katie.
you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good. My producer has told me that you have been so incredibly supportive and helpful with us for putting this together. And I'm so appreciative because, as Katie can probably tell you, I really have no idea what I'm doing. I just pretend, kind of like the walking fraud syndrome. I just sort of figure if I do it, it'll look right. But
I know about that.
Tell
syndrome.
us,
yeah.
You understand, walking fraud. It's like the first thing we learn in law school is the walking fraud syndrome. Tell us a little bit, if you can, what exactly is the legal background for the case? I mean, because I know and you know that this has nothing to do with 2016, but I think that has been what has been portrayed to garner the most consent to go against Julian Assange. So I think they use that, even though that's not what's really going on here. So if you would please explain exactly what the case is that he is being, that we're wanting to extradite him for.
Sure. Yeah, it's a very common misconception and something definitely that younger viewers just wouldn't know about necessarily. I mean, I've been covering this case since 2010, actually, when these disclosures came out. Shortly after that, I joined the Chelsea Manning Support Network to cover the trial of Chelsea Manning, the most prominent source of WikiLeaks, who ended up being sentenced to 35 years in prison for disclosing all the materials that WikiLeaks later published. The Iraq war logs, the Afghan war logs, State Department cables, Guantanamo Bay files, all of this in 2010 and 2011 that Julian Assange is now indicted for publishing. And so, yeah, there's this kind of, I think the younger generation or others who are newer to this might not, they've only heard about Assange in relation and WikiLeaks in relation to Trump or Russia or 2016 and don't realize that this goes back a lot longer than that. Actually, a New York District Court has ruled on the DNC leaks and has ruled that they acted like any other journalistic outfit and had every right to publish those. So this is about 2010, and this is about revenge, really. The United States was exposed. It had its war crimes and corruptions put on the headlines of newspapers around the world, and they were mad about it and wanted to do something about it. But the Obama administration at the time looked into that case and decided specifically not to indict Assange and WikiLeaks for publishing. They went after the source, and it went after other sources aggressively in general, using the Espionage Act against whistleblowers. But they did not cross this Rubicon, this red line of publishing, because they felt there's no reason there's no logically coherent way to prosecute WikiLeaks and Assange, but not prosecute the New York Times, the Washington Post, everyone else who published these same files. And so they decided explicitly not to do that. But then the Trump administration got in charge. Jeff Sessions was the Attorney General. He and Mike Pompeo at CIA were especially vehemently aggressive about wanting revenge on Assange and WikiLeaks for these exposures. I mean, they put war crimes for the world to see, and it's a very rare thing for the U.S. to actually get exposed like that. And so they brought this unprecedented indictment. It's not just something to get, when they arrested him in 2019, they had this first charge that was just trying to paint him as a hacker, somebody who tried to help Chelsea Manning hack into this computer database. But 1 month later, they revealed a superseding indictment, and it became clear what this was really all about. And they included 17 charges of espionage, and they charged him with obtaining, receiving, possessing, and then publishing documents. So every step of the way is being criminalized here. And other journalists see that they're at risk here. For all the criticisms we've had of mainstream coverage over the years of this, the executive editors of the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal have condemned these charges as explicitly dangerous to their profession and the future of investigative journalism. Just last month, the ACLU and Amnesty International wrote to the Biden administration saying the same thing, saying this is extremely worrisome. And so that's where we are now. I could go into more detail about the current legal situation or anything, but yeah, that's where we are now.
Yeah, I find it interesting that they're able to charge him under the Espionage Act when, in fact, they do not have the evidence that he actually did any hacking. And they were totally unsuccessful in getting Chelsea Manning to testify against him and give that information. So I'm not understanding how they even have anything in which to go forward on an espionage case against him.
I think the word espionage is kind of a red herring here. They're not even saying that he's spying per se, but they're completely misusing the century-old, World War I Woodrow Wilson law, which was used for sedition and other what they considered traitors. Now against to basically anything that exposes national security, anything that really threatens what the U.S. considers its national interests. So they're just using this clearly politicized, clearly political crime to paint him as some kind of spy or hacker or something nefarious. But he's actually just a journalist who had the materials and the courage to do something that a lot of other journalists haven't done.
I think also that you mentioned that, how, despite how much we criticize the, corporate media, they have come out to support him. But I also would say that the silence has still been deafening, right? There have been some op-eds, some editorial boards have said this is not a good thing. But the fact that this is not on front pages of the New York Times, I mean, I think Rachel Maddow mentioned this once. I think that it really is going to be a stain on the Fourth Estate, and people will look back at this in history as a really dark chapter of the media ignoring what is undeniably an attack on the press. And I think that, you know, it's interesting because on Useful Idiots, the show I have with Matt Taibbi, we had on Daniel Ellsberg last week. And, you know, some like, you know, blue check resistance types, like what's his name, Bob Cheska or something, who's like site is Daily Banter. Like I wouldn't want to give them any attention, but the site is so bad that it's actually pretty incriminating just to have that be seen. But he tweeted, some K-Hive terrible person tweeted like some stupid emoji about this event. And then this guy who's apparently a liberal, you know, journalist tweets out, good luck, a blank blank holes about me and Jen hosting this. And I was like, so what do you think about Daniel Ellsberg? And of course, he thinks Daniel Ellsberg is great. And I would just remind people that Daniel Ellsberg is an advocate for Snowden, Manning, and Julian Assange. Sorry. So like, if he's your hero, if he's a hero and you consider him morally righteous, then you're going to have to either admit that you're a liar, you're, if not stupid, you have whatever the left can call, I don't want to say Trump derangement syndrome because that's a right-wing term, but you have blue brain or something. And yeah, you just have no integrity. You don't care about free press. You don't care about any of these principles that you claim to care about. I'm not doing the best job reaching out to people right now, if I'm being honest, but I'm still, whatever. I'm just making people confront.
Ellsberg himself has been really vocally critical of that dichotomy. He doesn't want to be used against these people as like, oh, you know, 40 years later, we can look kindly on the Pentagon Papers.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and I said
like,
to him, keep going.
The real-time Pentagon Papers now. And so this is the time to support these people.
Right. And I actually said to him, it was very, you know, he very humbly was kind of like, you know, how much did they matter, the Pentagon Papers? Because they didn't end the war afterwards. It took some time. And I, as if I'm going to lecture Daniel Ellsberg on history or the way change happens. I was like, well, you know, you don't know how much longer the war would have lasted without the Pentagon Papers. And at the very least, you're being deemed a little late. A hero helps bring a lot of attention to the cases of Manning, Snowden, and Assange. And he was like, yes, it has now been established that you can be a good whistleblower like Daniel Ellsberg, as opposed to the bad whistleblowers. And he's like, there's a direct relationship between people all of a sudden liking me and using that to denigrate the others. And he brought up an article in the New Yorker that Malcolm Gladwell wrote that was based on that precise premise. And as Ellsberg said, he wrote a response letter. And as he said very humbly, he did not mention all the factual errors that were there, including the fact that Malcolm Gladwell said that he had served in North Korea. It was actually North Carolina. I know those are confusing places. We all get them mixed up, right? Who hasn't confused those two places? And the New Yorker did not publish a response by Daniel Ellsberg. Daniel Ellsberg of Pentagon Papers fame. The New Yorker decided it was okay to run a story, run a piece by Malcolm Gladwell, and not publish a response from the person who the piece was about. So David Remnick, I would call on you to correct that piece, maybe run that piece, maybe cover what's happening now with Assange. And it really is a travesty, and all the ick factor and all the kind of emotional, 2016, he helped Hillary. That's not what this is about legally. It's not. So
exactly right. Yeah. And you were talking about although there are some editorials and editors coming out against this, there is still a real feeling of silence. And I definitely feel that in the US. I think because the legal proceedings are in the UK, that Americans and American journalists on TV especially have felt able to just say, okay, this is a UK matter, let's let them deal with it. But he's not in prison for anything besides what the US is charging him with. The US is calling the shots here. They could drop this at any moment. this was, Trump's indictment, and it's now on the Biden administration and Merrick Garland to drop that or not. So when he had the extradition case in September 2020 in London. In January of this year, the judge actually ruled not to extradite him on medical grounds, that doing so would put him at suicide risk. That's how bad U.S. prisons are. That's how widespread solitary confinement is, and how poor mental health care is in U.S. prisons. But the U.S. is appealing that decision because they still want to extradite him. But they filed that appeal paperwork before Merrick Garland had been confirmed. And so Merrick Garland now has a perfect opportunity to look at this case. He is talking a lot, the administration is talking a lot about return to sanity, a return to normalcy. Let's undo the Trump aggressions and excessive actions and everything. Here's one of the most extreme ones, and a perfect opportunity to drop this case and revert back to the right decision.
Yeah, that's a really important point. And I would say that everyone who claims to, prefer Obama to Trump, everyone who sees, as you were saying, the Biden administration as a return to rule of law, as a return to respect of the fourth estate, they are, unless they're pressuring Biden to drop this appeal, what they're doing is that they're siding with Trump against Obama. They are agreeing with Trump. They're siding with John Pompeo. They are violating their own alleged principles. And again, you got to look at this and ask yourself where your priorities are, and why you on this issue think that Obama, the very smart, thoughtful guy who, regardless of what you think of him politically, how much of a disappointment he was, the guy is, he's a lawyer, constitutional law former professor, right?
You got Trump this one right, at least. Yeah.
What do you say?
You got this one right, at least. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Right. And again, it's like I'm people who like Obama. What are you doing? That's all I'm asking. If you like Obama, you better be pressuring Biden to fall on the Obama side of this issue. Because if you're not, you're pushing a Trumpist agenda.
Yeah, I actually just wanted to say, and we wanted to reach out and create comments to the Biden administration, but Joe Biden, since taking office, has shut down the comment line. So there is I know that's shocking. So there's no meme.
He was actually on his way to turn it back on, but he tripped 3 times on the way, and the media, of course, didn't cover that. Am I supposed to not be alienating Biden because we're trying to appeal to him? Someone tell me what. I realize I don't know the talking points. You guys play the good
No. It's all good. I mean, look, this comes down to whether or not this new attorney general, and I'm hopeful. I like to try to start out being hopeful until I'm given a reason not to. But yeah, I mean, this is something that we have no recourse right now at the White House. There is nothing to do. There's no comment line. You can't even leave a message. You can't even leave a message for them to delete. And so here we are. We are scrolling now the line for the Department of Justice. The script that we have is in the comments. And I opened this doing it, leaving a message for my senator. I've already done the Department of Justice. They've probably heard from me enough. I called my senator this morning, and somebody rightfully is asking, what impact could that have for us to reach out to our senators? And I don't know, other than it's kind of fun to flood Marco Rubio's inbox with witty banter. But it seems that that's, at least going to get attention and at least possibly move them to understand. I mean, at least in other states. I mean, I'm kind of at lack of hope for here.
You definitely, want to communicate that this is something that should be an issue of the new Justice Department, that we can't just let it keep going in the UK and think that it'll just sort itself out. This is an issue of Biden's first 100 days, something that he should drop immediately. And just, I really appreciate you guys putting this together and getting the word out. I think it's been, difficult to get the word out really widely. And for those other actions, I just want to mention, check out AssangeDefense.org. We've started this group to, we have chapters around the country to start organizing support. In the pandemic, most of our events obviously have been online, but before that, we were starting to do some in-person rallies and demonstrations and panel talks. So we have in LA, San Francisco, DC, New York, we have these chapters, and you can get involved. You can meet other people who are supporting this issue and find out ways to. So yeah, AssangeDefense.org is the main one that we're wanting to get the word about.
Thank you so much, Nathan, for
like
kicking this off and really giving us a good sort of basis. And we have our first panel that is ready to come on. And so we're going to say goodbye, and we're going to have everybody be supporting AssangeDefense.org. I'm sure that is also in our description below, as I understand that all of your stuff is down there as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you both so much. I really appreciate this.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so I see we have our first 2:00 panel that is coming up, and these are all people that I have spoken to. Actually have had the privilege of meeting Medea twice in person. It's a little bit like, it's a little giddy for me. Like it's a little starstruck, I have to admit, which, so for anybody who does not know, our next panel is going to be Medea Benjamin, John Kiriakou, and Kevin Gosztola. So Medea Benjamin is the co-founder of the women-led peace group Code Pink and the co-founder of the human rights group Global Exchange. She is arguably one of the strongest figures on the anti-war left and has done on-the-ground activism for more than 40 years. John Kiriakou is a former CIA officer, former senior investigator for the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and he was responsible for blowing the whistle on torture in our military program. And he actually had to pay a very heavy price for being speaking out against that. And so he is also a huge hero. And Kevin Gosztola is a journalist and managing editor of Shadowproof. He is known for his work on whistleblowers, WikiLeaks, national security, and civil liberties. And he is also hosts the show Unauthorized Disclosure with Rania Khalek, who's coming on later. So let me bring everybody on. Was that good, Katie?
Great.
Okay,
Great bios,
let's bring everybody on. All right, because I'm working it here. Excellent. Hi, all.
Hey.
Hi.
Hello. Good to be with you.
Oh, I'm so glad you guys are here. This is so good. Arguably, this is the panel where we're going to talk about treatment of whistleblowers. I mean, that's going to be like the key focus of this. And I know that, Katie, what happened to you, Medea?
Don't reveal the fourth wall.
Okay.
She's adjusting her thing, so I shut it off until she was.
Okay. See, all right. I forget that you have control of this too,
Yeah.
and I'm like, what's happening here? Okay. Then you.
She's back.
All right. So then you just do
Hi,
it.
everyone.
And I know that Katie, who is infinitely more experienced at moderating panels, has come up with some seriously good stuff like to do here.
Okay. Yeah. Well, welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome to all of you. I've had you all on my shows, either Useful Idiots or the Katie Halper show. So really excited to have you join in this discussion. And it's true, you all are heroes. Medea for being this tireless, incredibly brave and prolific protester, an organizer.
She still is, by the way. She still is, by the way. I actually bumped into Medea in Miami at a caravan for Cuban solidarity and like the hands off Cuba, hands off Venezuela. I saw her at a car caravan recently.
Yeah.
On my bicycle, Jen.
Oh, you did it on bike.
Yeah,
Of course you
every
did. So
time.
badass.
Yeah. I hope you're wearing a helmet.
No.
No, that would be
Yeah,
bad.
we need you. You're being selfish. We need you in the movement. You cannot risk
We're not
a
going
traumatic
very
brain
fast.
injury, please. Yeah. Well, anyway, next time, helmet, please. And then Kevin, speaking of tireless, totally, one of the most consistently vocal people, journalists to cover Assange, and you really, it's a kind of a sad state of affairs that you are so unique in that role. You should be one of countless people who are covering this story consistently. And of course, John Kiriakou, real hero, and the only person to go to jail, to be incarcerated over the CIA torture program. So again, you should not be unique, just like Kevin should not be unique, but you shouldn't be in there at all. You shouldn't be one of many, but there should be many people who were actually punished for torture, but you were punished for revealing said torture. So I guess I think we could start out by talking about let's start with you, John, if that's okay.
Sure.
How you see yourself and how you see Assange and what both of your cases reveal about the treatment of whistleblowers.
Oh, sure.
And also, could you set up your story in case people don't know about it?
Certainly. And before the hour's over, remind me to say something about the effect of calls to members of Congress. I spent years on Capitol Hill, and they really do have an effect.
Oh, well, we can all do that. I'm not even kidding. We can do that now, whenever you want to do that.
Listen, I worked on both the House side and the Senate side. The Senate's a little tougher, but in the House, sometimes they jump to with just one phone call or one letter. They're very responsive to constituents on the House side. So by all means, email, call, do whatever is easiest for you, because they'll respond and react to it. On the Senate side, they have usually interns or young staff members who just collate all the calls and the emails coming in. So if there is a number of communications coming in on an issue, that will make its way to the senator. So this is not a waste of time. This actually works. I would encourage everybody to call their members. Okay.
Yeah, we have both numbers. Numbers. The only difference is there was something different. John, if you can remind me, there was something different about the thing with the representatives that obviously you have to know who it is. And but we have all the numbers. We have everything there.
And you can call 202-224-3121, which is the Capitol Hill operator. And if you don't know your member, the operator is trained to identify who that is and refer your call to the right office.
Can you say that number again? I'm just going to put it
Sure.
in our...
Wait, it's on our phone script. You see it on our script, Katie. It's at the top of the script.
Yeah,
It
but I
is.
just want to put it in the chat so it's
Oh,
always
okay.
there.
Okay.
So 202.
You bet. It's 202-224-3121.
Great. Okay,
Yep.
now we have it there. Okay.
Excellent. So my name is John Kiriakou. I'm a former CIA officer. And to make a very long story very short, I blew the whistle on the CIA's torture program in 2007. I was prosecuted by the Obama administration in 2012 and facing 45 years in prison. I ended up taking a deal that sent me to a federal prison for 23 months, where I had the fabulous support of Code Pink, and my friend Kevin Gosztola came to visit me a number of times. Julian Assange has always been a beacon of transparency. And honestly, I can't think of very many things that are more important than transparency in government. One of the things that I like to repeat almost as a mantra, because people just don't get it for some reason, is that Julian Assange is a journalist. And even more than a journalist, he's a publisher. And what I don't understand is why the mainstream media is not lining up behind him, because it's clear to the rest of us that if Julian is extradited to the United States and he's prosecuted, every one of these national security journalists at the Washington Post and the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, etc., they're next. And then who's going to go to bat for them? So this is a
Not me.
Not me. Not if they don't go to bat for Julian. No.
Seriously. I'm gonna snitch on them. I'm gonna take
Yeah,
their home
seriously.
addresses out. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
This has been going on for so long, for so many years, that everybody who needs to form an opinion and come down on one side of the issue or the other has had the time and the opportunity to do that. So the fight's not over. Of course, the judge, while taking swipe after swipe at Julian in her decision, came down on the right side of it by declining to extradite. Kevin's an expert on this issue.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's precedent in the UK, both in the UK and in the European Court of Human Rights, to not extradite prisoners to the United States because of the way that solitary confinement is used as a punishment here. People lose their minds in solitary confinement in the United States. You know, it was newsworthy yesterday when the state of New York announced that they would abide by United Nations recommendations in not keeping people in solitary for more than 15 consecutive days. Well, that's great, but we're the only industrialized country that doesn't abide by that. Exactly. Right? We've had people, and Medea and I have talked about this in other venues. We've had people in the United States in solitary confinement with literally no human contact for as long as 44 years. Now, can you imagine not seeing or speaking with another human being for 44 years? And then eventually you're released from prison and you're expected to live a normal life and be a law-abiding citizen? It's outrageous. But anyway, the issue here is Julian, and I feel like we're close, but we're not quite there yet. And that's why we need to keep up the pressure, especially on our elected officials and the Justice Department, as you're doing today, to make this thing go away. It's amazing to me that here in Washington, where people are supposed to be so smart, right? We're all the smartest people in America here in Washington, that they don't realize that this is a Pandora's box. And once that lid is opened and everything comes out, you can't put it back in. This is, if Julian is extradited to the United States, this is going to change the way the Constitution is interpreted forever.
Yeah.
Forever. It's a direct assault on our First Amendment rights. And so we're a little bit ahead of things now. For the first time in many, many years, we have to finish it off and win it.
Yeah.
And do you have any advice from your personal story about what gets people interested or how people can be made aware of what's happening or realize that this is an important story? Thanks
for that question, Katie. I do. I feel like when you're able to personalize things, people sit up and take notice. You know, sometimes a story is so outrageous that people can't help but to be interested. They can't help but to then offer their support. I feel like this is one of those cases. Because, you know, over the course of the last, 12 years, from the beginning of the Obama administration, the definition of espionage has changed. In my view, it's changed dramatically. It's been simplified, which is very, very dangerous. So the courts now, the federal courts in the United States, they define espionage as providing national defense information to any person not entitled to receive it. Period. Now, if you look at the Espionage Act, it goes for, 30 pages, but that's the definition that's used in court. Well, that could be, you could arrest 1,000 people every day for laying in bed before you go to sleep and mentioning to your wife something that you did at work that day. Well, guess what? That's national defense information. So if a president doesn't like what's been reported in the Washington Post or in the New York Times, with a precedent of Julian Assange having been arrested and prosecuted, then again, what's to keep those reporters from being prosecuted? And as soon as those reporters are prosecuted, that ends constitutional protections for the rest of us. So I think that we need to personalize this. We need to explain to people in plain English why it's so important and why this isn't a fight that's sort of off in the distance between a transparency group and the American government. This is a fight that impacts every single one of us. That's my guess. Number one, is personalizing it. Number two, and I'll say it again, especially on the House side, those members of Congress jump when their constituents write letters, because most people don't write letters, or in today's situation, emails. But most people don't take the 5 minutes to write and express an opinion. So when they get an email or 10 or 100 on an issue, they react to it. I can't tell you how many times we would get a letter saying, please co-sponsor HR 12345, just because I'm asking you to. And we would read it and say, well, what the heck is HR 12345? Okay, yeah, well, if this constituent wants it, sure, we'll co-sponsor that. And we'd co-sponsor it. Now, on the Senate side, when I was working for John Kerry in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, one call is not going to make a difference, but 10 or 20 calls are going to make a difference. At the very least, it's going to push the issue onto his agenda. And so imagine what 100 calls could do, or 500 calls. I mean, that's real activism right there.
Yeah.
So let me just say that I just want to say that for anybody who it doesn't necessarily feel comfortable leaving a message, we have a longer form of our script that is also available that you could use the script as an email as well. So if people do feel comfortable sending an email, but they don't really feel comfortable calling, please feel free to copy and paste.
Yeah. Great. Great. And Medea, I wanted to ask you about your experience organizing and what you think can make a difference about in trying to get people to pay attention to this story. If you have any advice, besides obviously the phone calls and the emails that we're all going to do. And in fact, either during this segment or during a break, we should do them, Jen. And if any of you want to do them to show what it's like, you can do them.
We don't need to put people on the spot just yet.
I'm not putting them on the spot. I'm saying not now. If anyone wants to do them, just let us know in the chat or whatever, and we'll give you the chance to do that, but no pressure. I'm not asking Medea to do that now, but Medea, what I will ask you to do, if you don't mind, is share your organizing experience and any ideas you have for how to make sure that people do care about this and do demand that justice be served, basically, for Julian.
Well, thank you for doing this, because this is one of the great ways to get people to care about the issue and learn about the issue. And it's great to be on with Kevin and John. My connection to Julian Assange is really through the information that he exposed. And as an activist, and I think in terms of getting people to get active in this, there were hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of activists who protested against the Iraq War. They should recognize that it was thanks to Julian Assange that we learned so much about the horrific effect of that war. When I first saw the collateral murder video, I remember we played it. We even had it on screens that we'd go around to the homes of people in power and project it. The files of not only Iraq, but Afghanistan taught us so much about what our government was doing. The Guantanamo files. I mean, now there's still a group that's been active all these years to try to close Guantanamo. They should also be part of this effort to free Julian. I think among the issues for which Julian has gotten a bad rap, it's ones among the liberal community. And as you know, it was the release of the information about Hillary Clinton and the DNC files and John Podesta's files right before the election that really got him the hatred from a lot of Democrats. I think we have to explain to people that Julian's job and the job of a good journalist is just to expose things, the truth, no matter what side is going to be hurt by it. Let's remember he also exposed information about Sarah Palin. He not only pissed off governments that were around Iraq and Afghanistan, but also around the Arab world in general, the corruption of the Arab world that really helped to spark the Arab Spring. He exposed the scandals within the Turkish government. He exposed scandals in Peru. He exposed the issues in Iceland that led to a lot of shakeup within the government there. Extrajudicial killing by the police in Kenya. When you are somebody and an organization that exposes all of these things, you're going to make a lot of enemies along the way. And that's what happened to Julian Assange. And so I think it's important in terms of the low-hanging fruit of people who should care about this is to get people even within the social justice movement to recognize that exposing the truth is something that helps us, even if it exposes things about a group that we might be sympathetic towards or a government we might be sympathetic towards. And I think that in terms of the kinds of things we have to do, I've been involved around Julian in a lot of the protests that have been going on in England. And it's really great to see how they have branched out and brought people in from the government, like Jeremy Corbyn. They've brought people in from the world of the artists and the writers. And they've really reached out into a lot of different sectors of society. And I know we've done that for a certain extent here. There are people in the Hollywood scene like Oliver Stone that have come out very strongly in favor of Julian. But I think there's more we could do in terms of getting influencers to speak out. And then I agree with John, it's a COVID time, so it's harder to get out on the streets and do the kind of protests we need to do, which is why it's even more important during these times to do the calling and the emailing and the online kind of activists, the tweeting and the Instagrams and the TikToks and everything we can do in the social media to get people to know and care about this issue. So I just want to, say thank you for the kind of educational work you're doing with this almost day-long webinar. And well, it's not a webinar, is it? What do you call it, Katie?
I'm calling it it's a live stream telethon.
Live stream telethon. And I love that there's an action component to it, and I will certainly do it during this time. And I encourage everybody who's listening to not only absorb new information that you can help spread the word to other sectors that might not know enough about Julian and might just have heard Rachel Maddow or somebody else that you might like as a broadcast journalist trashing him. But you also have to put the focus on our elected officials. And I just wonder, I don't know, who of our elected officials, is there anybody in Congress who's already come out openly in favor of releasing Julian?
I have not seen anybody.
No.
The closest I've seen is Nina, currently running. She actually just put out something supportive of Julian Assange, and I actually would have probably told her not to do that, but she did a few days ago. Yeah, and that's the closest I've seen. I haven't seen anybody sitting in Congress that has spoken out in favor of Julian Assange.
And why would you have told her not to do it?
That's Nina Turner, for people that know.
You know, I would say once she's in, she should let it all fly. But I think right now the goal is just to get her in there, and she's got a very short little span here between now and election day. So just like sort of from a political perspective, that's actually why when I messaged her about this, I was very clear. Like, I don't think this would be a good move for her. I think that not yet. So that would just be, you know, just caution.
Yeah, I see what you mean. But people who are already in Congress,
exactly,
we should definitely be pushing them, not only in what we write to them, but also really trying to get them to be public, to put out some information, some statements, a tweet or something. Because if you compare all of the people in the British Parliament and the Labour Party, for example, there are lots of them who have come out publicly. And to compare that to the U.S., where it's our government trying to extradite them and charging with so many different charges that it could be 175 years in prison. I mean, we should certainly be getting people, and not just Democrats, libertarians, you know, certainly people like Rand Paul. We should be pushing them to come out.
And I was we were jokingly but trying to get Trump to own the libs before he got out of power by pardoning Assange. What else? We were wanting him to. What is the ask for you, John? I'm sorry. The legal.
Yeah, it was pardon. You know, there's a little bit of a story
pardon
there
you,
too.
even though you're
We had asked for Assange, Snowden, and me. And, you know, I hired a lobbyist and I had some reach into the White House. Tucker Carlson sort of adopted my cause. And I really believed I was going to get it. I actually believed for a little while that all three of us were going to get it. And then what I heard from a well-placed person at the White House is that it was Mitch McConnell that called over and said, if you pardon these three, you're going to lose the impeachment trial. And so none of us got it.
Wow.
Oh, that Mitch McConnell, always there with such a helping hand.
He's
such a helper.
He gives a terrible name and does terrible PR for turtles, by the way. So I just want to say that not all turtles. And one other thing I would just want to point out is that if publishing this information were so treacherous, then we really need to be going after the New York Times, the Guardian, everyone who reported on these stories, because, you know, you have to be consistent. And either it was not cautious, not prudent to cover these things, which I would, of course, disagree with. But if that is the argument for why Assange is such a, you know, a disreputable person, such a pariah, then fine. But also go after the places that publish this. And it's also incredibly infuriating that, much like John, you were the only person to go to jail over CIA torture. We have
not torturers. Just the person who exposes the torture. That's because that's logical.
No, right. That's what I'm saying. He was the only right. No, but he didn't do it. But I'm saying from the revelations about the torture, the only person who was punished was the one who revealed it, not the ones who engaged in it. And likewise, you know, Manning and Assange helped bring to light the collateral murder video, which again, no one is talking about. The fact that there was captured on video the like really brutal killing of civilians, of members of the press, of the people who tried to help the people after. I mean, literally, you have this on video. They're trying to help the people who were shot, and they decide to shoot those people too. And they're 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 narrating it in a way as if it's a video game, and no one got in trouble for that except for the people who helped expose that. Kevin, wanted to ask you about what it's been like covering these stories and why you think there's such a deafening silence around it.
Well, yeah, so I think that first, let me say thank you to Medea and John. It's great to be able to be part of this panel, and thank you for organizing this telethon event. It's extremely crucial what we're doing here. And just in general, before I get to your question, I wanted to throw out my own opinion about the distinction between Donald Trump and Barack Obama. I get a lot of pushback from people who seem to think that it's the same. There's not really any difference. And in fact, they'll point to the grand jury investigation and they'll say that that was opened against Julian Assange. So Donald Trump charging Julian Assange is not that much different because they were investigating Julian Assange, and because there was this cloud of investigation that ultimately drove him to seek asylum from the Ecuador government. And I just would say that we have to be very specific about the timeline of events and what actually happened. We can point to charges being entered against Julian Assange by the Trump Justice Department. We can't find an identical example under Barack Obama. There simply aren't charges on the record from the Obama administration that were brought against Julian Assange. And so like that right there is enough in my head to say that there's a difference. And the other thing is, as activists, we have to be sensible and recognize that this difference is something we can leverage to get the outcome we want for Julian Assange. The fact that it's Barack Obama who chose not to prosecute Assange is something that you can mention repeatedly until you finally get the result that is necessary, which is dropping the charges, because that's somebody who's part of our team. Well, not my team necessarily, but like the team of people that care. Like this, the fact that, you know, if Barack Obama was the person who started the investigation against Assange, I would tell you that this struggle would be astronomically more difficult, and we might not even have a chance. And so that being said, you know, my experience covering this and with journalists is just that for the most part, people who are in the media do feel what you talk about, Katie, and what Matt Taibbi talks about, that ick factor. They really do feel that if they touch this, they are going to be in trouble, that it's going to jeopardize their ability. I feel like they think they're going to get blowback from their audience. There's just so much propaganda out there about Julian Assange. I would wager that almost 90% of what we think we know about Julian Assange is mostly propaganda. At least what people think. I mean, I'm a reporter, so hopefully what I am putting out there isn't propaganda. Hopefully what I'm reporting is something that I can substantiate and share with people based on things that are true and from sources and people who are advocates who truly are good for Julian Assange and WikiLeaks, and they're not there to demonize him. But I think most of what we know, what we think we know, whether it involves the Podesta files or whether it involves the Swedish case, which I know is such third rail that we just avoid it. But honestly, I think it's to the detriment of all of us that we treat it as such a third rail, because there are some incredible due process issues with what the Swedish prosecution authority did that we make our job even more hard when we ignore it and pretend like it didn't exist. You know, that being said, I think, you know, what we need to do here is exactly what John was saying, is to personalize this, to boil this down to those things that make it really easy for people to tap into and care about this story and to stand up for it. This is a father. He has 2 children. He has a partner. He is being kept in a prison in indefinite detention, and he's being treated in an extraordinary way, especially considering that what he did, even if you believe in decarceration and restorative justice, he has not been accused of any violent crime whatsoever, and yet he's being held in Belmarsh prison during a pandemic, where we know there have been outbreaks in the facility. He was spied on by UC Global, a private security company that targeted journalists on behalf of, we believe, the CIA. It's a massive scandal that only Spanish media seems to really care about, because there's a Spanish case that has been filed in Spain against,
and it's a Spanish company.
Because it's a Spanish company, against, and primarily the director David Morales is the one who's in trouble for that.
Right.
But this is something that, if you talk about the treatment and the way they went after Julian Assange, you should be able to get people to see that this was about destroying a family. This was about finding out who the identity was of babies who were being brought into the embassy. This is about identifying who was the lover of Julian Assange so they could go after. So this is classic for people who have followed the history of activists and organizing in the United States. We know that this is how the national security state works to demonize people. So it's very classic in the way that this contractor went about targeting Julian Assange. Finally, I would just say that this is a bit of a nitpick, but I think it's interesting for our conversation. Most of the time, when you hear journalists in the media talk about this case, they will call Julian Assange the source, or they will call Julian Assange a whistleblower, or they will say he's the leaker. And it's very deliberate what they're doing there. But I also want to say that it's impossible for him to be the leaker, because he's not working in any of these agencies. He doesn't have access to this information. He's not the one who has chosen to disclose this information to the public. He's the publisher. He's the journalist. He's the person who's taking the risk with his organization to do the work necessary to have the security, to authenticate the documents, to make sure they're not forgeries. And WikiLeaks has a pretty, I think, 99.99% record of being able to verify the authenticity of all the documents that they've ever filed on their website. There's maybe only a handful of documents you can question, and they didn't make any news headlines, so they don't really matter. And you know, that's his job. And so I think it's up to us to do this work. This telethon is important because we're destigmatizing Julian Assange. We're demystifying all of this. Our politicians, the elites, have made him out to be this boogeyman figure. And then with our work, which can be difficult, we are going to tear all of that apart so that people can see the essence of what Julian Assange did and what WikiLeaks does and appreciate it again. Because they did before the elites got to it. And then now the next generation of people only know Julian Assange based on how elites teach them about Julian Assange and WikiLeaks. It is up to us to unravel that.
Can you actually, since you brought this up and you said that we avoid the Swedish case to our detriment, can you give a quick overview of what that is?
I find people still harp on that.
Yeah.
I find that he still gets referred to as in some sort of sexual predatory way, even though that was a complete fabrication. And that has lingered. And I think that they knew that would linger. And I think that that's one of those things that keeps the sort of liberals sort of anti-Julian Assange.
Yeah, or it's an excuse for them too. But
Yeah.
Kevin, can you shed some light on that?
Yeah, and I have a very Me Too safe answer for how this, this is what we should say. This is the way it was. They started and stopped the investigation into Julian Assange no less than 3 times. No less than 3 times did the Swedish prosecution authority open and close, open and close, and open and close the investigation. And there technically weren't ever any charges issued against Julian Assange. There were allegations that they were investigating. They were told not to go to the Ecuador embassy. The prosecutors were told that they couldn't go to the Ecuador embassy and question Assange in the embassy under the treaty or agreements that that Sweden has with the UK, because the British government actually applied pressure to prevent the Swedish prosecutors from coming to the UK to have that. They wouldn't allow for. So then there was some conversation over whether they could do this virtually with Julian Assange in the embassy. We know a lot of these details thanks to journalist Stefania Marizzi, who I know you talked to for Useful Idiots. And she's, I just want to give her quick credit on this show. She's one of the only journalists I know who has had the guts to push Freedom of Information Act requests against all the governments implicated in this entire scandal of this case against Julian Assange. But finally, I would just say that if you care about the women that and whatever went on in the bedroom, that night with Julian Assange, if you care about that, if you care about valuing their experiences and believe that, again, like, let's just pretend like I don't know anything about who these women are, and I know that there's been some claims about whether one of them's compromised by the U.S. government or not. Let's just pretend like, let's set that aside. Let's pretend like these are just women who had a bad experience with Julian Assange. If you want to value them, then what the Swedish prosecution authority did is the absolute wrong way to take care of people who are bringing sexual allegations, because you're allowing a case to be politicized and manipulated by world governments for the purpose of keeping a publisher in limbo who has been exposing corruption by a powerful government. And so I think that it's pretty simple. It's pretty simple. If you want to talk about this, you raise the due process issues and you connect the due process violations to the due process violations that are existent right now in the extradition case and some of the other inequities that are existent in this case that has been brought against Julian Assange.
Yeah. And does anyone want it? I mean, I guess I can do a phone call.
Do you want me to, I have it set up better. I already did my call, so I don't need to. People should see somebody do it. Well, have you called your person? Have you called the Department of Justice? Because they've heard from me a couple of times.
All right. Where's the script? I'll do it.
Hold on. I'm putting it up. I'm going to put it up.
All right.
Hold on. I got to figure out.
We just want to make sure people, want to encourage people to. Also, by the way, sorry, one more thing. The story about the spying is incredible. Absolutely incredible. And the fact that it hasn't been covered, I mean, I brought up the fact that it was covered by, Spanish El País because more understandably, it's about a Spanish company, but they spied on Assange and they even tried to go through the guard. They did. They took out his his son's diapers to try to do a DNA test. At that point, they didn't know they were his children. And they are so stupid, by the way, that they think there's DNA, that you can do DNA from stool,
Poop.
but that's another issue. But they did that. Can you, I mean, this is the level, and it was such a disgusting invasion that's what brought some of the people working for the Spanish company to tell, correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, but I think it's, she said this to us on Useful Idiots, his partner Stella Morris, that they actually came over, they told her not to bring the kids anymore because they were doing that. You know, they were taking the samples from their nappies, I guess, as they say in different countries, their diapers. And that is just a really repulsive thing. And what's really scary about this is that despite the fact that this was revealed, none of the mainstream reporters, right? The woman, Ellen.
Ellen Nakashima.
From the Washington Post.
Her cell phone battery was taken. They tried to take her cell phone battery from her, and we get no objection. The Washington Post won't put out any press release standing up for their reporter.
Yeah, it's absolutely repulsive. I mean, it's disgusting. If Medea, you want to make this on speakerphone so everyone can hear it?
Yes, I'm leaving my message now.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Medea Benjamin, and I'm calling from Washington, D.C. to ask that the United States drop the case against Julian Assange. I am very concerned about the ramifications that persecuting a journalist for exposing American war crimes will have on our civil liberties. Joe Biden said that he would end Trump's attacks on the press, yet his administration has indicated it's going to continue to seek Assange's extradition. The prosecution of Assange creates a dangerous precedent that will prevent journalists from holding our government accountable. Please protect our First Amendment rights and drop this case against Assange immediately. Thank you for your time. Bye-bye.
Right.
So I would just say,
keep going. Sorry.
that we should tell people which button to press when they contact the comment line. Did you?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
It was the one. It was the one. If you want to make a comment on civil liberties or constitutional issues, I mean, you get two options in the beginning where they basically say this is an emergency, call the FBI, and then there's if you want to make a comment on issues regarding civil or constitutional rights, I think it's push one. John,
yeah,
correct
so
me
you
if
can
I'm
do
wrong.
one, or you can do the general comment line, which would be 9. So either one of them.
That was great. Thank you for doing that. And I gotta give a shout out to John Holder, our producer, who, option 1, who has really done an amazing job and put this together. And and so everybody, it is down in the description. Feel free to use it. Feel free to use it and convert it as an email.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Great script, John.
Yeah, and I got to get the House Gov. That's how I find my Congress people, house.gov.
Yeah, and we are hearing from people that a lot of, shockingly, Dianne Feinstein's mailbox is full. And so was, Mitch McConnell.
Yeah.
So obviously there's going to be certain people that you're just not going to be able to get through to, and apparently Joe Biden. But I would just say, honestly, I think it's most important that we hound the Department of Justice at this point, now that Merrick Garland is in there. So I think really that's sort of the key one right now.
Yeah. Agreed.
And we should do some kind of protest or rally at the Department of Justice. Is there something planned?
Well, there was something that there have been things going on this past week. I don't know if Kevin, if you know anything about that. They had some stuff going on in DC this past week regarding Assange. A lot of the activists were doing something on the street out there. I think that somebody even put something about that.
I'm just loosely familiar that there was a St. Patrick's Day timed event, Clovers for
Yes.
Assange, and
That's what it was.
And usually they would pick the target would be to go to the Justice Department.
Yeah. But I agree. I mean, the more the merrier.
And is it the AssangeDefense.org or other groups? Yeah.
That did the one, it was the Clovers was what it was that did this. It was, I put up that, I got lost in the comments. It was Clovers for Assange, I believe.
As far as I know, that wasn't an Assange Defense Committee protest. It was another more loose, more grassroots, loosely knit group. But yeah, the Assange Defense Committee has organized rallies, and
yeah,
I do agree with Medea that there definitely should be something.
Yeah. Well, the Nathan who we had on in the very beginning, his information and his organization, that stuff is available in our description. And that's the organization that is pretty much on top of all things that are actions involving Julian Assange, which is how we ended up getting their assistance with this. So I would suggest that people go there and check it out, because they keep everything current, whatever actions are going on for Julian Assange.
And I would also just say, in case people don't know who their rep is, you can go to house.gov/representative/find. You know what? It's a little hard to, just type. You can just type in there, because and that way you'll actually get to see who your representative is. And then you go to the other thing, the house.gov/representatives, and it's listed by either name or by state. But this is a way that you get it by your zip code. Excellent. So yeah, I can do that. Maybe one of us can do it per segment.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's good.
I got to call Chuck, even though the Senate, I just want to call Chuck Schumer anyway. I like to check in on him.
You like to talk? You like to chat with Chuck?
Yeah. 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 Ask him about that high school, who his favorite classmate is from that high school that he went to. Bernie went to, RBG, Norman Finkelstein. Anyway, but I digress. Yeah. I mean, it really is, again, it's a total stain. Can you imagine that they want the script back? Can someone bring back the script?
All right. I got it. All right, Mallory. All right.
And also, thank you, Mallory. And also, can you just imagine again that you were a Washington Post reporter who had your cell phone meddled with, and you decide it's not worth raising your voice? Why do you guys think that is, by the way?
Oh, I know the answer to that question. Because if they say something, then people are going to accuse them of being Assange supporters. So, like, you're actually supposed to want to be the victim in this case. Like, you're supposed to want to be targeted on behalf of the CIA. Did John or Medea disagree?
No, I don't disagree at all. I hate to say.
You're supposed to want to martyr yourself. You're supposed to martyr yourself for this military-industrial complex.
Right.
Well, and look at the way intelligence reporting has changed over the years too, where once upon a time reporters tried to develop sources like you do, Kevin, to give them information or confirm information on intelligence issues. Now we have the likes of Ken Delanian at NBC and MSNBC who got caught sending his articles to the CIA for clearance before he sent them to his own editor.
I mean, it's more efficient, right? It's more efficient. Sorry,
cut out the middleman.
Exactly. Yeah.
Cut out the middleman.
You don't want to cost your editor to do that extra work. It's good. It's nice. It's very considerate. Yeah.
I have a question for Kevin. Well, and you, Jen. Well, anybody might know. It does seem that some of these organizations for the protection of journalists have come around and been supporting Julian. Is that the case?
Yeah, I can't think of a single press freedom organization that has not come out in support of Julian Assange. Now, the problem I have with the Committee to Protect Journalists, which I wrote about, was at the end of the year, I want to say in 2019. So this would have been the same year that Julian Assange was arrested. And mind you, we're coming up, just to be clear, we are coming up on the 2-year anniversary of him being tossed from the embassy. But the Committee to Protect Journalists refused to list him as a jailed journalist in their end of year index of people around the world who are to be there. And then they knew that they were going to get a backlash. So incredibly, and this is why I wrote about it, was they put up a blog post on their website explaining why they could not classify Julian Assange as a journalist. And just to be clear,
ridiculous.
No matter how you view him, he's paying dues to the International Federation of Journalists. He's actually a union member of a journalist organization, which in my book, no matter what you think of a person, that makes you a journalist automatically. So there shouldn't be anything more. But that being said, you know, he's not even a U.S. citizen. So our metrics for how we recognize who does and does not have First Amendment rights, you know, it's sort of like we need to have a global sense about all of this. And the global sense is that everyone is entitled to this freedom of expression, should have these protected rights. And all of these organizations have recognized that. I would say, you know, if we want to look upward rather than punching downward, the people at Reporters Without Borders and Rebecca Vincent have been truly remarkable in their advocacy for Julian Assange. She's used her platform in the UK to call attention to some really important issues on the ground in the United Kingdom, as well as with the Julian Assange case.
And my other question is, have we seen any kind of divisions within the, you know, the big papers like Washington Post and the New York Times? I remember seeing the very negative ones about Julian, but have there been positive ones as well?
Yeah, I don't think there's been a whole lot of reporting on the Assange case beyond the immediate reporting on the arrest. And, you know, so what's really sad to me is when I was logged in during the pandemic, and mind you, if you had just had some kind of awareness, whether we're talking about the New York Times all the way down to The Intercept, all you had to do was send in a request to the courts, and you could get a media credential to cover this. They would give you a login. Because of the pandemic, I feel like we should have had greater access and did have greater access to the extradition trial. And there's really no excuse for any journalist or media organization to not be covered, because you didn't have to spend resources and money to travel to London from the United States in order to cover the extradition trial. But there really were mostly European journalists, some people from other parts of the world, and a highly limited number of US journalists that were in there following the extradition trial, me being one of the only ones waking up every morning at 3 a.m. to follow the extradition trial from the United States. And I think they did the bare minimum. Most of these media organizations have done the bare minimum, and they need to come back to it now. But somehow I feel the election of Joe Biden makes it harder for them to write about this case.
Yeah, of course, because
I think that you're talking about people with significant amounts of corporate donors, and those donors and their advertisers are not wanting anybody to speak out on behalf of Julian Assange. They're just not. They're just too. They are too corporate owned, and they just do not want this out there. And I also think that the mainstream media is very threatened by people like Julian Assange, and their numbers are increasingly going further and further down. And they don't want independent media and people like Julian Assange exposing things. They're not doing it themselves, mind you, but they don't want anybody else to do it either.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, again, I can't get over how shameful it is that this is not front page news. I mean, remember when no one was covering, barely anyone was covering the ruling. The treatment of this has just been so incredibly biased. It's mostly been just ignoring the case. And I do think, again, like you were saying, Kevin, people who like Obama, you need to be pushing the Obama approach to this, not the Trump one. And for people who like Trump, there was something I was going to say. Oh, for people who are Republicans, John, the only person who advocated for you getting your pension, am I correct? There was one senator who advocated for that, and that was John McCain, right?
John McCain. Yes.
So for you Republicans out there, you got to follow that lead. Yeah. So I got the liberals covered. I got the McCain Republicans. And if you like Trump, you know, okay, he did at one point. Well, yeah, if you like Trump, just know that Assange is hated by Hillary Clinton. And there's nothing that Hillary Clinton would dislike more than to see him freed. So for everyone out there who doesn't like Hillary Clinton, you definitely want Assange to be freed. But if you like Hillary Clinton, like Obama, you definitely want him to be freed so that Trump and Pompeo are not the one calling the shots. So everyone's covered.
Katie, the ideological spectrum is not a straight line from left to right. It's a circle, and it meets at some point. That's why in the past year, I was on the Tucker Carlson show 9 times.
Right.
He has a lot of wacky extremist ideas.
Hateful ideas, yeah.
But on the issue of whistleblowing and the issue of Julian Assange and Ed Snowden, he is right on. And so this really is something that the left and the right can cooperate on. We both want freedom of expression, freedom of press, transparency, governmental accountability. There's no reason that we can't all cooperate on this.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And I would just add the broader demand, in addition to Julian Assange, has to be that we end these Espionage Act prosecutions against people that we saw under, the Trump administration, and that we really saw escalate and pick up under Barack Obama. And then also in this same vein, we have a huge issue with people being stopped at the border, U.S. border with Canada or Mexico, or just coming into airports. We have a huge issue with journalists having their devices seized, and people who are especially connected to the kind of independent or alternative journalism, and that impacts upon WikiLeaks and this other stuff. So there is a agenda for freedom of the press that having these charges dropped against Assange fits within, and that's important.
Right. And everyone who believes in that, I don't care what I may not like what you have to say, but I'll fight to the death to protect your right to say it. All of those principles, there's really nothing controversial about this. It should be very straightforward. It's freedom of press, and everyone should be afraid of and disturbed by the possibility of Julian being kept in prison. And also, this is not, his health is not great, and he's being exposed to COVID. And this really, if this happened in another country, the United States would be condemning this as a crime against humanity, as an example of like a corrupt country.
We would use it as an excuse we would use it as an excuse to send people. We'd be sending troops in to help those poor people.
Yeah. So, any closing remarks from people on the panel? And thank you so much again for doing this.
No, I just had another a thought or question about trying to push Eric Holder to say something.
Ooh.
Tweeting at him.
That's interesting.
Oh, that's a cool idea.
He knew, he definitely had the wherewithal to know that this was not a good where to go forward. Like, he knew that this was not good for all of us. So that's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Another idea is getting these people who were in the Justice Department who have left, and we know that there were a couple during Trump's presidency who defected and did not want to be a part of this prosecution. It was reported in I think the Washington Post actually reported it, that there was division over whether to bring charges against Julian Assange. And so identifying those people, getting them to speak. Matthew Miller is someone whose name came up multiple times during the trial, the extradition trial, and he's the person who was on record for saying why the Obama administration couldn't charge Julian Assange. So getting him to speak might be something that could have some kind of influence over Joe Biden. That's a person we don't know, but Joe Biden certainly knows. And Merrick Garland and the Justice Department, the top high-ranking officials there, are certainly going to pay attention.
And he was Eric Holder's chief spokesman. So maybe he could even get us to Holder.
That would be cool. John, you want to read out, and not you, John, who's my producer, who's in the
Good,
comments.
because Matthew Miller hates my guts.
Yeah, John's a person.
Not you, John.
People, yeah.
John, my producer, who's listening. He's a person who sends out our information. If you want to reach out to Matthew Miller, that would be really cool, and see what we can come up with.
Oh, well, thank you guys so much. And anything you want to make sure people know about that you're working on, or?
Yes, please plug your stuff.
No, this is about Julian. I'm happy to do this. Thanks for inviting me, and I look forward to doing it again soon.
Well, I'll
Thank you guys so
selfishly-
much.
I'll selfishly take you up on the offer and just quickly say,
Please.
At
You guys
the-
are doing the work, so that's
Uh,
about
No, yeah, it's
Well,
okay.
Well, so I run a newsletter on whistleblower stories, covering whistleblower stories called The Dissenter. It's at dissenter.substack.com, free available. And this is where you can get all the latest updates on WikiLeaks and other whistleblower stories. Thank you.
Okay,
Wonderful.
we'll include that in the description. Can we add things? We can add things in the description, right?
Yeah.
On the tech challenge. Okay, we'll make sure to add everybody's stuff in our description.
And we have a weekly gathering that John was recently on called Code Pink Congress, where we talk about issues and then we take the time out like we're doing today to actually call and send emails. And that's at the website codepink.org, Code Pink Congress. And we should do a whole event. We get a couple hundred people on each week. So we should do one on Julian and have everybody do what we're doing today. So thanks for the idea.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Anything, and truthfully, Medea, since you're local basically to me, anytime you call, I'll come. So whatever it is.
Local?
Wonderful.
Are you in different states?
No, she's down here. Medea's in Miami.
I'm in DC right now. I'm back and forth, but
I didn't
I'll
know
be
that.
there with
Okay,
you,
cool.
Jen, on the next caravan on March 28th.
Oh,
That's why I know why you're there, Medea. It's to harass your victim. You know who you ran against.
Debbie.
Debbie Wasserman Schultz,
Debbie,
right?
I also like to harass Marco Rubio. I know
Right.
where he lives.
Right. But but Rubio did not accuse you of something that you clearly didn't do.
assault.
That's another story. Yeah.
For anybody who's ever seen Medea in person and
Yeah.
then to think that somebody
Incredibly
could accuse her
violent.
of like physical assault,
Yeah.
it's really crazy.
Incredibly violent, 6'+ woman. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for having us on.
Thank you
This is
guys.
great.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you
Thank
guys so
you.
much. Really
Bye.
appreciate this.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye.
Let's see.
Oh, look who's there. Look who's
Am
there.
I on?
I lost.
You
the
are,
chat.
but I
Sorry, lost the website.
Hold on a second. You are prematurely. We got button happy, so you're there. We were getting people out, and you were coming in. So we haven't done a proper.
That was the
intro
best
yet, so-
intro I've ever gotten.
Yeah.
Thank
Do you want? Okay, all right. Do you care? Can we be like just kind
No,
of
I'm
casual
kidding.
and not?
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I don't care at all.
Lee's very formal.
Please,
Yeah.
very formal. So our next panel up this is going to be very entertaining, actually. I think
Yeah.
this is sort of what this is like. I have a much more what I consider scholarly kind of academic panel that's coming up later, and this is definitely like the sort of, I think, like the comic relief panel that I'm very excited about. So
I'm not.
anyway,
I'm not,
so
not scholarly, not very intelligent.
I know.
but
Jen,
dumb as a rock. Dumb as a rock, but funny.
Intro is even
So-
better than the whoa, whoops, are you on? My bad. That makes that one look great.
I have some real thinkers coming up in an hour, but for right now,
But before that, what better palette? Now we have our palette cleanser panel.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we are going into this is going to be fun. All of this panel are people that I'm just going to add everybody 'cause
Are
this is
very
kind of
smart
ridiculous.
in addition to being
Are
funny.
very smart and in addition to being funny, but just fellow content creators, people that also have their own streams and people that everybody should also be subscribed to and listen to, that are really good voices in independent media. And we're so appreciative that you all are here. And I don't know, Katie, do you have any better like bio information? John, where's my bio information?
Yeah, well, let's see. We got, of course.
We know Lee from Redacted tonight. And what do you say where Americans on American soil are considered foreign agents? Is that
I start every show by saying where Americans in America covering American news are called foreign agents. Yeah.
Okay, yes. And then we have Rania Khalek, who is who also has a show with Kevin Gosztola, among other projects. And Ron Placone, who has a show.
Yes, Ron Placone.
No, go ahead, Katie. You are infinitely better at this than I am. This was sort of my brainchild, but I brought her in fairly quickly because I knew that I wasn't going to be capable of handling this.
It was her brainchild, but then she gave it up.
I gave it. I birthed
put
it
on my doorstep and ran away. I'm just kidding. That's not true. But yeah, Ron Placone from Get Your News On with Ron, and he has his own show and his own album, and also very funny. And then Rania Khalek is a Beirut-based journalist who does have unauthorized disclosure. What else should we plug of yours, Rania?
That's it for now. I've got a big move coming up, but not ready to announce yet.
She's not announcing it yet. This is very. We don't know the details of the big move
coming up.
You know what's gonna be really bad is if I announce it and it's like I'm going to Fox News, you guys, and you guys are like, "Oh, we did not see that one come in." Like, yep.
I would just figure you were infiltrating. I would just figure that they didn't know who you were and that you were just infiltrating for us.
They could critical of and then think she's a Foxian right winger, but
that's true.
That's what
they in with like really good makeup, and I'll blade my hair a little bit, and they won't know what's coming to them, and I'll just start like reading marks on air.
Yeah, right.
Good news, everybody. I got a new gig. Bad news, it's only going to last for a week, but it's going to be memorable. It's going to be
quite a splash.
Make a very big impact.
Yep.
First, I want to say real quick, Jen and Katie, thank you all so much for doing this, and everyone else who is helping out. Thank you all so much for doing this. And Lee and Rania, it's awesome to see y'all. And an honor to be with y'all. And this is very important. So thank you to everybody who's making this happen.
Well, Ron and Rania, get ready. There's some academic scholarly people coming up in an hour. So
they are.
Well,
in 2 hours are the scholarly people.
We need 2 hours to get from this level to that level. It's such a steep climb.
protest of the entertainment hour, I am actually going to take out an academic paper I wrote and read it on there.
Wow, that's great.
Please do. No, she's flexing brain muscle. It's great.
Well, no, I mean, she's done.
He's like, sure, yeah.
No, a lot of original reporting. In fact, tell us, why don't we start off by what got each of you interested in this? Then we can talk kind of more about the larger media failures around this. But yeah, what is your relationship with this story?
I can say for me, as somebody who, as somebody who's been reporting on anti-imperialism, oftentimes on the ground in countries like Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, Julian Assange, WikiLeaks has been, as a journalist, has been such a huge asset for me. And I think most journalists can agree with that. Anytime you go to report on anything involving U.S. meddling, U.S. intervention, propaganda for war, the lead up to war. I mean, I'm talking about the whole host of countries. This is the month of March right now, which is an anniversary month for the NATO bombing of Libya, the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003, the uprising in Syria that was very, very quickly hijacked by the U.S. and its regional allies to use it to try to overthrow and collapse the Syrian government. And those wars alone, you can just find a trove of golden information in WikiLeaks cables showing the U.S. involvement in war crimes in all of these places. And just the way the U.S. works with local actors and local operatives in these countries to push its agenda. And so just from a journalistic perspective, Julian Assange has done more for journalism in this century than I think any single other figure. And I don't say that lightly. And I think that, you know, even the outlets that hate him couldn't deny that, because they literally won like Pulitzer Prizes based on what WikiLeaks revealed. So it really is, Julian Assange is a treasure of this century, and WikiLeaks is a treasure of this century. And I mean, even now, years later, after these cables have come out, I still, every time I go to report on a story, one of the first things I do is I go and look up what exists about these particular individuals or this particular country in WikiLeaks cables.
And that's exactly why they needed to shut Julian Assange down and WikiLeaks down, because they didn't want people like like you and us to have that information. You know, in terms of when I first became aware of him, it was around the same time as everybody else. You know, the year before Occupy started, and I don't think without Julian Assange, without WikiLeaks, I don't think you would have seen the Arab Spring. I don't think you would have seen Occupy start off, which then the ripples of that led to the Bernie Sanders movement in many ways. And I don't think that many of these things would have taken place without Julian Assange and WikiLeaks revealing so many war crimes. And of course, you know, now we're seeing we live in an inverted moral universe, a world where if you reveal war crimes, you're in prison. If you commit war crimes, you're given awards. If you reveal the endless surveillance of American citizens, you're imprisoned or attacked or called a traitor. If you're involved in the endless surveillance of American citizens, you are honored and you are at the top of the oligarchy. It is a completely upside down, inverted moral universe, and it's revolting to see. And it's why the ruling elite felt they needed to shut WikiLeaks and Julian Assange down, and it's why they continue to pursue him today.
Yeah, I mean, and I echo everything that everybody said, and it's interesting. In the American media, they really like it if people have the memory of a goldfish and don't remember that as the years have gone by, WikiLeaks and Julian Assange have exposed war crimes and have exposed so many other things that were essential for people to know. And I don't have the memory of a goldfish. My short term is not spectacular. I mean, cannabis did a number over the years and continues to.
I feel you.
Get a job at the Biden administration. Sorry, by the way.
I know.
We're out.
I retracted my resume late last night. I was bummed out to hear about it.
I faced a disappointment. Yeah.
Well, most weed smokers, their dream is to work for the administration of a man who put so many of the fellow weed smokers in prison.
Right.
So
Yeah.
The irony of Joe Biden saying other people's brains are fried.
I know. Yeah, I know. I mean, he feels like he has. It's like he can say that. You know, it's like he has the cultural. It's like his. You know, it's like when I say something about Jews, right? Like I can say that.
Right. He has standing. He has standing to mess with the delusional and mentally decrepit.
Right. But also, I would say that, you know, if people want Joe Biden to hook them up with a job, they need to not do pot. What they need to pursue is actually like crack cocaine. They need to frequent strip clubs. Have, you know, exotic dancers go out and buy sex toys to use on them. And then, be a hunter. Be hunter.
Hunter Biden,
yeah.
Follow
give you money.
What'd you say, Bron?
And he'll just give you money.
He'll just give you money, or he'll get you a job. He may not hire you, but he'll hook you up with the job. Yeah.
He'll hook you up with a job doing nothing.
It must be nice to have Joe Biden as your father. Like, that's got to be such a cushy.
Yeah. I mean, well, I would say it's probably incredibly traumatic and gives you a lot of issues. But then once that happens, if you're going to have a dad who helps make you really, you know, troubled, he's the best one to have.
But he also helps make you very rich. Like, it's like you born into, if you're born a Biden, like it's like being born into like a sort of mediocre dynasty. Like you get the,
it's
you know,
basically,
I mean?
There's going to be a lot of trust issues in that family, though. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah.
Well, the way I see it, it's like he'll come in and he'll go, I have no empathy, but then you'll be like, well, I don't need any, so that's fine. I'm rich.
Yeah.
Right.
Good.
Right.
I think I'm of the opinion that money really does buy happiness. And I think the person who came up with the idea that it doesn't was just like a rich person trying to convince like their workers.
No, there's a threshold. There's a threshold.
There is, but it's like $10 million. It's like $10 million.
No,
$10
no.
million.
No, there's a threshold. I think it's like I want to say it's like 75 or what. It's probably higher now. When you reach that point, above that, there's no exponential happiness from more money. But yes, a basis of not having to stress about your existence in life,
which is
something that causes happiness. Yes, that is definitely.
Yeah, and I think it would be great if we're trying to get one person to call per segment. Does anyone want to call their congressperson,
who wants to volunteer,
senator, or the Justice Department on speaker?
I could do it.
Hold on, I'm gonna put it up.
All government agencies have my number blocked. So
I was gonna say when Medea called, I'm like, a watch list thing is gonna go off, but that same.
Okay, Medea's probably already on that list.
That's what I'm saying. She's on a list.
Yeah.
It's gonna go. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure she is.
Yeah. So am I. I'm sure.
Okay, so I'm calling and then I'm just like saying the script.
Yeah, or you can make it your own a little bit, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, this is for people that really just don't even know where to start.
Okay, I don't know. Someone else might do this. Like, are you looking for this to be more of like an entertaining thing?
No. Well, look, I assure you, mine wasn't that funny. It wasn't. It was just pretty plain.
Does anyone speak other languages? Can you call and say it in Farsi or something?
Hello, my name is Rania Khalek, and I'm calling from Washington, D.C. I'm calling to ask that the United States drop its case against Julian Assange. I'm deeply concerned about the potential.
Okay, ma'am, I'm the operator. I don't take messages at the switchboard. You need to leave the message.
How did you get a person?
Now, which office would you like?
Well, I'm in Northern Virginia. Mark Warner's my senator.
Hold on, please.
Wow.
She's so mad.
I know. Maybe a lot of people have been calling that.
She hung up on me.
Good.
She didn't forward it to you?
No, try the DOJ. Yeah, start with the DOJ and push one.
I pressed the wrong number,
there.
guys. Okay, wait. I did the wrong one. I did the second one.
Now Ranya's angered the Senate switchboard.
Yeah.
Ma'am, this is an Arby's.
She was so mad. Okay, I think this is the right one this time. I don't want to like piss off some like worker who's just like.
No, it goes to a recording.
Here it is.
Although your opinion is valuable to us, we cannot return calls made to this number. If you would like to contact the Department of Justice, including the Attorney General, please log on to our website at www.justice.gov.
I can contact the Attorney General?
And select one of the options under the contact link. If you have a
Whoa.
law enforcement issue, please contact your local police.
Do I get to like
Jen,
leave a
did this
message?
happen to you?
You'll push one. Yeah. Wait.
If you would like to leave a comment regarding civil and constitutional rights,
That's the one.
please press 1.
Yeah.
One.
Press
Okay.
one.
Please leave your comment regarding civil and constitutional rights.
Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Hello, my name is Rania Khalek, and I'm calling from Fairfax, Virginia. I'm calling to ask that the United States drop its case against Julian Assange. I'm deeply concerned about the potential ramifications that prosecuting a journalist for exposing American war crimes will have on our civil liberties. Joe Biden promised that he would end Trump's attacks on the press, yet his administration has indicated that it'll continue to seek Assange's extradition. The prosecution of Assange creates a dangerous precedent that will prevent journalists from holding our government accountable. Please protect our First Amendment and drop the case against Assange immediately. Thank you for your time. Free Julian Assange. End all the wars. Bye.
Great. That was great.
I love that you added that little, and that was a nice little twist at the end. That was good. Yeah, people feel free to ad lib. This is a good creative opportunity.
Yeah.
It's really cool, actually. You have the script. Like, this is really cool that you guys did this. It makes it a million times easier because people, even I would get like a little like, oh, free Julian Assange. Like, this is a fantastic script, and it's very to the point and makes all the necessary points.
I like that the message that you had to listen to said we don't have the ability to respond to calls or something. It's
Call
like, no,
back.
you
They're not gonna
do
call you
have
back.
the ability. You have the choice not to respond to calls.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not
You're
going to call you
choosing
back.
not to. Yeah. Yeah. But this was
At
well
least they're
done. This was well
transparent
done.
about the boundaries of the relationship. You know, it's better than pretending they're going to call you back.
And Rania, Kevin has a comment for you. I actually think I might agree with that.
There should be like a little segment every week that we'll do. By the way, if you're watching, just a plug on
Piss
Unauthorized
off your
Disclosure,
senator.
Kevin
Yeah.
Gosztola and I co-host a podcast together called Unauthorized Disclosure. That is what he was referring to. So if
Yeah.
you'd like to see more angry switchboard operators,
Yeah.
I think that's a great bit, actually. I think that's really funny.
The switchboard operator was like, whoa, you've confused me for someone who gives a shit. Please.
Well,
I work for the government. We don't care.
Someone pointed out they'd be happier if they made 15. Here you go. Silence 1920. She'd be less mad if she was making 15 an hour. True.
wow,
So, yeah.
help to true.
But the
That's
parliamentarian, no way. So anyone else want to do one? Also highly recommend doing your, so John Kiriakou, who has worked for both the Senate and the House, was saying that the Congress people are very affected by that stuff. So
yeah, so so if somebody wants to try their person, some people's mailboxes are full, so you could very easily get this person's mailbox is full. I would think they should just say, "Look, we're just not wanting to listen to you."
Right.
Just
I
don't
can
care
call
what you
mine.
have to
And if
say.
you don't know whose yours is, you can go to that place I just mentioned earlier. But I know who mine is, so. But lots of people probably don't.
What do you guys think is
So-
going to happen?
Want
Do
me
you
to call?
think
Or someone else
Oh,
want to
you're
call?
gonna call.
And then we'll talk more about the Assange case.
I think we should have Ron call. It just
Okay,
seems like
Ron,
a good. It just
Yeah,
seems
well, no,
like
I-
a. It
Do you
know who
seems
your
like an
Congress member-
entertaining.
You know,
Your
it's
Congress
funny.
person?
I moved a couple months ago, so I don't actually know who my current one is.
Yeah. Well, then here's what you do. You go to house.gov/representative/find-your representative. I'll put it in there again.
I'm
I
in
just put in.
DC, so we're not actually part of the country, so
Oh, right. Yeah. Here it is. I'm just
You're
putting
not-
it again.
we don't actually get representatives or
That's right. You guys. No, you have a representative. She just can't vote.
a shadow representative. People, I love. They spend $1 million on a shadow race that doesn't have any right to vote.
Wow,
There, I
that's
got it.
crazy.
Oh,
Yeah.
so this directs it to House too. You tell them, but do you have to know
Yeah.
your House members? My question.
You no, you do. I
Oh,
don't
there's
know
a
if they tell
capital
you
though.
that.
have to.
Someone's saying
I'm
there's
on
a
the-
capital switchboard.
Right, but if you
Do you see
if
that?
you don't know your congressperson, then
Oh, yeah. Mm.
She wasn't seemingly helpful. She didn't sound like, how can I really help you find out who you want to talk to?
Yes,
She
this is
hung
true,
up
Josh.
on me.
I just
Straight up
put
hung up
in.
on me.
Okay,
Yes,
Ron,
that's
yeah.
true.
I
So
just put
somebody's
in
saying
my-
if it's full, put it in an email. And yes, please feel free to copy and paste the script and send an email to your
Yeah.
people if their mailbox is full, for sure.
Yeah.
I just put in my zip code, and I guess I overlap with multiple congressional districts. So there's 3 that pop.
Yeah, I got
that
3
pop
too.
up as possibilities.
Then you need to
Yeah.
put your exact address and then
That's
it'll break it down.
exciting.
No, they're all
It's
yours.
gerrymandered. It's gerrymandering at its
Oh,
finest.
they're all mine. Like they're for
Yeah.
sure
No,
all mine?
No, they're not.
No.
Oh, I don't.
They're not
understand
all
how-
yours.
Ron, you
mean,
get to
I have
vote
2
3
senators,
times.
but one. So I have 2 senators, obviously.
Correct.
I thought I'd have
and one
a bunch
representative.
Of, one representative. I think mine's Maloney.
Yeah,
Let's cut
you have
this out
one
of the video.
representative, but if you go by zip code, because of how districts are cut, one zip code could have different representatives, but each person based
Right.
on their exact address has one.
I've been voting 3 times for years, so that's nothing new for me.
So
but-
there's the source of all of our problems with,
Yeah,
with election
We
fraud right
Just
there.
Have
me-
uncovered voter fraud
I've
on this
been-
program.
Well, I mean, I am, you
I
know,
just have
my
total
dad
sympathy
and
on
I
that.
have the same first name, but not the same middle name. So I've just been voting a bunch of times constantly, which is, I don't know.
We finally
gonna
found
do?
you. We finally found the one
me.
real moment of voter fraud.
I'm the guy.
Yeah.
I'm the guy.
Yeah.
All right. I found it.
All right.
Yeah. Here, hold on. It's, cool. All right.
Who's
me go
your
ahead.
guy?
It is Nanette Diaz Barragan. I'm probably
Hmm.
mispronouncing that a little bit. but yeah, she's my district.
So when you call, ask for her. Ask for her.
Ask for Nanette, not the YouTube video,
First
not the
name
Netflix.
basis. First name.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they'll. Yeah. All right. So here we go.
I think Katie gave her a nickname.
Disguise your voice.
Hi, you have reached Congresswoman Nanette Diaz-Barragan. You have reached my local district office. We are unable to take your call right now. Please leave your name, your number, and a short message, and we will return your call. Thank you for calling, and have a great day.
Hello, my name is Ron Placone. I am calling from San Pedro, California. I'm calling to ask that the United States drop its case against Julian Assange. I'm deeply concerned about the potential ramifications that prosecuting a journalist for exposing American war crimes will have on our civil liberties. Joe Biden promised that he would end Trump's attacks on the press, yet his administration has indicated that it will continue to seek Assange's extradition. The prosecution of Assange creates a dangerous precedent that will prevent journalists from holding our government accountable. Please protect our First Amendment and drop the case against Assange immediately. Thank you for your time. End the wars. Single payer now. There you go.
That was good. Excellent.
Yeah. Excellent. Yeah.
Wait, do you want Assange free or you want single payer? You get one issue.
Yeah, you got
Ron.
it. Yeah.
Doing all of it. We're going. I'm asking for the moon and a pony.
Yeah, you can't have this. You can't have it all. Yeah.
Do you guys think? Do you guys think that Biden's actually gonna like drop? Because you have this line in it, which is really good. You're like, Biden promised he'd end Trump's attacks on the press, but like how confident are you?
Well, that's why we're doing this, kind of, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think we have a better opportunity now. And look, we kind of probably all think that, you know, at the 2-year mark, they're going to try to push him out and shove Kamala down our throats. And I think at that point, our chance gets much smaller. So I think that this is now kind of the opportunity to do this.
Well, I actually think that him tripping up the stairs was Kamala Harris's doing. So it might be before 2 years.
Then because then she'll only get one more term.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think she'd get any more terms, but in constitutionally speaking, she would then only, if he doesn't make it to the 2-year mark, then that would count as her first term.
And Lee, what were you saying?
Well, I was going to say that I mean, it kind at this point now that Britain has said he can't be extradited and there's really nothing left. I mean, the Sweden accusations have all collapsed, and he's over the amount of time that he should have been held for jumping bail or whatever. All of those things have passed. So now this really is the only thing left is just the Biden administration, wanting to continue with this ridiculous appeal. And, I don't have a lot of faith in electoral politics in general, but this is one of the few issues where it is like the only thing now that can keep Assange in prison is the Biden administration continuing to say that they are chasing this. It really is. So the moment they say they're not going to appeal, he's free. I mean, it really is insane. But
right. Yeah. And again, it's really easy to just Biden fell down the stairs because Kamala says
that's my producer John, by the way. He's the one who wrote this script. So
that gave some awful mental images in my brain. It was like, is he talking about like a sexual vibrator? Like,
I don't think so, John. Yeah, that's an image we didn't need.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. Unclear. But yeah, Kamala did smoke pot, so she's got to go. It's true. But yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that's so frustrating, and I hope can maybe work again, is you think that if you like, apparently you like libs, and someone was like, don't be so partisan. Okay, I'll stop being partisan when the world stops being partisan, and everyone who's post-partisan, you're welcome to also do everything for free Assange. But like, if
is post-partisan like postpartum? Like, how do you be post-partisan?
I don't know.
What is that?
There's bipartisan and post-partisan.
Well, you could call me partisan in that I view both the corporate parties as one corporate pathetic show.
Right. So, well, I call that nonpartisan. I call that nonpartisan.
All right.
Nonpartisan, sure. But anyway, for the liberals out there who like Obama and don't like Trump, I'm sure you're going to want to push Biden to do the right thing and do what Obama did, which was not pursue Assange, as opposed to doing what Trump and John Pompeo wanted to do, because you don't want to be on the side of that existential threat. Cheeto Mussolini, demented, whatever, right? I'm talking to you, Pod Save America boys. Like, use your use your platforms to err on this, to defend a free press.
That's what's really frustrating is how, like, we have this squad, right? We have these like progressive members of Congress that we're supposed to be really excited about being there, and they don't say anything about Julian Assange.
No.
Like, am I like being unfair to say that?
No, that's something that's
accurate.
They will not touch it. They won't go near it. I don't understand why. I know why. Okay, I guess I know why, but like at the same time, I'm also like, I don't get it. Like, we're supposed to have, idea is that you're not corporately funded. You're not in the hands of weapons companies, right? You're backed by your base, by you're basically crowdfunding your ability to be a politician. And you're being crowdfunded by people who care about this issue, and still they will not touch it. So like, it's like it almost makes me feel like you can't actually do anything to change the inner workings of this system. Like, I don't know.
I try not to go there, because then it's like, what else do you do? Because right now, unfortunately, that's the system.
I'm talking more about the Democratic Party. Like, I mean, it's like it's gotten to a point where, okay, we have like 10 people calling themselves the Squad, and this is one of the most important. We're all talking. You're doing a whole live stream because this is the most important issue right now. Like, free Julian Assange. Look at all these important things WikiLeaks has done, and also the precedent it sets and the consequences for journalism and a free press. Yet still, like, why isn't AOC saying anything on this? Like, why isn't Ilhan? And I'm not going to pick on the Squad. I just mean to say, like, why is nobody in a position of power who's not beholden to corporate interests in the military-industrial complex still too frightened to touch this issue?
It's one of the third rails.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because people have done such a good job of, I mean, it's very embarrassing. And you guys should, Rania, and especially you, Rania and Lee, especially you to a less extent, I would say, Ron, through no fault of your own. But just because you're not someone who, has a show on RT and then has been affiliated with, like both of you, Lee and Rania, you both have to have your stuff has like a Russian, Russian media warning on it? Like
Russia state affiliate.
Yeah, I mean, you know that. Like, and I've said this on multiple occasions because I want people.
My Russian minders are under my desk right now. So.
Oh, actually, Lee's
the one in charge.
Most of us are operated by Putin, but Lee is actually, according to someone who made an impassioned video about this during a podcast appearance, a YouTube show appearance. It's like Matt Taibbi, Katie Halper. No. Shout out to him for saying Katie Halper, then Matt Taibbi. I really appreciate that. Aaron Mate, Max Blumenthal, Putin, Lee Camp. So it's not that all roads point to Putin. It's all roads point to Lee Camp. But I mean, you guys have experienced this, and I talk about this because I get a visceral feeling when I feel pressure not to have someone on my show, and I ignore it. Like, but I feel it. I want people to know that I feel it, and that everyone. So imagine I'm saying this now, and I'm someone who acknowledges that, and I'll have you on my show, knowing full well that if and when I do, it's like nonstop calling you, a sadist. In fact, I'm surprised they haven't started saying Assangists.
No, but we're too busy
don't give
getting
them ideas, Katie.
I know.
No, we're getting criticized from somebody who thinks that there's this one group that has all proprietary control over all things Julian Assange. And how dare anybody do this without including those people? And these are the people that punch sideways. And right. I don't personally know why there's somebody on the thread that is basically just shame on you guys for coming on here because we didn't do it through whoever, whatever the organization is.
I don't think because you can, but I would just ignore it because
point is that you're going to get criticized no matter what you do.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, well, it really was a concerted effort to take a lot of the left and malign them as Russian or Assad or whatever. Jimmy Dore is called an Assadist, and It's utter garbage, but it does seem like it was, somewhat coordinated. I mean, the attacks against me in the New York Times and NPR happened within months of each other. And I think it was designed so that if someone Googles me, the first thing they're going to find is the New York Times piece. And I mean, of course, it's utterly ridiculous, but it serves its purpose to act like anyone left of the corporate talking points is. And actually, they did the same thing to Julian Assange. I mean, he hasn't worked with Russia any more than he's worked with other countries. And he's revealed, classified stuff or stuff that these governments did not want out. He's revealed stuff in WikiLeaks about Russia, about Australia, about China, about Britain, and yet it's been set up as Assange works with Russia. He is some sort of agent for Russia, which is utter bullshit, but it serves its purpose so that these garbage neoliberals can point to that and say, oh, well, he's a Russian agent,
Right. Well, we get very limited media here. Like most people here, they turn on CNN and they think they're very well informed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
And have you ever talked to some of those people, like people who just, cable news is a heck of a drug and not a good one. And have you ever just had conversations with some of these people who are, against Assange? Have you ever just looked them in the eye and just said, what did he do? Explain to me what he did. What's his crime? And then they'll recite a buzzword as if it's just like, well, Russian agent. Like, no, actually, that's not true. That's not true at all. So try again. What exactly did he do? And
even if it's amazing how often they say he's a dick, and it's like,
yeah, who cares?
Even if that were true, why would that fucking matter?
So this is your typical. This is right, like your typical. This is like a typical thing from the toolbox of painting the target as like a bad person with a bad personality.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Factor,
you just
Matt Taibbi calls it, yeah.
maybe I don't know if Julian Assange is a good personality or bad personality. I don't care. But they did such an excellent job of turning him into this really detestable figure on like personal level that makes people cringe, that Julian Assange ends up basically being prosecuted in the court of public opinion for having a bad personality. And it makes it about that instead of the actual issues at hand, which is an attack on the press and the destruction of like a human being. I mean, this guy is being destroyed. He's mentally, psychologically being destroyed. He, the kind of conditions he's been kept in, but not to mention 7 years in the Ecuadorian embassy. Like, think about how we all went nuts the last year because of the various weeks or months we had to spend not seeing people and how isolating and awful that was. And even if you still have like a significant other or like your immediate family, if you have kids that you can still see, it was still really hard to not see people, to see like a handful of people, and that's it. And then imagine just being alone in the Ecuadorian embassy. Not even a house,
being spied on, having your kids' diapers gone through.
And he knew he was being spied on, and everyone thought he was crazy and paranoid, but he turned out to be correct. They were spying on him in the freaking bathroom. Like, they destroyed this guy, like, from the inside out. Like, he still exists, but he'll never exist like he was before. And it's also meant, I think, to be, like, a message to others. Like, if you challenge U.S. empire in a significant way that actually, causes like, us to look really bad, then we will destroy you. And here's an example.
Leon Panetta actually said it. He said the most we can hope for is this sets an example to others.
How is that not scary to people? Like, what are you guys thinking, journalists? I guess they know that they never do anything as brave as what Assange does, like the powerful ones, the ones who didn't say anything about being spied on.
Because they're
so
journalists.
Infuriating, though.
They're not journalists. Like, I'm not saying everyone at CNN or New York Times. There's some really excellent reporters there, but the people who hate Julian Assange, the opinion makers, I'll just use David Brooks as like a generic stand-in, but people like that aren't journalists. They're stenographers for Empire. They're like pro-corporate hacks. They're never, ever, ever going to present a challenge to the powers that be. So they know they have nothing to worry about. They are a part of the powers that be.
Well, and their point is always, oh, well, Assange isn't a journalist. He doesn't count as a journalist. And my point is, well, okay, if, since WikiLeaks has never published anything false in its entire history, then I guess whatever WikiLeaks and Julian Assange is, it is not what they claim to be at CNN or Fox News or whatever, because they can't go 30 seconds without saying something that's half true or mistruth or fake or anonymous sources or whatever. So it's like, yeah, he is a different thing because he's gotten everything correct.
Also, people like to pretend he's really sloppy and puts everyone at risk. There's a cable that was just released where there's a phone call between Assange and someone at the State Department. I don't know if you heard this, but he's like trying to explain to them time after time, like hundreds of times during this conversation, that there's someone who infiltrated or someone who is part of WikiLeaks who is no longer part of WikiLeaks, who is trying to reveal information. And he's really giving the State Department a heads up about this so that they can react to certain things. And he's saying he's going to publish something else to maybe distract from it. And it's it's the opposite of careless or reckless. Mm-hmm. It's really, it's on I can find, I'll put a link to it.
Well, yeah. And in the trial, that of course was a, kangaroo court, but in the trial, it was made clear that the cables that were released that actually revealed names and were unredacted, it was due to the encryption code that the Guardian journalist published in his book. So it was not Assange that revealed that encryption code. It was the idiot Guardian journalist.
Yeah. It's absolutely ridiculous. And again, right. If this is such treacherous material, if it's so dangerous, then shame on the New York Times, the Guardian, and everyone else who reported on it, right? Like, again, just be consistent and pick a narrative.
And the irony of it all too is like they call Assange, they accuse him of like working with Russia to meddle in America, but like WikiLeaks cables, I really encourage people who haven't actually ever looked at them before to just go play around and look, because
or get the book, the WikiLeaks files, the book.
Yeah, because what's amazing about the cables is it's basically, especially the State Department cables, is it's basically all these ambassadors and their staff have to report everything they do, all the people they meet with and see in the countries that they work in. And so in a country, for example, like Lebanon, since that's where I live and I look at a lot of the cables in Lebanon, you can see like how in these years where there was like a conflict, the U.S. is advising certain political parties inside Lebanon or meeting with them or telling them exactly what to do. They're like little puppets. Like these cables show and reveal the extent and arrogance of U.S. meddling in countries all over the world. Like, you guys, we think that Russia meddled in America. The U.S. literally funds and provides advisors to political parties and countries where it wants to influence them. Like, it would be like Russia or China funding and advising like a political party in the U.S. That's how insane that is. And that's what the U.S. does all around the world. And that's what WikiLeaks reveals. And that's why Julian Assange has to be destroyed, because that's embarrassing. Like, on top of the war crimes that it reveals, and just the corruption and just criminal behavior, it's embarrassing for the U.S., for the world to see just how crass and like puppeteering they are in all of these countries around the world.
Yeah. And also just wanted to say that the thing I was referring to is he's literally in this leaked or this unredacted cable that's now available in audio and video. He's basically trying to warn the Clinton the State Department under Clinton. He was trying to mitigate the damage of unintentional, like of a dump that was going to happen, a data dump that was going to happen, that he had not engaged in. So again, like, this is not someone who's sloppy or putting people's lives at risk. In fact, it was Hillary Clinton's State Department that ignored it. So that's always that's really an interesting thing to note.
Well, it's like every criticism the corporate media has on Julian Assange is just like classic projection. Like, oh, well, he's careless. The guy who doesn't divulge sources and never had to retract a document, that's the careless guy. That's the careless guy. Let's look at y'all's track record. How are you guys doing? You've never had to retract anything except you do every freaking day. Like, oh, he
except they
he's
don't
meddling.
retract it. That's the worst part of. That's even worse. You know,
Sometimes
like,
they don't. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, it's like, oh, he's interfering. He's meddling. It's like we meddle all around the world. We meddle all around the world. In fact, there was that study that revealed the institution that has meddled the most around the world is the CIA. They've meddled in elections around the world.
That sounds like Russian propaganda, Ron. I don't know if I can.
That
like,
sounds Russian-y.
that sort of
Russian-y
one-sided the Lee camp Putin.
I know that sounds campian. Yeah, are you a campion? Are you a campinist?
The camp Putin industrial complex.
Exactly. Yeah, Lee, I'm a camp stooge. The other thing I just wanted to bring up is the fact that this is really important. You know how everyone talks about Podesta being hacked. This is one of the funniest things. He was the victim of phishing. He literally was asked to give his password, and he then emailed like a cybersecurity person, and is like,
he's
"Should
an idiot?"
Yeah.
Well, and he goes, "Should I give my password?" And the guy is like, "Definitely do." He meant definitely do not. And then the guy did it. And I think am I right that his password was actually password?
Wait, that sounds.
I don't remember that part.
But you know the other part, right?
I know the story. I know it was phishing. Yeah, he was.
It's unbelievable.
He was just
no one ever talks about that.
The email just said your account may have been, corrupted or whatever. Send us your password, and he was like, "All right."
Yeah, and
it all started when I was trying to help out a Nigerian prince. I'm trying to do the right thing. I was supposed to get $5,000 back, and it didn't work out, and now it's a mess. We got to pin this on somebody else.
Yeah.
I didn't know that about. I did not know Don Podesta gave his password.
Oh yeah.
That's crazy. What an idiot! Like he asked.
They should have blamed
him
for Trump's win if they were gonna do that.
Yeah. That's the best thing I've heard ever. Yeah, we should lock up Don Podesta.
It was password, guys. His password was password.
I had heard that.
I mean, look, I haven't
didn't know if
fact
it
checked
was
this source, but it looks like
someone
checked it.
Yeah.
What an idiot!
1 second.
Oh
I have to adjust my headphones.
They have to prosecute Assange to like cover up how stupid they are.
Right.
That's pretty awesome.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, we were talking about this very early on. I think people are under the misconception that this prosecution of Assange is related to the 2016, the exposure of those emails. And that has nothing to do with what this is about. But they are trying to get him for being the hacker and encouraging Chelsea Manning to actually do the hacking as if that was his job to do. And so that's the basis of everything. So, interestingly, the 2016, according to this, he could have it was just given to him because someone gave away their password.
Yeah, nobody hacked him. He was like, he hacked himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're acting like he told Chelsea Manning how to hack in, but it was stuff she had access to anyway. All he was doing is helping her cover her tracks, which is for a journalist standard procedure. Like, here's how to safely give me the information that you have approached me with.
Yeah, which is what was done.
Chelsea Manning was caught because of an informant.
I mean,
and then
that's
put
the
in
only
solitary confinement, by the way, as punishment for her being suicidal. Which, if you for any minute have any faith in the criminal justice system, just know that is considered an appropriate way to deal with someone suicidal, is by putting them into conditions that the UN has declared torture.
Which is what they do.
Well, they wanted
Assange too.
Yeah. Well, they wanted to get a confession. They wanted to get a confession out of her. That they wanted Chelsea Manning to say, like, yeah, Julian Assange helped me hack, because that's the only way they have any. I mean, the charges are so beyond bogus that there's not a word in the English language for how ridiculous they are. But that's still the only shred they're hanging on to, because just getting information from a source, well, that's not, a journalist can do that. And even saying, hey, this is good, can you get me more of this? A journalist can do that. If he actually helped her hack, okay, well, that's different, but there's no evidence whatsoever that he did that. So they're trying to force this confession out of her that she hasn't given, probably because it's not true.
And I said this earlier, but I want to make sure that people who are just tuning in know this. But Matt Taibbi and I had on Daniel Ellsberg on Useful Idiots last week. And, there are people out there who like to distinguish between Ellsberg and WikiLeaks, Snowden, and Manning and Assange. And they're, especially like Snowden and Manning, because they're the whistleblowers, not the publisher. But it's, Ellsberg supports all of them and is, an advocate for all of them. And people who try to draw some line in the sand as if he's on the good side and they're on the bad side, they are disagreeing with Ellsberg. So they should just know that.
I think the interesting thing, one of the most interesting aspects about the British, sorry to like turn it into this, but one of the interesting aspects about the British refusal to extradite Assange to the US, I feel like it's so amazing how even in his imprisonment, Julian Assange is still exposing so much about the US, because the reason they refused to extradite him is because they felt that he would face inhumane conditions in American prisons. And that says so much, because you were just talking about the way Chelsea Manning was treated. And Julian Assange would be subjected, I believe, to much worse than that, actually, if he were to end up in a US prison.
Yeah, and it's the same reason they didn't
places.
extradite Lowry Love, was because they said the U.S. Has uniquely horrible prisons that these people, both Lowry and Julian, might kill themselves in.
Yeah, they will push you to suicide. I mean, U.S. prisons are like, we talk about the U.S. like State Department likes to talk about inhumane conditions in other countries and how they treat people. But, the fact of the matter is we have the largest prison population in the world.
Number one!
Like, per capita, number one. We lock up poor people for being poor and black and poor and white and poor and basically everything else, disproportionately black. We put children in solitary confinement in the U.S.
Yeah.
That is like unheard of. We put children and we torture children. We put like people in for-profit prisons. We have like prisoners do labor for free. Like we have them fight.
Well, I can tell
wildfires
Florida
for, like,
being
$1
number
a
one
day.
on this. Florida's number one. Florida actually direct files the most children as adults, prosecutes them as adults. And Florida also has the most number one for-profit prisons in the country. So yay, Florida.
And people were given Biden credit for saying he was announcing he was ending private federal prisons. That accounts for something like 0.06% of prisoners in the U.S. So although it's better than not doing it, let's not jump up and down and act like it's the end of the U.S. prison state.
Also, it was also just a reversion back to the Obama administration policy. The Obama administration actually did the same thing. They ended federal private prison contracts. Trump undid that. So Biden got credit for just going back to the status quo, basically. But also, most private prisons are actually state-run. So it didn't even count for the majority of people held in private prisons. State-run, which is like what Jen was just alluding to about Florida being the number one place for private prisons. But anyway, I mean, the fact that the UK, which is like America's little bitch. I'm sorry, I don't know if I can say that here. Can I? I don't care. America's a little bit.
No, the United States,
whatever.
United States.
It's a very submissive state to the U.S. and the fact that even they were like, "Ooh, your prisons, we can't." No, I mean, it's interesting how even in his lowest point, where his life is being destroyed, Julian Assange's existence is still exposing America in so many embarrassing ways.
True. Yeah, because the conditions were great at Belmarsh. I mean, the conditions were pretty bad there, but they were like, yeah, it's bad here, but oh, geez, U.S. Yeah, we can't do that.
What does that say? What does that say? That he's freezing, starving, being alienated from his legal counsel, and yet they're scared to send him here.
We really are exceptional. American exceptionalism is real.
It's just like the opposite of the way that like liberals see it.
It's really disgusting. Sorry, I keep saying that word, but it is.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Can we also talk for a minute about how pathetic the corporate media, corporate journalists, corporate reporters have been on standing up for Julian Assange, which is like not standing up for your own goddamn job and your own freedom to do your goddamn job.
Well, I think it's
I wondered,
keep going. Yeah.
I just think that the majority of those people nowadays aren't really journalists, right? So these are just stenographer talking heads that are just sitting there getting paid to spew whatever the press office tells them to say. And so they don't really probably have any loyalty to the field of journalism. because we don't have journalists in those positions anymore. So what do they care?
True, but it's amazing you can't even find some like lower level people that are standing up because they know they know they'll be pushed out of, like, you know, if they work at CBS and
it's self-censorship. It's they're not stupid. Like, it's like, I guess maybe it kind of goes along with what we were talking about with why progressive politicians won't speak out on this. It's like, it's a career ender. Yeah. Because it's like when you talk about imperialism, it's this third rail, or like Israel, Palestine, or that's the truth about, you know, right? I think they all are, because they're all a part of the same thing, right? The Assange stuff, Israel, Palestine, Syria, Venezuela, you know, these are all a part of imperialism. Like, speaking honestly about them challenges empire. And that's the third rail. Challenging empire in that kind of way is the third rail. That's what you can't talk about. That's why we're all smeared as Assadists, and we love Putin, and, you know, we want China to like be our daddy and whatever else people say, because we're just like, no, we just don't want like wars and we don't want the world to be destroyed. Like, we don't want, you know, corporations we don't want this like handful of elites to be like parasites that just suck everything while there's literal like people starving. There's like children who don't have food in the world. And there's like these people who have more money than entire countries. Like, it's we've opposed that.
What Putin would say, Rania.
Yeah, he told me
really what Lee Camp would say.
The old Russian children starving line.
Well, I think in so many ways this is a free press story of a generation. And you really have to hope, and I hold out this hope, that as the years go by, I mean, hopefully Julian Assange is free, obviously, but as the years go by, this will be viewed through the right lens, through the correct lens, where they'll just take a look and be like, wow, how did so many players, not just in the United States, but around the world even, participate in this brutal assault on freedom of the press, and a brutal assault against this person. And, you know, hopefully we'll all at least be able to say, hey, we tried our best. We were on the right side of it.
Yeah. I think that's really important. I've been saying that my whole life, like wondering, had I been born, you know, a generation earlier, would I have been on the right side of history with things like the civil rights movement? Would I have done that? And, you know, you never really know. And so all you can do is what you would do right now. And I think, to me, like, you know, the thought of prosecuting him is absurd. I mean, I think we should be building monuments to him. Yeah. So it's not just to not prosecute him. I mean, yes, that's our top priority, but it's the fact that he's not viewed as a hero. Right. You know, it's really such a disconnect from what's reality.
Yeah, I think, and also, you know, I really think it's important to emphasize what you're saying, a hero, because, you know, we're all brave in a way, like in a sense that we're willing to go against the grain, and we're willing to be smeared and like called all kinds of names. But I can't say if I was faced with like any sort of prosecution or like being put behind bars or like death, like I'd probably shut my mouth. I don't think you know, like, to the fact that, you know, he was faced with entire countries, the most powerful country in the world was after him, and he still kept doing what he was doing. And that, to me, is a kind of bravery that I certainly don't think I have. And I think most people don't have that. That's what makes it heroic.
I think you like, do. Really, you live in Beirut.
It's still not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Like, you know, I'm talking like faced with prison time or death. Like, those two things that's different. Like, none of us are facing that. And we don't know how we'd act in that situation. If it was like Chelsea Manning, heroic for not like just giving the US government what they wanted and saying, okay, I'll say what you want me to say about Julian Assange. Just please don't make me spend the rest of my life living in these torturous conditions. And she didn't do that. Like, that's like a kind of heroism that I don't think most people actually are capable of. And it amazes me that it actually makes me angrier that Julian Assange is treated like this, you know, bad person that we should all dislike, rather than the opposite.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's another, like, that's the biggest reason why whenever people bring up the personality thing, I just kind of, are you kidding me? Look, if I went through half of what that guy has been through, I would not be Joe Sunshine. I can promise y'all right now. I would not be Joe Sunshine if I'd been through even a fraction of what that guy has gone through.
And also, how can you possibly think that that's at all relevant? You know, it's just embarrassing.
Right. It's completely irrelevant.
Yeah, but
I mean, you guys, I stubbed my toe and I'm mad for like an hour and I'm not very nice to people. Like if I was faced with like solitary confinement, I would be a bit of a pill for a while.
Yeah.
Or even like much less
I think it's irrelevant. I think it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
And this is something that I think that definitely is more of a left issue, is they get so concerned with personalities and how it makes them feel about people. And I've never cared about that. I don't need to be friends with them. I'm not needing friends. You know what I mean? Like I got friends. I'm good. These people are meant to do what they're meant to do. And if they're doing their job, that's all that matters. They don't need to be likable. Like that's not a category that warrants constitutional protection.
I heard MLK wouldn't remember your name often when he'd meet people. So I'm really,
I just, it's not,
really hate that guy.
His wife too. So that's not very admirable. So,
but yeah. And the other thing people should remember is that the Julian Assange issue is not just about him, you know, as we've kind of touched on throughout this, but it's about so many things. I mean, if he ultimately is just kept in prison for the rest of his life or dies there or what, I mean, it will show that war crimes will never be held accountable, those who commit them. It will show that our governments can have a completely secret form of operation where they do completely criminal things and they just get away with it. It'll show that these ridiculously powerful ruling elite can just crush anything that reveals the way they work and their criminal deeds. And so it really is representative of a whole larger system that we need to be fighting to tear down and to allow transparency, to allow people to actually be informed enough to vote or not vote for these ridiculous oligarchs. And if you can't find out what the way these governments are behaving and what they're doing, then you can't actually be informed enough to call them to account or to vote for them or to stand with them or against them. And so it is just so many larger issues that Julian Assange represents.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. Thank you guys so much for entertaining me this hour. No, this was great. Like I kind of figured, you know, like I told Katie last night, entertaining.
Educating.
I knew this would be entertaining panel.
But they're more than that.
Thank you.
Yeah, but do you guys, before you go, do you want to plug anything, what you're working on? I mean, it's all good to do that here.
I have a new electric grill I'm selling.
Instead of a foreman, you're now going to get a camp.
Yeah, exactly.
It is powered by Russian's power grid.
Well, it's Russians on stationary bikes. Yeah. So. All my stuff's at leecamp.com. I have a TV show, live stream, multiple podcasts. Just check out leecamp.com.
Yeah.
I've got a RaniaKhalek.com and check out Unauthorized Disclosure, the podcast I co-host with Kevin Gosztola, who was on the hour before us. And I've got lots of cool things coming up. So check out RaniaKhalek.com. Follow me on Twitter for updates on where
there's something exciting we don't know yet. It's coming soon, so you need to pay attention. That's what I know. Pay attention to Rania.
Thank you. Well said.
Yeah. I am at romplacone.com and I'm at romplacone on all social media. Most active on Twitter at romplacone. And that's home for all things that I'm involved in.
Thank you guys so much. And I appreciate it very much. And please spread this and see you later.
Great seeing you.
Bye, guys.
Thank you,
Bye,
everybody.
guys.
Good seeing everyone. Peace.
So that was fun.
Yeah, it was great.
Okay, so I see we have Jordan. I see Kate's back there. We're waiting on Justin to join. So I have my little bios. So Is that cool? Should I just do that?
Yeah, do it. Yeah.
We should Oh, there he is. Okay. So our next hour, we have Jordan Chariton, who is an investigative journalist known for his reporting on the Flint water crisis, the protests at Standing Rock, and police brutality. He's the founder and co-host of Status Coup, of which I'm a member. I encourage everybody to join Status Coup. It is one of those things where you have an opportunity to actually fund your actual reporter and get actual information. And it is very important information that gets overlooked by our state media. Kate Willett is a comedian and host of the Reply Guys podcast. She has appeared on Netflix, Comedy Central, and The Late Show. She's the author of Dirtbag Anthropology, available on Audible. And Justin Jackson is the running back for the LA Chargers and hosts a new podcast, The Takeover, available on YouTube. And I also want to say about Justin that I am very inspired by him because this is somebody who is from outside of what this would be our normal sphere of what we're doing and the people that we work with. And he is someone that has taken such an interest and recognizes the importance of his platform and his voice and has really been using that, especially like in the past year or so, and just being very, very, great at getting the word out to a whole new audience. So let's bring everybody on.
And I have.
And Katie, were you going to take a break?
Yeah,
Do you want to take a break? Okay.
This was from before I knew about this, so I have an appointment that I couldn't
That's
move,
fine. So
I'll say hi.
yeah,
and then
we're gonna let me do a
out.
quick switch. Let me do a quick switch because we can bring on a special guest. Peter, you out there? You want to come in? And yeah, that's okay. You're all good.
Okay.
You'll be back next hour.
I
Don't leave me next hour. Next hour is
I want
the
to say
scary
hi to them,
hour.
but I lost my StreamYard window. Let's see.
Hi guys.
I'll stay for like 5 minutes. If
That's
I'm
fine.
to.
That's fine. Yes, you can stay for as long as you want. I'm so glad you guys are here.
I have to miss Katie Halper. Come on.
I know.
I know.
What's up with that,
right?
Katie? What's up with that?
Yeah.
So, this we weren't really covering we sort of had this sort of outline of what we were going to cover each hour, and last hour we just sort of just let it go where it went, which is fine. But this hour we were really going to talk about the difference between what we're getting from independent media versus mainstream media and the problem with corporate media, how they address things and how people like us are getting suppressed, censored, and ghosted. And just the importance that the people that need to be covering the issues like Julian Assange obviously are not. And that it has been left to the people like us to be doing these things when in fact mainstream media should be covering it. So Katie, did you have questions that you had for this, or did you want me to just go?
Well, I mean, I was going to ask about how they've, in their different roles in media, how they've seen the media cover it and how they are trying to use their voices, from as an athlete, an activist, and then as a comedian and podcast host, and then as a journalist. That was in order from Justin to Kate to Jordan, in case anyone thought that Kate was doing football. But yeah, there definitely different ways that they were raising awareness about this.
Yeah, well, I mean, from my end, it's, I feel like I have kind of a unique, like Jen was saying earlier, potentially unique audience and potentially a unique ability to reach people who, aren't usually super involved in politics or just don't know a lot about it. And I think a lot of times when people don't know a lot about politics, they'll immediately either go to the mainstream news or they just will say, oh, I don't know much about it. I'll leave that to the politicians, et cetera, et cetera. And so I really want to make my show and bring up, obviously, big issues like, what we see with, what happened with the American Rescue Plan and what's going on with Assange, just, Syria, all these things that, a lot of people, especially when it comes to foreign policy and stuff like Julian Assange, people don't, they stay away from it because they feel like they're not knowledgeable about it or they just don't even know what's going on. So that's kind of what I want to bring, more people into, just be more knowledgeable about this stuff because it really does affect all of our daily life, right? And, what we do overseas, you see done here, right? You see carried out on the streets in the United States. What happens to Julian is happening to Julian Assange is 100% going to happen to another journalist who's exposing war crimes if we don't stand up for Julian Assange and stand up
If you would like to leave a comment about an issue, please press 1. To hear our office hours or location, please press 2. Thank you for calling. Your thoughts and opinions are important, and we appreciate you taking the time. Please leave your comment after the tone.
Hi, my name is Jen Perelman, and I'm calling from Broward County, Florida. I'm calling to ask that the United States drop its case against Julian Assange. I'm deeply concerned about the potential ramifications that prosecuting a journalist for exposing American war crimes will have on our civil liberties. Joe Biden promised that he would end Trump's attacks on the press, yet his administration has indicated that it will continue to seek Assange's extradition. The prosecution
said the U.S. has,
I don't know. I figured he might.
Fun.
Yeah, it was great. Like roles in media, how they've seen the media cover it and how they are trying to use their voices, from as an athlete, an activist, and then as a comedian and podcast host, and then as a journalist. That was an order from Justin to Kate to Jordan, in case anyone thought that Kate was doing football. But yeah, there definitely different ways that they were raising awareness about this.
Yeah, well, I mean, from my end, it's, I feel like I have kind of a unique, like Jen was saying earlier, potentially unique audience and potentially a unique ability to reach people who, aren't usually super involved in politics or just don't know a lot about it. And I think a lot of times when people don't know a lot about politics, they'll immediately either go to the mainstream news or they just will say, oh, I don't know much about it. I'll leave that to the politicians, et cetera, et cetera. And so I really want to make my show and bring up, obviously, big issues like, what we see with, what happened with the American Rescue Plan and what's going on with Assange, just, Syria, all these things that, a lot of people, especially when it comes to foreign policy and stuff like Julian Assange, people don't, they stay away from it because they feel like they're not knowledgeable about it or they just don't even know what's going on. So that's kind of what I want to bring, more people into, just be more knowledgeable about this stuff because it really does affect all of our daily life, right? And, what we do overseas, you see done here, right? You see carried out on the streets in the United States. What happens to Julian is happening to Julian Assange is 100% going to happen to another journalist who's exposing war crimes if we don't stand up for Julian Assange and stand up against the government, obviously trying to extradite him and continuously torturing him. So I think it's important to be a leader on these type of things, and it's important to speak out when there is a media blackout because, we are independent media really is all Julian has speaking out for him and defending him. So I think that's vitally important for us to do that.
Yeah. And Jordan, I know you know the suffering of independent media and what is going on and how everybody is being suppressed and not getting their voice out. But obviously it doesn't compare to what's happening to Julian Assange. But I know that you definitely have thoughts on the blackout of this and how it's not being covered by mainstream media.
Yeah, I think that, and thanks for having me. I think that a lot of people, when it comes to Julian Assange, are really rightly focused on the Department of Justice and the FBI, and in this case, Biden continuing the policies of Trump. But in reality, the reason that this has been able to go forward is because of the corporate media. I from my own experience, I recall I was arrested a couple years ago just covering a Black Lives Matter rally in St. Louis. And I spent, I don't know, not too long, maybe like 16 hours in jail overnight. But when I got out, I literally had to beg CNN's Brian Stelter just to do 30 seconds on reliable sources. Cause I don't know, I figured he might take issue with a journalist being arrested doing their job. Of course he wouldn't do it. And he basically told me, well, we only really cover mainstream journalists. So I bring that up because if any of these mainstream outlets were saying anything about this injustice regarding Julian Assange, Biden would have never went forward with the appeal. If the same corporate journalists would have express the same outrage about Julian Assange that they do, for example, and Des Moines Register journalist was arrested covering a protest and charged. It was this very like 1984 dystopian thing. Good thing, luckily a judge dismissed that, but the corporate outlets, they bandied together for this journalist with the Des Moines Register, rightly so. But when it's Julian Assange, when he's now persona non grata because whatever, the Russian boogeyman, they don't touch it. So I really think, as terrible as, the Department of Justice and obviously the entire deep state, which does exist, honestly, I think the corporate media is, if not equally to more responsible, because their silence on this is allowing Assange to basically continue being a political prisoner. I 100% know, just from my own experience, if any of these outlets would start writing op-eds or be voicing displeasure about this, Julian Assange would be free by now. And it's really disgusting that they're not doing that.
Yeah. So Kate, tell me, I mean, obviously you have a comedian background as well as doing your show, which I was on, which was really fun. But like, you obviously recognize the importance of this. So if you would just speak a little bit, like how you got in, like how this impacts you, or how you see that this is something that's important to you as well.
Well, so like a lot of comedians, I am concerned with free speech. Like, I mean, it's always something that I thought was important, but I feel like, in comedy, one thing that gets talked about a lot is cancel culture. And people are extremely concerned with free speech as like, this kind of like pretend thing. Like if you say something, kind of shitty, then like people will reply to you on Twitter and you're being silenced. That's not being silenced. Being not able to do investigative journalism, like, that is a real free speech violation. And one thing that I really want to get across to comics and to other people who have kind of come to being concerned with like speech issues is, no, this is actually like 10,000 times more important than whether someone is rude to you and your replies,
Yeah, I agree. I think everybody should be on notice, because if somebody can be prosecuted for telling the truth, yeah, what could happen to comedians? I mean, that's a definite problem. This is Peter, by the way. He's joining us in the absent. This is my partner and also the co-host of the podcast that we do, but he's kind of stepping in since Katie left us, and he's friendly with Jordan. So it just seemed like the appropriate hour to sort of switch it up a little bit.
It's funny. I'll go right into it. Kate, I think this is a great opportunity to really talk about the evolution of comedy over the past few years, because it seems like a lot of comedians who, I would normally think would be kind of like, they want to be outsiders. They don't want to be part of the establishment. I've seen a lot of comedians get very friendly and have a lot of corporate talking points with their shtick. And I would find that to be very, very concerning. But of course, you're awesome. And the fact that your hashtag is a direct shot at this guy who just got exposed for being a total hack for the establishment, I think is beautiful. So if you could talk about that, that'd be super.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because a lot of comedians, I think, like at least on the outside, they're saying like, we should be able to say anything. But, really a lot of times what people are talking about is just that they like really want to make jokes at the expense of marginalized groups. And they're like, oh, we can't do this. And it's like, no, like, you shouldn't, but you can. I mean, like there are people who are, making hundreds of thousands of dollars per year by just kind of affirming the things that like the kind of like really entrenched, terrible, oppressive power structures in our society. And I think that the real free speech issue, like in comedy, is that the second that you start talking about like anything that's going to piss off corporations, like whether it's the destruction of capitalism or even abolition, then that's when I think you start to see people like kind of, stop speaking their mind as much. And, definitely like there's a lot of, not every single media outlet is conservative, of course. Some are liberal, but it's all just like it's pro capitalism. It's all pro corporation, and I wish that the free speech principles that people are saying that they care about so much, they would actually look and see, like, okay, like, what is it that you truly cannot say on a corporate platform?
That's beautifully said. And, you know, Justin, everybody had an opinion about, you know, Kaepernick taking the knee, but I also think that there was a lot of people that, you know, while they may have supported him, weren't willing to put themselves out there because of the ramifications that they may fear, you know, what might ultimately end up happening. And I think a great focus of this particular hour is really about the difference between independent media and corporate media, and how I just think people are definitely afraid of stepping out of line with corporate media and the absolute hammer that they could bring down on them. So I'm curious if a lot of NFL players, you know, do share similar sentiments about, you know, aside from obviously their economic interests, when it comes to these primary interests that we talk about, do they share similar, you know, sentiments that you have, but they're not necessarily willing to put themselves out there, so to speak?
I mean, I think that definitely is there. And just like Kate was talking about, I mean, when you think about it, it all comes down to money, right? And it all comes down to access and the ability to stay in whatever industry you're in. And obviously in the past, it has been kind of persona non grata to, you know, speak about some of these issues. And you obviously, like you mentioned with Kaepernick, but, you know, it takes people being leaders like Kaepernick, like Eric Reed, like Kenny Stills, some of the people that even in the time were stepping out and speaking up, you know, in the face of, you know, very conservative customer base, if you want to say consumer based, which is what the NFL has. And speaking out regardless. And obviously, you know, what happened as a result of that with Kaepernick was him not being able to continue to do, you know, the job that he wanted to do and that he trained his whole life doing, and all of a sudden losing that just because he was speaking out. So I think for me, I just take that as an example. Like, you saw 3-4 years later, even though at the time he wasn't, you know, celebrated for it. I mean, he was in certain circles, but, you know, in general, he wasn't celebrated.
No, he was persecuted.
Yeah, he was persecuted. Exactly. So, I mean, I take that as an example of, like, if you have your, you know, you have your convictions and you know you're in the right, you know, you're fighting for the right things and marginalized people and, you know, the least amongst us, then at the end of the day, you know, you're going to be vindicated. And at the end of the day, you can live with yourself knowing that I went out there, and despite the potential ramifications, I still went out there and I spoke my mind and I spoke up and used my platform, you know, for people that don't have one. And I think that we have to kind of get over that. We have to get over that hurdle of seeing like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to continue in the line of work I'm in because I might receive some type of, you know, persecution monetarily or whatever. Obviously, you know, you see people out there, you see workers out there striking all the time, and they're risking their well-being. But at a certain point, you have to say enough is enough. And I'm hoping and I'm trying to get more people within, you know, the NFL, because I do think a lot of people, I mean, especially because a lot of players come from these disadvantaged communities that have seen the results of neoliberal policy, that have seen the results of widespread conservatism in the American mainstream. So I think it's important for myself and people like Kaepernick and whoever has that platform to continue speaking on that. That's what I'm going to keep doing. And I'm going to keep doing my best to, you know, convert some of my teammates. And there are a good amount that, you know, I think are very open to a lot of these ideas. I hear a lot of my teammates, you know, talk to me a lot of times in the locker room. We have conversations, and I think it just needs to be put more in the mainstream thought of sports to be more involved in politics, because it was not always like this. You know, we know the Muhammad Ali's and the Jesse Owens, like they were very involved politically as well. So I think we need to get back to that, and that's what I'm trying to do.
No, and you did a phenomenal job. You know, you made Alex AOC, you know, kind of expose herself a little bit. And, you know, there's a lot of people who, you know, were anticipating that a lot of members of the squad obviously were going to get into politics and we're going to be a little bit more forceful about the primary issues. But I think one of the biggest issues that's still lingering over the past, I guess you would say, Jordan, how long is it now with Flint? Is it 6 years now that we're going on, where we literally have a city, an actual city in this country with a poisoned water supply? And
there's more. There's lots more.
That's
the one that we know about. There's lots more.
And yet it seems to me, obviously you've spoke at length about the issues you had at the Young Turks and their refusal to really dive on this issue the way they should have. But I'm guessing that they're not the only ones that have basically given you the cold shoulder about what I think is a monumental issue when it comes to, the freedom of the press and really focusing on the issues that need to be addressed. And I think if you could speak to that, I don't think people really understand just how, sort of persona non grata you became by going for the story, and you haven't let up on it one iota.
Yeah, and a month is 7 years. So 7 years.
Wow.
I think, Jen is right. It's all over the country. I think with Flint is unique because I think a lot of people, and because the media has just so disgustingly just dropped this story, I think a lot of people don't realize it's not only about water. I mean, for the citizens of Flint, clearly it's about, clean water. But Flint is basically everything wrong with this country wrapped in one. I mean, this was a privatization scheme that obviously went terribly wrong. This was, Republicans trying to run government like a business. This is
If you would like to leave a comment about an issue, please press 1.
A unique ability to
It's
to try and get information for you. Ask sources. Can you, do you think that you can get this person to talk to me? Or everything within legal bounds, you try and incentivize your source to give you the information you want. But the actual charges against Julian Assange are not worth any paper they're written on because there's nothing in there. They basically claim he tried to help Chelsea Manning get a password with no evidence for it. Secondarily, they essentially are keeping someone in prison even after the judge has ruled against it. They allow terrorists to walk on appeal while something is being appealed. They let terrorists go home on bail, but Julian Assange is being kept there even though the judge has ruled he can't be extradited. I don't agree with the judge's reasons. Her reasons was, mental health and chance of suicide, not, this is a bogus charge. But the point is, I agree with you, Jen, that we do have an opportunity here to put pressure because I don't think Joe Biden could answer what he's being prosecuted for. I don't think Merrick Garland could answer it because there is no answer for it. There is no evidence that Julian Assange actively worked to hack anything. And that is what they're supposedly charging him with. And it is completely flimsy. And if there was a pressure campaign, not only against Biden, Garland, the New York Times, the Washington Post, I don't really think any of them have an answer other than Russia, which is not what he was charged with. You want to hate him and be like a resistance, scoundrel that you think he elected Donald Trump? That's fine. You're wrong, but that's fine. But nobody seems to be able to answer what is he actually being prosecuted for and why is he still in jail? It's a major opportunity we have if the left would come together. And I would say, I agree with Peter. It's a sad day when Bernie wouldn't say anything during his campaign. AOC will not say anything. I don't even think Ilhan Omar or any of these, the Squad Plus, will say anything. If you're not going to stand up for Julian Assange, then I'm by no means comparing myself to him, but it does endanger lower level journalists because, I'm working on a story that's about to come out. I have a lot of information I shouldn't have. If they could keep Julian Assange in prison for nothing, the slippery slope then comes to independent journalists who obtain information. So I think we all should come together to, you're not going to move Biden left, but maybe you could shame him enough to just drop this thing.
Yeah. Well, that's why I think it's more of a Justice Department thing, because look, Biden mentally could be checked out anyway. I mean, who knows? But somebody like Merrick Garland, who does know, just like Eric Holder knew, that this is a very dangerous line that they're walking on with this. And that would be the case, even if they thought they could have something maybe, but they don't have anything. And even keeping Chelsea Manning incarcerated for however long and trying to get her to say something was not successful. So this at this point is just this amorphous hate of Julian Assange by the mainstream. Like it's completely amorphous. You'll get everybody saying things like having to do with the 2016 election. You'll get people that still bring up those fraudulent Swedish sexual assault claims that we know led to nowhere, but that was still lingering because once it's out there, it's out there. And so that's what the general perception is of him. Most people have no idea. They just think Julian Assange bad.
Well, the Democratic establishment didn't really have a problem with Assange over a decade ago when he exposed the war crimes of the Bush-Cheney administration. Just saying, this is all hyper-partisan politics. That's what this is.
All right, so we did get a request, as you saw before, Justin, that someone thinks that you should make the call since you're NFL. I guess, the truth is we are that kind of country where an NFL player has infinitely more pull than an independent journalist. That is us, the US of A. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up our share screen. And do you mind doing it? I mean, if you
just make a call.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I want to take that part down. I don't know where it is. Will you find it and take that off?
Sure.
So we can see people's faces. Yeah, you call, put it on speakerphone so we Garrett, do the Department of Justice. Do the Department of Justice. That's the. I mean, I'm hoping everybody in their off time will do both.
Yeah, we're not trying to troll the lady who's working the switchboard.
No, because then when you call her, you ask for your senator, and then you'll get their voice recording.
She actually hung up.
She actually hung up on Rania, but which we do want people to do in their own time. But the Department of Justice comment line goes through, and then when you hit, it'll say hit 1 for making a comment on civil justice or criminal or constitutional issues. So do that, and then read script. And feel free to, ad lib it or, however you want.
I think I'll probably stick to the script, but
that's fine. That's what I did. It is. Thank you, John Holder. He wrote that for us.
Y'all hear that?
Your opinion is valuable to us. We cannot return calls made to this number.
Yeah.
If you would like to contact the Department of Justice, including the Attorney General, please log on to our website at www.
Can I skip this? Just hit something.
It'll say in 1 second just to push one. I don't know what happens.
If you have a law enforcement issue, please contact your local police or the FBI in your area.
The FBI.
Yeah, don't do that.
If you would like to leave a comment regarding civil and constitutional rights, please press 1.
That's it.
Please your comment regarding civil and constitutional rights.
Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Hello, my name is Justin Jackson, and I'm calling from Los Angeles. I'm calling to ask the United States to drop its case against Julian Assange. I'm deeply concerned about the potential ramifications that prosecuting a journalist for exposing American war crimes will have on our civil liberties. Joe Biden promised that he would end Trump's attack on the press, yet his administration has indicated that it will continue to seek Assange's extradition. The prosecution of Assange creates a dangerous precedent that will prevent journalists from holding our government accountable, which is probably what y'all want. Please protect our First Amendment and drop the case against Assange immediately. Thank you for your time.
Excellent.
Perfect.
It's user friendly, right? It's very user friendly.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was excellent. And I like that you added that what you all want. It's nice to ad lib a little bit in there, mix it up a bit.
A real voice for radio, Justin.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that, Jordan.
Yeah, you sound smooth. You sound smooth.
Yeah, we'll get you on NFL Today whenever the playing career ends. That'll be fun. NFL Network. NFL Network.
I don't know if they're gonna allow me on there, but we'll see.
They're not gonna like him by then.
He's not very corporate interest friendly. That's for sure.
You're not gonna just toe the line, man.
Yeah.
So what did you guys think? How did that felt? It's easy, right? The call is easy.
I thought it went super well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Outstanding phone call. 10 out of 10.
I appreciate that.
So do you guys, we can let them promote or anything before, or just go wherever you were going to go. That's good.
Well, what I was going to say is, the one thing that gets talked about a lot, and it's true, and this is something that Medea Benjamin said in the first hour, is that you have to have a call to action. You have to have something with teeth. You can't just be, I know it's a cliche, and I know a lot of people have been saying it lately, but to a degree it's true. It's that you can't just be tweeting. Everybody can put out a good message and you get the likes and the retweets and all that, but where's the substance? Where's the teeth? By calling the Department of Justice and basically ruining their work days because they have to deal with this at some point, they're not going to want to deal with it anymore. And they're just going to say, we might as well let this go because it's really affecting our ability to do our job. That's why doing protests and things like that are effective, but it all depends on how you're doing it. And I always say, if you hurt them in their wallet or with their reputation, it's gonna enact change. It's just gonna happen. That's the way it is, and that's why I bring it back to, because this hour is really about independent media versus corporate media. Corporate media will, on all sides, will always fall in line if it's about corporate interests. We in the independent media circuit, no matter where you are, have to come together if we're going to combat corporate messaging. That's the only way it's going to happen.
Yeah, I agree. So John is saying we should have everyone do. I mean, I don't know that I feel inclined to have everybody to call.
No, I mean, it's up to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to
wanna-
do it, I'll put the script back up, but I certainly am not going to force it on anybody.
I could call and I
Do
can
you
have
wanna-
I could have a little fun with it if you think that's okay.
That's fine. You
Okay.
could go ahead and do it. You want to
Okay.
call? Put the script
Fine.
back
Let's
up.
have a little fun with this.
But
Yeah.
then you need your phone. Where's your phone? Right there.
I got my
You got to
phone right
call.
here.
You got to do the whole thing.
Should I do Bernie or Bill?
I don't know.
Okay.
Bernie. Do Bernie.
Okay.
He's
Oh,
dying
yeah,
to do his Bernie. He's dying to do his Bernie.
No, I think that even doing well, either one's fine. But yeah, all right. Hang on 1 second, guys.
All right. He's dying to do this. He has to do this. This is.
I'll put the number in my phone for. I will. I'll do it. I'll set
You're
myself
doing
up
that? All right.
right after. Yeah.
I really think that Hillary's just got to let this go already. I think she's been doing this for way too long, and I just really can't take her nagging the hell out of me all day, every day.
We're
and
not going to be able to
just
do
let
that.
this, if they let this Assange guy go, I mean, I think things would be a lot better. Okay, I think I got this figured out now.
Hillary,
I just want to thank all y'all for tuning in today, and I really, really hope that Assange gets free, because I mean, Hillary just can't let this go. I mean, at some point, she's just going to have to accept the fact that she was never going to be president, and well, she wants to blame Assange. That's on her. But I think I'll make a call on y'all's behalf. I think you'll appreciate
But
that.
you can't do this like that.
I most certainly can.
All right, fine. But I think you should do it. You're going to need to do it legitimately.
Oh, I'm going to do it legitimately. You just wait and see.
Okay, here we go.
I'll call these people right now.
You have it on speaker.
Although your opinion is valuable to us, we cannot return calls made to this number.
See if you push one now with it.
If you would like to
Quite a bit.
contact the Department of Justice,
I'm an old friend. So
right
right now they're getting ready for the trip, and we're going to walk around and chat.
Hello, my name is Bill, and I'm calling from Arkansas. I'm calling to ask the United States to drop its case against Julian Assange. I'm deeply concerned about the potential ramifications, that's a big word, that prosecuting a journalist for exposing American war crimes will have on our civil liberties. Joe Biden, he's kind of a friend, promised that he would end Trump's attacks on the press, yet his administration has indicated that it will come to seek Assange's extradition. That's another big word. The prosecution of Assange creates a dangerous precedent that I'm kind of responsible for setting back in 1996. And that will prevent journalists from holding our government accountable. So please protect our First Amendment and drop the case against Assange immediately. Thank you for your time.
Pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty damn
That was
good.
very good. Yeah.
He does a good Bill, and he does a good Bernie. Don't bring Bernie out now. And he does a good Trump, and I'm done with that one.
Yeah.
We're done. I'm done having
Yeah.
to look at the big Trump face.
No, you're going to really, the more you egg me on, the more I'm going to do it.
You left out
What
that,
do we leave out?
You left out that Hillary wanted to drone Assange. She was caught saying that.
I didn't want it to get like too out of control with them.
Oh.
Yeah, the fact that they've got Hillary literally saying, why can't we just drone bomb this guy? That's like, I mean, wow. It's so bad. But, you should have some fun with it. I mean, that's really the idea. We should just be kind of like, we know it's a serious issue, but we also want to have fun with it. And, that's why I did it that way, because I think it's, at least it'll be more memorable. And I think more people will talk about it. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, they'll talk about it, but obviously that doesn't get to count as a legitimate constituent concern.
Who can do Putin? Well,
no, don't even try.
Katie does a very good. Katie does a really good Russian accent, and she's got the burqa hat too. So
The security's just here to protect management, and
who is that?
Yeah, I'm not
know.
sure where that audio is coming from. That is interesting. Getting like some type of a
somebody's coming in.
There's voices talking to us.
I hear voices.
I hear voices. No, really, I
hear
do. I
you.
hear voices.
All right, so guys, if we can just go and it say like where people can find you, where they can follow what you're working on, what you're promoting, whatever. The just take it. We can go. We're gonna go.
Take her away.
We'll go in a circle from my side. So Jordan.
Yeah, Status Quo on YouTube, if you could find us there, because they're hiding us. YouTube.com/Status Quo, COUP. And we broke a big story in January with The Intercept on the Flint water cover-up. And we have a follow-up to that coming out, God willing, in the next week or so. But main thing is YouTube and statusquo.com.
Awesome. And I recommend everybody getting membership to Status Quo as well, because it's better to work outside. I think dealing with, it's just better to do it that way. So I recommend everybody joins.
$5 a month. Statusquo.com/join. Thank you.
Kate.
So I have a leftist feminist comedy podcast called Reply Guys. We will be discussing the updates on this case. And also I wrote an audiobook. It is on Audible, but I did get some socialist stuff in there despite the corporate platform. So please check it out, Dirtbag Anthropology. And yeah, that's my Twitter and my IG are in my name.
Excellent. Justin, I know you got something going on now.
Yeah, so I got a new show on YouTube. It's called The Takeover. I upload stuff pretty much every single day, so you can find me there. Just look up The Takeover Justin Jackson. It'll pop up. On Twitter, I'm at J_manprime21. And yeah, I also play football. So if you like football,
I also happen to play football.
Like sport. But hopefully next year, yeah, you check me out there too.
We'll definitely check you out. It makes me nervous. I told you that one, and it makes me very nervous. I get like this, I don't know if it's like a Jewish mom thing. And ever since I saw the movie Concussion, and then I hear the slamming and the bones, and it just freaks me out. And I look and I'm like, that's going to hurt your neck. And it just makes me, the older I get, the more nervous it makes me.
I really do think that Justin will stop playing football when he knows it's time. There are a lot of guys that end up playing way past when they should. And that's usually the biggest mistake, you know. Yeah, you've already, as you said, you've already planted the seeds for your next career, which is a great move.
It's awesome.
And you guys are fantastic.
Thank you all so much for coming on.
Jordan, obviously, we'll discuss, obviously this telethon today has been very, very solid so far. So we will discuss potential things that we might do in the future, and we'd love to have you a part of it. And Kate, Brooklyn mom defiant. What more can I say? That's like that was the ultimate troll move, and the fact you went with it. I mean, it was
very clever.
Chef's kiss.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. It's been so great talking with you all.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
Bye. That was fun. So before we bring in the next panel, I'm still waiting on one more person coming on the next panel. And Katie's going to come back. And so that'll be great, because she's definitely a really good co-host for all of this. Not that I mind you.
Do you want me to make one more phone call while we're waiting?
Do you want to call while we're waiting for Shahid?
I think it's time.
Okay, but I think you should do it as you. I think you should do it as you. I'll bring this right back.
I can always do it as me.
Okay, fine.
I think that everyone needs to be saying that somebody actually out there went to the length of going to find where the senator from Vermont actually was, and was going to make a phone call letting people know that he supports civil liberties.
Okay. Well, I would have loved the real senator from Vermont to say he supports civil liberties.
Those head things, I do kind of silly with them on.
Do you think you need it?
Do I need it? I probably don't.
No, you don't need to hear yourself. Just do it. Do it. And then we got to bring in our next people. I mean, I'm waiting on one more panelist to come on, and
well, it's good to see you again, Jen.
Department of Justice comment line. Although your opinion is valuable to us, we cannot return calls made to this number.
Well, that's too bad.
If you would like to contact the Department of Justice.
It's usually like when you're waiting online and you don't get what you want. When I'm waiting online for my bagel and coffee in the morning and it takes forever.
Please leave your comment regarding civil and
here we go.
rights. Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Hello, my name is Bernie, and I'm calling from Vermont. I am calling to ask that the United States drop its case against Julian Assange. Yes, I'm actually saying it. I'm deeply concerned about the potential ramifications that prosecuting a journalist for exposing American war crimes will have on our civil liberties. Joe Biden, who is my friend, promised that he would end Trump's attacks on the press, yet his administration has indicated that it will continue to seek Assange's extradition. The prosecution of Assange creates a dangerous precedent that will prevent journalists from holding our government accountable. Please protect our First Amendment and drop the case against Assange immediately. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Bernie, for that. That was really fun.
I love you all. I am sorry that I'm not fighting Joe as hard as I should, but
give him the
rest
hug.
assured, your $1,400 check is in the mail. It's going to be there very soon.
All right. We are going to move on to the 5 o'clock hour panel. I'm sorry, we're a few minutes behind. So let me go ahead and say, one of our next guests, Norman Solomon, is the National Director of RootsAction.org and the Executive Director of the Institute for Public Accuracy. He's the author of a dozen books, including War Made Easy: How Presidents and Pundits Keep Spinning Us to Death. Marjorie Cohn is a retired criminal defense attorney, professor emerita at Thomas Jefferson School of Law, former president of the National Lawyers Guild, and a member of the Bureau of the International Association of Democratic Lawyers. She lectures, writes, provides commentary for local, regional, national, and international media outlets, serves as a news consultant for CBS, legal analyst for Court TV, and has been political commentator on BBC, CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News. All our favorites. So I'm really glad that she's coming on here because, you know, her work can be found at marjoriecohn.com. All of the things for our guests will be in our description, so you guys can look everybody up later. And finally, Shahid Buttar, who challenged Nancy Pelosi in the 2020 race. But more importantly than that, actually, to me, is that he is a professor and a constitutional scholar and a legal scholar. And that's where we get into all like the good brainiac kind of stuff. So that's where we're headed now into the 5 o'clock hour. So let's bring everybody on. There we go. And our friend Katie is back. Thank you.
And I can now exit.
And now you can exit stage right. Yes. This was my Katie fill-in because Katie had to go for an hour. So yeah, you can go now. You're no longer needed.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Bye. Hi, all. Welcome so much for coming. Thank you for so much for coming on and agreeing to participate in this. We appreciate it so much.
Hi. Howdy.
Hi.
Thanks for pulling us together.
It's so nice to meet you. And I'm speaking to Norman and Marjorie because obviously I do know Shahid, but it's really cool to meet everybody. And good to see you back, Katie. Katie, are you with us? Headphones. She's not hearing us. Katie, headphones. All righty then. Where? Headphones, Katie. Okay. So this hour, what we really want to talk about are like the constitutional legal ramifications of what is going on with the Julian Assange case. And coming at it from, even if we could, any sort of historical perspective that sheds light on how they're even using the Espionage Act to go after Julian Assange. Like, to me, that just doesn't even, like, it seems really, I know that people get treason and espionage confused, and I obviously know that they're different, but this is something that is just really out of left field in terms of what they have actual evidence for. And then, of course, the ramifications for our First Amendment, which is massive. So if anybody, like, I mean, we could start with anybody who wants to jump in and talk a little bit about, you know, their thoughts on the charges against Julian Assange under the Espionage Act. That would be great, and maybe clear it up for people that don't even understand how that's being used against a journalist.
I'm happy to start us off there. I mean, the long story short here is that we are many years into a bipartisan crackdown on the public's right to know. And the efforts across administrations led by presidents from each of the major political parties have dramatically restricted press freedom. And I want to locate this not just under Biden, but even going back 2 administrations ago to the last time a Democrat was in the White House. That was unfortunately the high, or more accurately low watermark in terms of an administration prosecuting journalists as if they were spies for releasing into the public information that we all have a right to know. The reason Julian Assange is a household name is because he exposed U.S. U.S. military war crimes and a cover-up that no one has ever been held accountable for. And the idea that we are now, we, the United States of America, is prosecuting publishers for exposing war crimes to the public is a grave inversion of the, not just principles in the First Amendment, but the very basis for American exceptionalism. You know, you'll hear any number of political figures from the center to the right wing claiming that America can do no wrong. We are doing very wrong here because we not only assassinated some journalists in Iraq and then covered it up, and now we're trying to criminalize the effort of exposing that information to the American public. And this really goes to the heart of whether we live in a democracy or instead merely a country that claims the word while routinely violating the principles. And I would say that's not just a First Amendment interest. This is a government legitimacy question that we are striking at. I'm happy to get more into that as we go, but eager to hear other people's thoughts as well.
Yeah. And I mean, please jump in if you I mean, I think that too. I think it totally changes the narrative of whether or not we're a democracy in this country, because if we don't have a First Amendment, really, are we?
Yeah, that's really a key point. I mean, really what we've experienced in this last decade is, you could say, a twin attack on whistleblowers and on journalists, and they're very much tied in. And we've seen through the George W. Bush and Obama administrations the escalation of that attack. You know, Obama set a doleful, terrible record of prosecuting more whistleblowers under the Espionage Act, which is now more than 100 years old, than all the other presidents combined. You know, 9 whistleblowers were indicted, prosecuted, harassed by the Obama administration. And the administration hesitated then to go after legally. I mean, there were other efforts, but to legally indict and prosecute a journalist, a publisher, that was considered a bridge too far in the person of Julian Assange. What's happened now is a further escalation, not only going after whistleblowers, but also after a publisher, after a journalist named Julian Assange. And there's sometimes a confusion, and the mass media participates and accentuates this, that supposedly, you know, Julian Assange is a whistleblower. He's not. He's a journalist. And to prosecute him is to prosecute the same kind of entity in terms of journalistic and First Amendment function as the New York Times or the Washington Post. We know that's not going to happen because they're amplifying the outlooks of the warfare state instead of challenging it. So what Julian Assange has done, what WikiLeaks have done over the last decade, is to really utilize the principles of the First Amendment so we can have the informed consent of the governed. If you don't have informed consent, if you have uninformed consent, you don't have democracy.
Yeah.
You know, this is the first time that a journalist has been indicted under the Espionage Act for publishing truthful information. Journalists are allowed to publish material illegally obtained by a third person if it is a matter of public concern, and the U.S. government has never prosecuted a journalist or a newspaper for publishing classified information. The indictment charges that Assange and WikiLeaks obtained and published classified material that Army intelligence analyst Chelsea Manning had provided to them. And many of the charges allege that Assange had reason to believe that the information would be used to damage the interests of the U.S. or used to the advantage of a foreign nation. But as Shahid said, the material that WikiLeaks published was evidence of war crimes. And if I can just take a minute, you know, we lose something in this whole conversation, and that is, what did WikiLeaks really publish? What is so threatening to the U.S. government? 400,000 field reports about the Iraq War, 15,000 unreported deaths of Iraqi civilians, and evidence of the systematic murder, torture, and rape of the Iraqi army and authorities that was ignored by U.S. forces. 90,000 reports about the war in Afghanistan, including the Afghan war logs that recorded more civilian casualties by coalition forces than the U.S. military had led on. And the Guantanamo files, 779 secret reports about the U.S. government's torture and abuse of 800 men and boys at Guantanamo in violation of the Geneva Conventions and the Convention Against Torture. But the most notorious release by WikiLeaks was the 2007 collateral murder video, where a U.S. Army Apache helicopter gunship targeted and fired on unarmed civilians in Baghdad. At least 18 civilians were killed, including 2 Reuters journalists and a man who came to rescue the wounded, and 2 children were wounded. An army tank then drove over one of the bodies, cutting it in half, and that constitutes 3 separate war crimes under the Geneva Conventions.
Yeah, I don't think people understand that because they turn it's perceived in a way. And I see this happening where they hang it out like, oh, but that's exposing stuff that's a matter of national security, or that'll damage, like they draw this distinction between what the public is useful for the public to know and what is protecting national security. And these are things that I think really have nothing to do with national security. And they just use that to scare people that this is not something we should know.
Yeah, the First Amendment doesn't say that it applies only if the U.S. government thinks that nobody is damaging so-called national security. And the reality is that there are constant leaks of classified information out of Washington to major media outlets. They're leaked out, as former Senator Moynihan has said. If they didn't leak out, if that process didn't happen, the U.S. government wouldn't basically be functioning the way it functions, because virtually every day you can look at mainstream media, there's classified information being put out because it is leaked by government officials who have their own motives. Usually it makes certain people in the government or policies in the government look good to selectively leak out. So what we have on the contrary here, the flip side is we have a selective prosecution because it's information that, rather than puffing up or making the US government look good in a lot of eyes, it actually exposes the criminal nature of US foreign policy and now what is a 20-year continuous warfare state in terms of targeting many different countries. I think that people often get confused, and not only the US media, but unfortunately even outlets like The Guardian in Britain, they sort of make it a litmus test. Do you like this guy? There are things about him that you won't like about him, as though that somehow cancels the First Amendment. It's not an amendment that says if you like what somebody publishes or reports, then they're protected. And if you don't like what they report, or you don't like that they report, then the amendment, the protection of the First Amendment disappears. That's a completely authoritarian, if not totalitarian, view of what the First Amendment would be.
You know, if publication of so-called national security secrets violated the Espionage Act, we wouldn't know about U.S. government misconduct during the so-called War on Terror. The Washington Post's expose of the CIA black sites, the torture and abuse of prisoners in Afghanistan and Iraq that the New Yorker and 60 Minutes 2 disclosed, and the warrantless surveillance program revealed by the New York Times. Noam Chomsky said that the government always invokes national security when it doesn't want the people to know what they're doing in their name, and national security really means the security of the state against its own citizens.
I want to remix a couple points that both Marjorie and Norman have made here that I think together are suggest an even darker picture than any of the individual vectors might suggest. So first, when we talk about the First Amendment, a lot of people reduce it to one or more of its components. The First Amendment has many different pieces. One of them is a right of the press. A reciprocal part of that is the right of the public to know what our government is doing. That's why freedom of the press is protected under the First Amendment. And this idea, Norman described it as a selective prosecution.
If you would like to leave a comment about an issue,
air breathing
and say, yeah, I don't think people understand that because they turn it's perceived in a way. And I see this happening where they hang it out like, oh, but that's exposing stuff that's a matter of national security, or that'll damage, like they draw this distinction between what the public is useful for the public to know and what is protecting national security. And these are things that I think really have nothing to do with national security. And they just use that to scare people that this is not something we should know.
Yeah, the First Amendment doesn't say that it applies only if the U.S. government thinks that nobody is damaging so-called national security. And the reality is that there are constant leaks of classified information out of Washington to major media outlets. They're leaked out, as former Senator Moynihan has said, if they didn't leak out, if that process didn't happen, the U.S. government basically functioning the way it functions, because virtually every day you can look at mainstream media, there is classified information being put out because it is leaked by government officials who have their own motives. Usually it makes certain people in the government or policies in the government look good to selectively leak out. So what we have on the contrary here, the flip side is we have a selective prosecution because it's information that, rather than puffing up or making the US government look good in a lot of eyes, it actually exposes the criminal nature of US foreign policy and now what is a 20-year continuous warfare state in terms of targeting many different countries. I think that people often get confused, and not only the US media, but unfortunately even outlets like The Guardian in Britain, they sort of make it a litmus test. Do you like this guy? There are things about him that you won't like about him, as though that somehow cancels the First Amendment. It's not an amendment that says if you like what somebody publishes or reports, then they're protected. And if you don't like what they report, or you don't like that they report, an amendment protects the First Amendment disappears. That's a completely authoritarian, if not totalitarian, view of what the First Amendment would be.
If publication of so-called national security secrets violated the Espionage Act, we wouldn't know about U.S. government misconduct during the so-called War on Terror. The Washington Post's expose of the CIA black sites, the torture and abuse of prisoners in Afghanistan and Iraq that the New Yorker and 60 Minutes 2 disclosed, and the warrantless surveillance program revealed by the New York Times. Noam Chomsky said that the government always invokes national security when it doesn't want the people to know what they're doing in their name, and national security really means the security of the state against its own citizens.
I want to remix a couple points that both Marjorie and Norman have made here that I think together are suggest an even darker picture than any of the individual vectors might suggest. So first, when we talk about the First Amendment, a lot of people reduce it to one or more of its components. The First Amendment has many different pieces. One of them is a right of the press. A reciprocal part of that is the right of the public to know what our government is doing. That's why freedom of the press is protected under the First Amendment. And this idea, Norman described it as a selective prosecution. It would be, I think, equally fair to describe it as a predatory prosecution, and a defensive prosecution aims to insulate a completely indefensible set of human rights abuses and a foreign policy that is a human rights abuse engine from long overdue public critique. I think it was 2019, it might have been 2018, the Washington Post. Norman described how what WikiLeaks and Julian Assange have done is the same journalistic function as a publisher like the Washington Post and the New York Times. And I love your point that those outlets don't have to fear this kind of result because those outlets practice stenography as often as they do investigative journalism. Bit of a digression here, but just to riff, Marjorie mentioned the New York Times revealing the NSA's warrantless wiretapping activities. This was back in 2005. The New York Times sat on that story for a year. They swung the 2004 election for George Bush because they refused to publish facts. And we, the people of the United States, have a right to know the facts about what our government is doing, how our resources are being used, how we are being subjected to, whether it's the surveillance apparatus of the NSA or drone strikes targeting U.S. civilians by the CIA, that's happened too, or the torture that Marjorie described. That there is a thousands page long report compiled by the Senate at great cost and over years. No one's ever read it though, because it remains secret. And the danger of secrecy as a gateway to insulate any number of downstream abuses. And just to tie the loop here, I think it was 2019 or 2018 that the Washington Post revealed that everything we've ever heard about supposed progress in the war in Afghanistan was a lie. How different might the public discussion of those issues be if those cables were in the public domain from the beginning instead of being released years after the fact? How different would our posture on energy policy and climate change be if facts that were known to decision makers at the time were known to the public as well? Secrecy begets death en masse. And the last thing I'll say here is, Marjorie was talking about the collateral murder video. We're talking at the moment about a prosecution of journalists and publishers to constrain information from being released to the public. The people that were killed in the collateral murder video were themselves journalists. This is a multi-dimensional attack on the press that is continuing today under the Biden administration. And if anybody watching this was concerned about the Trump administration and its serial violations of international human rights, or the Obama administrations, or the Bush administrations before that, or Clinton or Reagan, we could go on. This is an issue, an opportunity to change the direction, to make sure that we are putting transparency and human rights before and I love how Marjorie described the national security as the interests of the state to be secure from the critique of its citizens. And that's exactly something that none of us should be willing to accept.
Those are great points, and go to the matter of content and timing. I'm no lawyer, but there's the saying that you can find chiseled in some courthouses: justice delayed is justice denied. And it's also true of journalism. Napoleon said, it's not necessary to censor the news. It's sufficient to delay it until it no longer matters, by which he also meant, yes, it matters in hindsight, but not to affect the actual events. And I think it is a great point that the New York Times and these other mass media outlets are not reliable, because often they will delay. And it's a great example about the more than 1 year delay about the illegal wiretapping program that the New York Times acceded to, because they explicitly said, Bill Keller, the head of the organization at the New York Times, said, well, we didn't want to affect history. We didn't want to reveal this information until George W. Bush effort for re-election had been completed when was that? At the end of his first term. They said, no, we don't want to publish this before the election. We're going to wait. I sat through a couple of weeks of the trial of the CIA whistleblower Jeffrey Sterling in federal court. And we had testimony, including from Condoleezza Rice herself, the Bush national security advisor, where she had called in people from the New York Times and said, don't publish this information. Your reporter, James Risen, is exposing a really screwed up CIA plot involving diagrams on nuclear weapons provided to the Iranian government, but we don't want you to publish it. And so the New York Times, top New York, Washington editor for the Times, went back to the Times hierarchy, and they decided, no, we're not going to publish it. And indeed did not until Risen made clear he was going to publish it in a book. What had happened in the interim? Well, what happens in the interim in all of these cases? The public doesn't know. The government is able to get away with even more malfeasance, often more killing, and there's no consent to the government because people don't know what the hell is going on, and yet we're told we live in a democracy.
The irony is that WikiLeaks, these revelations actually saved lives. People don't talk about this, but after WikiLeaks published evidence of Iraqi torture centers that the U.S. had established, the Iraqi government refused Obama's request to extend immunity in civil and criminal cases to U.S. forces that remained in Iraq. And so Obama was forced to pull troops out of Iraq. And 10 years later, according to Iraq body count, the war logs remain the only source of information regarding the many thousands of violent civilian deaths in Iraq between 2004 and 2009.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that we're so self-important in this country, and there are so many things here that are violations of international law. And we sort of try to hold ourselves out as sort of like this beacon of democracy and like the keeper of the peace. And yet we are in violation of so many international laws and agreements, and nobody ever really talks about that. Like what is our obligation there? I mean, like, where are we really falling short? I mean, I mean, there's probably every treaty and agreement that we don't pay attention to. I mean, torture obviously is against, international law. We're drone bombing how many countries right now without any sort of declaration of war. So there's all these violations going on, and nobody ever talks about the international law aspect of this. Like, where do we fit into that?
Well, the grandmother of all treaties is the United Nations Charter. And the U.S. helped form the United Nations system in 1945 to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. And we are bound by the UN Charter. It's part of U.S. law under the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution that says treaties shall be the supreme law of the land. And under the UN Charter, a country does not have the legal right to invade another country unless it has been attacked, unless it has been the subject of an armed attack. And yet Bush illegally invaded Afghanistan. People don't talk about that. They just assume that it was a just war and it's going on too long, etc. But it was an illegal war. The Iraq War was an illegal war. They lied us into that war. Iraq never attacked us or any of our allies. And the same with the countries, the 7 countries that Obama dropped drones on, also in violation of the UN Charter. Trump continued to attack other countries in violation of the UN Charter. And I think it was a month into his presidency that Joe Biden bombed Syria and Iraq, also illegal. And yet people don't talk about that. That is our law, and we need to be mindful of that, the rule of law.
On the subject of international law and the American role in it, I want to maybe sketch an arc, because there was a point in time about 70 years ago when, as Marjorie was describing, we were pivotal in establishing any notion of international law in the first place. There were international norms, but the international legal regime as we know it today, we fought and won a world war to establish it. And that paradigm, that set of institutions, greatest threat today is the United States of America. The arc of having gone in 70 years from fighting a world war to establish international human rights to then becoming, within just 3 generations, one of the world's foremost repeated systematic violators of those very same principles should alarm any of us. And I think it's one that, when Norman talks about the lack of informed consent, that most Americans have no idea that we have gone from being the liberators of Europe to the progenitors of torture around the world. Our human rights abuses are cited by other countries as justification for their own practices that violate, again, international principles that we were once proud to have established in the world. And to, we keep coming back to torture and kind of like removing it from the analysis because they are somewhat separate discussions, this idea of suppressing the press versus torturing people. But, the reason I want to bring torture back into the discussion is that it's just the latest among any number of treaty obligations that we violate. The Convention Against Torture is not only unequivocal about the prohibition on torture, but we are also internationally obligated to prosecute any credible allegation of torture and investigate it all the way up the chain of the command. We violate that principle every damn day that the torture report remains suppressed and secret. It's not as if we tortured some folks, as President Obama said, and we're not going to look backward, we're going to look forward, now everything's fine. Every day that we don't investigate the people in the U.S. government who continue to serve in some instances, responsible for these crimes, as a country, we are complicit in ongoing violations of international law. I just want to make sure that that
yeah.
Is
I think that's really important. I just want to say welcome back, Katie. Katie was having technical difficulties, which is why she was sort of in and out. She was having some technical problems, but now she's back.
Probably, yeah.
They're on to you. And so welcome back, Katie. And
Thank
so
you.
anything and so feel free to jump in and do whatever.
Yeah, would love to. And it's so great to meet you, Marjorie. I've met you, Norman, and Shahid, at least virtually before. But yeah, it's interesting because you just brought up torture, Shahid, and there is another connection is that what they've been doing to Assange and what they did to Manning, the UN and other organizations, medical organizations, consider solitary confinement to be torture. So there's that other connection. And I said during one of the other panels that, this is the type of behavior that if any other country were engaged in it, the United States would condemn. And Jen, I think you said that, we'd be invading that said country on the grounds of, its attack on free press, human rights violations.
Yeah.
It's just incredible.
Just following up on Katie's point, the Convention Against Torture, and that's part of U.S. law under the Supremacy Clause. That's a treaty the U.S. has ratified. But under that treaty, it says it has a provision called non-refoulement. And that means that no country who's a party to that treaty can extradite a person to a country where there is a substantial likelihood that that person would be subjected to torture. And witness after witness at Julian Assange's extradition hearing testified that because he's charged under the Espionage Act, he would be housed in a maximum security prison and be in solitary confinement for at least 23 hours a day. And as Katie says, solitary confinement amounts to torture. It can cause hallucinations, catatonia, suicide. And so there is a substantial likelihood that Julian Assange would be subjected to torture. And that's the background for denying extradition. And interestingly, when the judge denied the Trump petition to extradite Julian Assange, it wasn't about the First Amendment issues, which she actually did not question. She didn't question the Trump administration's attacks on the First Amendment. It was because she said that the U.S. prison system was not equipped to protect him against committing suicide, which is a real indictment of the U.S. prison system.
And just to put another lens on that, the country that we revolted from to establish our independence said that we don't protect human rights enough for them to trust a prisoner in our custody. It's that bad.
Yeah.
He's at such risk there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just say, what Shahid and Marjorie are pointing to is a multidimensional set of hypocrisies that boil down to do as we say, not as we do, or as the much missed late Senator Wayne Morse pointed out, the perception, the assumption that might makes right. No matter how you dress it up, that is the policy of the U.S. government internationally. And so there's a sort of a death spiral, literally and figuratively, towards principled politics based on democracy. Senator Morse was one of the few, even at the time, who really cared about and spoke out for international law. And we're now facing a situation where a journalist who is a publisher, who published information that was of vital public interest, has been subjected to de facto torture conditions already. Certainly tremendous adversity imposed on him, confinement. People often don't understand that for the many years that he was in the embassy, I've been in there in London, very small. Imagine being locked up in your very small house for 5 years. You can't even step out on the porch. That is a precursor for what the U.S. government has in store for this guy. And like many people, I have some criticisms of things that Julian has done. The fact is, my criticisms don't have a iota of effect on the fact that he has full and complete access and should get complete protection under the First Amendment, as well as many human rights treaties that the United States is part of. I mean, just as an aside, I think it's a relevant one, a very relevant one. This is a political prosecution. That's what it's all about. And if you read some of Julian's books, like there's a great one, which is underread and underappreciated, called When Google Met WikiLeaks, you see the tremendous insights that he has shared through his work, through his writing, through his speaking. And there's also another reality that I think needs to be mentioned, is that for many people around the world, Julian Assange was the very first source of the information and insight that iPhones, smartphones, all the rest of it were not just a communication device, they had been turned into a surveillance device. And that was one of the great services that Julian Assange has provided to the world by letting people know early on that technology is not neutral, how it was being manipulated, why it was being manipulated, and by whom.
Yeah.
Do you fear something? I'm curious what people think about the way that Biden's presidency has made the media so much more reluctant to criticize and cover things.
So part of this speaks to what we mean when we say political. And I appreciate Norman describing this as a political prosecution. A lot of people, when they hear the word political, they think of partisan, where you've got two different parties in Washington, they fight each other seemingly over everything, except that the two parties in Washington agree on a great deal. And they particularly agree on an imperial foreign policy that, to borrow Norman's phrase, might makes right. That is a consensus in Washington that brings the political parties together. And so this is a political prosecution in the sense of the bipartisan Washington military-industrial complex defending itself, going back to, I think it was Marjorie who made this point about the defensive aspect of it. And so when we talk about politics, I just want to introduce this point that, what we are trained to think of as politics in the United States is very different than what we mean when we talk about politics in this sense, because it's the united political branches and parties of the United States undermining, again, international commitments that we fought and sacrificed lives to establish. What I fear really at the end of this is not only the timidity of journalists who, let's be frank, are responding to Biden in the context of having just had to cover Trump. And so, the opportunity to expose the daily lies of a chief executive, then transitioning to covering a chief executive whose corruption is maybe not as overt, but is absolutely as inextricable as his predecessors. I think it's a beguiling moment that we're in, and too many journalists, I think, practice access journalism as distinct from exposure journalism. And I see the Biden administration unfortunately repeating some of the plays that we saw in the playbook of the Obama administration. This sort of he hasn't held a press conference yet. This idea of relying on videos that make them look cool instead of answering hard questions about what the hell is going on in Washington. That's their job, not sending videos of him walking in slow motion under the columns. Like, I don't care what shoes Kamala Harris is wearing, or I just want to hear our leaders own up to the facts. And that's the job of the press. And I fear not only that the press will become intimidated through this prosecution, I frankly fear that the press has been sort of lost the capacity to perform its ethical function, even independent of the crackdown. And just to chase that, to tug on that thread, when you have a press that has lost its institutional capacity and or is intimidated institutionally from fulfilling its constitutional role, what we have then is an ignorant public spoon-fed information and led by the nose into who knows what limit of international crimes. We've seen a bunch in the last 20 years. I fear the next round, and it's precisely what we can expect if the press is not emboldened.
When Biden attacked Syria and Iraq and said, "Oh, we were protecting U.S. soldiers who don't belong there in the first place," against Iranian-backed forces without evidence, even if it were legal to do what he was doing, almost no pushback by the corporate media. And to pick up upon what Shahid talked about, which is basically the policy of U.S. imperialism that has done every presidential administration all the way back. You heard Obama say, you heard Trump say, or you're hearing Biden say, we have to lead. America has to lead. We are exceptional. We have to reclaim our moral authority in the world. When has the United States ever had moral authority? This country was birthed in genocide against First Nation peoples, slavery of Africans. We talk about moral authority and how we have to lead. The rest of the world doesn't want our leadership. They really don't. They want us to be a partner with other countries, not commit war crimes, not illegally invade other countries, and yet you get almost no pushback or even mentioning of the policy of U.S. imperialism, let's call it what it is, by the corporate media.
I think these points really made by Shahid and Marjorie are context for the prosecution, the attempts to extradite and then prosecute Julian Assange, because it's really the underpinning of a mindset of a political economy, a media atmosphere, and the political control of the executive branch, as well as the other two branches of the U.S. government. It's an assumption that U.S. dominance of the world should be accentuated as much as possible. And let's face it, WikiLeaks really threw a monkey wrench into that war machinery. And that's not appreciated. It's a precedent that those in power and largely bipartisan outlook in Washington, they want to squelch, not let it grow. And so the Biden administration, 2 months in, clearly is an effort in some respects to go back to the future. There is a decent analogy to the mid-1960s where, with the Great Society programs and support for civil rights, the Johnson administration justifiably earned a lot of support from the progressives of the day. At the same time, the Johnson administration was escalating a murderous war in Indochina, and people in Vietnam were being slaughtered at the same time. And you could draw a rough analogy to today. There was a very good article that was written by one of the only really progressive columnists of the Washington Post, Katrina vanden Heuvel, just in recent days, where she pointed out that on domestic policies, of course, progressives want a lot better from Biden, but it's notably better than Trump's, and it has a lot of good elements of Biden domestic policy. You get to his foreign policy, it's a continuation of an imperial view of U.S. dominance of the planet, tremendous militarism, killing people, often in secret in many different countries. It's the continuation of respecting what we could call the third rail of U.S. politics, which is U.S. empire overseas. And so in that context, it's a tension for some of the mainstream media establishment and other commentators who were esteemed in this country. What do? We like Biden, what he's doing domestically. We feel good. We're glad to get rid of Trump. Biden's proceeding with what Trump initiated, which is the extradition of Julian Assange. Oh, well, they're not going after our favorite newspapers and magazines and website. They're not going after Daily Beast or Huffington Post or the New York Times or NPR or the Washington Post. And so there's sort of a walk away from responsibility. And part of our organizing capacity has to be to rev up, to insist to everyone in the United States, including definitely pointedly the establishment, we're not going to stand for attacking the First Amendment in the process of attacking Julian Assange.
You also had people actually, embarrassingly enough, saying when Trump did, when Biden went into, did what he did in Syria, you had people, blue checks on Twitter, thanking him and expressing gratitude that he was so nuanced about it. And it was so kind of no fanfare. It was so subtle. It's like, do you want Cambodia? Like, is that what you want? You want secret bombings? That's something good. I mean, it's unbelievable. And the same people would, during the Trump era, the Trump years, they would push him to, they never focused on what he was doing abroad that was at all belligerent as a problem. In fact, they would always try to get him to be more belligerent against Putin, which never made sense to me, because the same people calling him Cheeto Mussolini, unprecedented threat, and I'm not a Trump fan, obviously, but the same people who would say that also wanted him to be engaged, be more belligerent with Putin and Kim Jong-un, and it made no sense. Like, what was the end game there?
They always attacked him from the right. Like, it was so frustrating. Go, Marjorie, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, one of the most frightening and disturbing things about the Biden administration's foreign policy is rattling the sabers against Russia and China and beefing up our nuclear weapons cache. That's really frightening. That's not just, trading words. We're talking about nuclear armed powers. And, calling Putin a killer. Well, of course, Putin's a killer, and so is Biden. He's killing people now as well. But that was so unnuanced the way he said that, and really opened the door to Putin saying, well, it takes one to know one, et cetera. But aside from all the rhetoric, it's really dangerous. It's really frightening that yes, Biden is pursuing a much better domestic policy. We breathed a sigh of relief. He's finally getting a handle on the pandemic, which Trump criminally allowed to metastasize and kill people. But Biden's foreign policy is really dangerous and really frightening.
And even on domestic issues and COVID, I would just add that we need to be really vigilant, because the media certainly isn't being that with Biden's decisions around that. And a lot of the press, the spokespeople are speaking out of both sides of their mouths. And, all of a sudden it's a 3 feet difference. And they're also not doing anything to help bring the vaccines to other countries. And they really, there's very little transparency. And his press people are kind of more talented or less tacky versions of Trump's, I would say.
Well, some intersection, one sort of convergence of your point, Katie, and the venom, the hostility, the rage against Julian Assange is the Democratic Party establishment, the Clintonites, the Obamanites, and the reality is, let's face it, Julian Assange was very hostile to Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton was very hostile to Julian Assange. And the Clinton machinery, Bill, Hillary, Neera Tanden, Center for American Progress, the whole infrastructure of neoliberal Democratic Party so-called leadership, they despised Julian Assange because they thought they would win in 2016. They had to blame somebody. They couldn't blame themselves for Hillary Clinton being a flunky for Wall Street and choosing to take six-figure honorariums for speaking for an hour and all this. So, there's a reality in the book Shattered. It documents by two reporters from The Hill that 24 hours after Hillary Clinton lost, they had a meeting at their Brooklyn headquarters. Who are we going to blame? So we're going to blame Russia. Well, coming along with that is, well, let's blame Julian Assange.
Yeah, Aaron Mate calls that the privilege protection racket. That's what he calls the Russian narrative for all the consultants and campaign people.
Yep.
It's not unwarranted because it is, there's, in the same way that Eisenhower described a military industrial complex, what we're describing now is almost like the press industrial complex or the political industrial complex that supports it, enables it, obscures it. I want to expand the conversation here in the sense that we've been focused particularly on the government and the press. I want to just invite our movements to engage here. We live in a moment where there is, frankly, widespread controversy about many of those aspects of, for instance, Biden's domestic policy agenda. The fact that Medicare for all is not a policy that is in place, and at least 175,000 deaths can be attributed to that in the United States alone, is an object of widespread controversy and critique. Somehow, all of that critique, it skips, it ignores this foreign policy paradigm that is emerging. It's the movement among particularly young socialists in this country is one I'm very excited about. And I recognize a certain myopic focus on our own experience as individuals and communities, ignoring the fact that we are citizens, constituents of a global empire with a reach around the world. And however much young people in this country feel like they've gotten an unfair deal, go to any of the countries where we have military bases or where we've been engaged in military actions and ask the people there how at liberty or how respected they feel. And all I'm inviting here is more of a feeling of international solidarity from the American left to the victims and survivors of our foreign policy. It should be a more central object of focus among the many critics who are rightfully and accurately criticizing Biden and Harris and the neoliberal Democratic establishment for its various failings of the American people. I really hope that we can revive the movements that, for instance, under the Bush administration, were much more vocal in challenging this abusive, imperial, relentlessly unhuman and inhuman foreign policy that we've maintained for 70 years.
Well, Shahid, I have to say, I think that's such a profound point. And I know me and my colleagues at rootsaction.org, when we're building campaigns and trying to get signatures from other organizations in the United States about foreign policy, often we're told, in effect, well, we focus on the United States, as though the other 95% of the people on the planet are, very secondary, or we're concerned with people of color, as though those who are being attacked with drones in the Middle East or in Asia are not people of color. And it's a sort of a approach that, frankly, corporate media love, because they don't want to talk about class. They don't want to talk about militarism. They like to talk, albeit in a very limited way, about race.
It's woke nationalism.
To follow up on the points that Shahid and Norm made, Black Lives Matter, which started in 2014 and now really resulted in the largest mass protests in the history of this country, the mass uprisings in the wake of the torture and killing of George Floyd. The Black Lives Matter movement has made connections with and created solidarity with the struggle of the Palestinian people. And president after president, including Biden now, reaching kind of a zenith under Trump, but Biden continuing that policy of uncritically deferring to Israel's human rights violations against the Palestinians, is something that we really need to be talking about and not shying away from. And the withholding of the COVID vaccine, Israel vaccinated its population, wonderful, and then withheld the vaccine from the Palestinians. The way I read the Genocide Convention, that meets the definition of genocide. And it's really cause for concern, and it's something people don't like to talk about, and they confuse anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, which are two very different things. There is anti-Semitism. It should be fought wherever it is. But the Zionism, which feeds this these human rights violations by Israel against the Palestinians and is enabled by the U.S. government, because it couldn't happen without the U.S. military assistance, more military assistance we give to Israel than any other country. And this is something that the Black Lives Matter people see. They understand the connections between the protest against white supremacy in this country and the violation of the rights of Palestinians, and that's a welcome development.
Well, that understanding needs to be widened and deepened. Certainly, it's, I think of Woody Guthrie said, any damn fool can be complicated. Sometimes you have to be very clear and simple. We need a single standard of human rights. When you have a single standard of human rights, you're going to condemn the Israeli government for how they're treating Palestinians.
And you similarly condemn the Saudi government for how it treats its citizens or women or journalists, right? And I often hear the concerns around the Israeli occupation, military occupation of Palestine being reduced to religious tension. And that's another sort of, red herring where, Jews and Muslims have been very close for a millennium, for 1,000 years. And what we see in the military occupation of Palestine is much more effectively a land grab and the continuing legacy of British colonialism. And to claim it as a religious tension does the conflict and the occupation and the people there a profound disservice. I've talked to any number of Christian Palestinians who share the experience of having been shot at by Israeli settlers. The resources, ultimately a class perspective, if you want to apply that term here, it explains the history there much more clearly than the sort of religious overlay that corporate media have attempted to use as a lens to explain a conflict and a controversy that frankly don't fit that lens at all. If I may ask a question, maybe of Marjorie or Norman or anybody else for that matter, you'd mentioned, Marjorie, that the U.S. foreign policy might meet the definition of genocide with respect to the Israeli occupation. I'm thinking particularly in the context of the intellectual property discussions over the COVID vaccines, and our government has declined to allow vaccines to more quickly enter the public domain so that they could be manufactured in the global south and better meet the needs of a population, not just here in the United States, but around the world struggling with this pandemic. It does seem to me that that also is a decision that we might characterize in similar terms. I'm curious if you have any views about that and the denial of access to the intellectual property of some corporations that are constraining the availability of life-saving medicine to billions of people around the planet.
Yes, I think that's a factor. And of course, that has to do with racial capitalism, which has been a scourge in this country and for years and generations, and now is really intensifying. But by withholding the vaccine from the Palestinians and then Israel saying, well, they're supposed to take care of their own health needs, it totally belies the duties of an occupying power under the Geneva Conventions, which is to protect the health and safety of the occupied. And Israel is occupying the Palestinian territories. But by withholding this vaccine, that is intended in whole or in part to wipe out a people, a racial minority, and that's what's happening here. And I think it's very, very alarming. Gaza is such a densely populated area. It's the largest open air prison in the world, it's been called. And yet Israel has it tightly. There's a siege. They don't let, they control all the ingress and egress, including what kinds of medical, the COVID vaccine and other medical help get into Palestine. And of course, the U.S. isn't protesting it, just turning its head the other way uncritically. I think during the Obama administration, Obama said at one point, he had the gall and the nerve and the temerity as he left office to abstain from a resolution condemning Israel for building the illegal settlements and as he was leaving office. But other than that, gave it a lick and a promise, hardly ever. You saw almost no criticism of the policies of the Israeli government. And that certainly held true with Trump, who recognized Jerusalem as the capital and did a number of other things which are, which were very, very damaging. And I have no reason to believe that Biden is going to really be any different in terms of the uncritical support that the U.S. gives to Israel.
And really quickly, anyone who thinks that criticizing Israel is anti-Semitic should look at B'Tselem, the human rights organization in Israel that's doing a lot of documenting of
I want to just say one
violations.
Right. I'm sorry. I want to say one other thing. And there is a collection that came out about, I think it was over between a year and 2 years ago. And it's called Reclaiming Judaism from Zionism. It's a collection of essays. I actually have an essay in there, and Carolyn Karcher is the editor. And it's rabbis, students, activists, Israelis, people from all walks of life talking about the difference between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. And I think it's very important to keep those two things separate, because whenever someone criticizes Israel, especially in the corporate media, the New York Times is the king of this. You're being anti-Semitic, and it is not anti-Semitic to criticize the Israeli government and the Zionist policies. That's not anti-Semitic.
Okay, so before we wrap up this panel, we've been having everybody, somebody each hour, call the Department of Justice line and leave the message using the script that we're providing. And so our lucky panelist who was selected is Shahid to do this call. And so if that's okay with you, I figure, okay, so you just got to put on speaker. I'm going to pull it up.
Call Pelosi. That's the other option.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Yes, you can. If her mailbox isn't full, because Feinstein's is full. And Biden shut off the comment line at the White House, so we can't even call there.
Probably accidentally, probably tripped over it.
I'm sure it was a real accident. And so I'm gonna put, let me put the thing back up so everyone can see it. And this is where I get a little challenged. Here we go. This should be it.
Perfect.
Yeah. And so we've just been having everybody do it. And like that way, like once an hour, somebody's seeing an example of it. And also for people, if you're not comfortable calling, please feel free I believe that we have something in the description, John, correct me if I'm wrong, where it's for an email, so that this can be used as an email. The same content can be used as an email, and you can send that to your representatives as well. But yeah, we need to fill their box.
I'm going to start with the Senate switchboard and call Senator Padilla, because he's actually somebody who, this new senator might be persuaded.
That's fine. Yeah, I mean, you just do it once is a good sample.
For folks following along, we're calling the Senate switchboard here. Hi there. I'm looking for the office of Senator Alex Padilla.
Thank you for calling the Washington, D.C. office of Senator Medea. Currently, all of our staff are assisting other callers or our office is closed. Please leave a message with your name and contact information. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shahid Buttar. I'm calling from San Francisco, and I'm calling to ask you to perform oversight of the Department of Justice and encourage the department to drop its unconstitutional case against Julian Assange. I and many others are deeply concerned about the ramifications that prosecuting journalists and publishers for exposing American war crimes will have, not just on our civil liberties, but also on our foreign policy and human rights around the world. President Biden promised that he would end Trump's attacks on the press, yet his administration has indicated that it will continue to seek Assange's extradition. The prosecution of Julian Assange creates a dangerous precedent that could, if left unfettered, prevent journalists from holding our government accountable. You've sworn an oath of office to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I implore you to follow it. Please protect our First Amendment and force the Department of Justice to drop its illegal case against Assange immediately. Thank you for your time. You can reach me at shahid.buttar@gmail.com. Thanks for your service.
That was so thorough, and you added your contact information at the end, and that was great. That was great.
I would
Thank you
encourage
so
people
much.
to leave your contact information, because it's one thing to leave a message, but if you force them to get back to you, that's kind of what, when you leave your contact information, you're setting up an
That's a good suggestion. Yeah. I just assumed they're not even going to, it never even occurred to me that anybody on the other end of the phone would call back.
But it's not an unfair assumption, but if I may offer just a sort of method suggestion here.
Sure.
Calls to Washington they matter a little bit. What matters a lot, what will actually ensure that you get a response, is if you write a letter that your neighbors co-sign. So leave your messages today. The telethon's a great idea. We should go beyond it. And if you're fired up by what you've learned today on the telethon and you want to take a further step, write a letter, paraphrase the concerns that you've heard. If there's something that one of the speakers today has said that really resonated with you, just paraphrase it in a letter and shop it around to your neighbors. And if you can even get 3 or 4 people to sign your letter with their addresses to prove that they're constituents, and you co-sign that letter and you send it in to Washington, you're going to get a response, because it's a different thing when you approach your legislators and policymakers as a group, because instead of them perceiving you as an individual constituent who they might ignore or send a form letter to, they're going to perceive a group with an articulated interest either as an opportunity for some constituents to co-opt or as a threat. And we are at the point where we need to be escalating. We can't just be asking and pleading for the attention of our representatives. Sending these letters in groups sends an implicit threat as well as a carrot. And I would just invite your listeners to consider that as a further step you might take.
No, it's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for bringing us together. I learned a lot from everybody here.
Me too.
So did I.
Yeah, I'm so thankful that you all came. This was definitely the very intellectual academic panel, and I was a little bit nervous. I'm like, oh no, these are really, really smart people, and that's why. And I had to cut reinforcements, and this is why Katie's here and everything. But I so appreciate you guys giving your time to this. It's really great. I'm very appreciative. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Everybody.
Thank you.
All righty. Bye.
Bye.
All right. We're going to move on. Hold on. You got it? All right. Okay.
Maybe we can put the thing up on the screen. Are they back
Which
there?
thing? What do you want me to put up
the,
before I
the
bring in
numbers, just so I can make a.
Oh, can I do it? Is the scrolling one is fine? You want to just run to the
just to cover? Yeah, I'd have to just run to the.
All right,
facilities.
Katie's gonna do. We're gonna do a potty break. So hold on one second. We're gonna do the potty break.
So if you just show the
I
thing
got
that
it.
people can, you know.
I'm gonna
take
put the thing up
advantage
so
of this potty break
everybody
to
can
make the phone
do,
calls
and
do
everybody
the
can have.
emails.
We're gonna have a little potty break.
Yeah. So everyone can take what, 5 minutes to do their homework.
Yeah.
I have Marjorie's book here also. Yes, I got it right there. Okay, I'll be right back.
All right. Potty.
Coming for all of it.
He also wrote something in. She also wrote something in defense of Julian Assange. She is an administrative committee member of the United National Anti-War Coalition and the coordinating committee of Black Alliance for Peace. She is a board member for the U.S. Peace Memorial Foundation. So welcome, Margaret and Chris. It's so nice to have you guys here. I'm very excited about this. Chris, big fan. So I'm so happy that you agreed to do this. And Margaret, it's so good to see you again. Welcome back. We don't hear you.
And apologies, I was in the wrong window, so I didn't see everyone. Hi.
You were in the wrong window.
Yeah,
All right, Margaret. It's having technical problems. It's okay. We've all had them. So Katie, you had some stuff set up that you wanted to like do with this?
Oh yes. Hi, Chris. Nice to see you again.
Hey.
Yeah.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
I can hear you now. Great.
Okay.
I had tech issues too. I think it was the NSA coming for all of us. But yeah, I just wanted to ask both of you about what got you interested in this story and why you think it's an important story, and also why you think the media is so afraid of touching it.
I'll let Margaret go.
Well, it was clear to me that Assange was considered an enemy of politicians and even of the corporate media, even though he himself is a journalist, because he doesn't play by the rules. He exposed what powerful people did not want to expose. And there's so many so-called journalists who are complicit, so they didn't like that at all, putting the rest of them to shame, doing what the rest of them should have been doing. And he made a lot of enemies. The release of the Iraq war logs was, everyone could see what the U.S., and yesterday was the anniversary of the invasion of Iraq, we have to point out, could see the crimes that the U.S. was committing in this country that we were told we were saving by bombing them or whatever. And that is how he came to be an enemy. In the 2016 election, he played a role in embarrassing Hillary Clinton. All he did, because someone leaked to him, that's a whole other story, information, he was able to embarrass her and tell the truth about her. And when she lost, it was easy for them to make him an enemy again and to make him someone that people would hate. And the rape charge, by the way, he was never charged with rape in Sweden, ever. It was the United States pressuring Sweden to make it look like he was a rapist. So he's a rapist who brought us Donald Trump. Well, so that is how he came to be so heartily disliked, and why I was always a defender of his cause. I have always defended people who tell us what we need to be told, and that means making enemies of the powerful.
So Margaret raises the Iraqi war logs. They came out in October 2010. These were the material, including videos, images of the gunning down of 2 Reuters journalists and 10 other unarmed civilians as so-called collateral murder video. It exposed the torture of Iraqi prisoners. It exposed the covering up of thousands of civilian deaths, including the killing of the documentation of the killing of over 700 civilians who had approached too closely to U.S. checkpoints. And immediately after the release of the Iraqi war logs, the great civil rights attorney, Michael Ratner, along with another towering civil rights attorney, Len Weinglass, who had defended Daniel Ellsberg in the Pentagon Papers case, flew to London and asked for a meeting with Julian. Now, Julian had just come back from Sweden, and he'd been in Sweden because he was attempting to create a legal framework to protect WikiLeaks servers in Sweden. As soon as he got to Stockholm, or shortly after he got to Stockholm, all of his personal bank cards were blocked. So he had no access to funds at all. And he was dependent on supporters. 2 of them were women with whom he had consensual sex. As he was preparing to leave, the Swedish media announced that he was wanted for questioning about allegations of rape.
which neither of the women ever charged. They never accused him of rape. They wanted him to take an STD test, and they'd approached the police about asking him to comply. And one of the women, in fact, said that she was railroaded by the police to making a charge. 24 hours later, the chief prosecutor of Stockholm takes over the preliminary investigation. She drops the rape accusation and said that there's no evidence that he committed rape. So although he's not charged with a crime, Julian canceled his departure. He stayed in Sweden for another 5 weeks to cooperate. They appointed a special prosecutor to investigate the allegations. He was granted permission to leave the country, and then he went to Britain, and that's where Len and Rather met him. On the way to Britain, he flew to Berlin, and when he arrived in Berlin, 3 of his encrypted laptops with documents detailing where crimes disappeared from his luggage. So Michael and Len pressed Julian for a meeting in London because they immediately saw that the Swedish allegations were a distraction. They read the police reports. They knew there was no case. What they did know, because especially Michael had been spending decades fighting on behalf of Attica prisoners. He organized all of the attorneys to defend those held in Guantanamo. He knew precisely what the empire was going to do, and that was crucify Julian. And it was he who recommended that Julian not go back to Sweden because he would be extradited. This actually came as a surprise to Julian. And they laid out to him that he would be charged under the Espionage Act, which is the 1917 equivalent of our Secrets Act. So from the moment that Iraqi war logs came out, it was clear, and I was very close to Michael and flew to London to visit Julian with Michael. It was very clear that the empire was going to mount a no-holds-barred campaign because Julian, and through his own courage and the courage of Chelsea Manning, had shown a light into the machinery of empire and the war crimes that they had committed, and that, of course, turned out to be sadly prescient. And so I've long been a supporter of Julian, and of course know him and understand the severity of his persecution, because it's really an attack on the entire press. I'll just add one more caveat. People talk about The Guardian, El País, Der Spiegel, the New York Times publishing this material. I spent 15 years at the New York Times. The reason they published the material is because they knew it would be published in the alternative press if they turned it down, and they would be exposed as handmaidens of the imperial and the corporate state. And so everybody asks the question, well, how can The Guardian, how can the New York Times, how can they turn on Julian, which they did immediately after they published the material that was shared with them? Well, it's because they always hated him from the beginning. And it's traditionally, if you look closely, it's always been the alternative media throughout history that has shamed the corporate press into doing their job. So they had no choice. They knew that they would be exposed as bankrupt if they somehow refused to publish that information. And yet, on the other hand, from the beginning, there was a deep animus towards Julian. Which is why, of course, they've refused to defend him, although the legal precedent that would be set if he's brought back, Julian's not an American citizen, Wikileaks is not a US-based publication, the legal precedent that would be set would be devastating for what's left of our very anemic press.
Do you think it's rational that other journalists don't care because they really won't be doing, I mean, cowardly, but also rational because they wouldn't be doing the type of journalism that was published by WikiLeaks? So, on its face, it seems like, what are they doing? This can be used against them, but maybe they are right because they know they wouldn't ever do the type of journalism that would get them in trouble.
I think so. They don't have the intention of doing what the work Julian did. And most of them, so many of them just want access. So the last thing they want to do is make the government angry with them. So they, in order to stay in their good graces, never defy them. And they certainly wouldn't do anything to create as much trouble in their lives as Julian has had in his. So they're more like, scribes or courtiers or something like that. So no, they don't care about Julian. They are very tightly allied with the people they're supposed to be reporting on.
Right.
Yeah, Margaret makes a good point. The way you rise within these news organizations is to act as a stenographer to power. That's what most Washington reporters are. I can't speak to the configurations of the New York Times now. It's certainly a far weaker news organization than when I was there. But there were people within the organization who attempted to challenge positions of power. And I felt that as a foreign correspondent reporting from Gaza, or reporting from the war in the former Yugoslavia, or during the Reagan administration when I covered the war in El Salvador and the war in Nicaragua. But you weren't just battling Washington. You were actually battling, as Margaret points out, the predominance of those journalists who make their living doing lunch with peoples of power. And so there was always an force within these news organizations that conspired against those of us who were attempting to report off the ground the reality of what was happening. And if you're just insistent, if you don't conform, eventually you become a management problem and you get pushed out, as I was pushed out. But there's a whole list of people. Cy Hirsch did a long investigation on Gulf and Western when he was at the New York Times, and the chairman of Gulf and Western, which was completely mobbed up, was inviting the publisher to private screenings at his lavish home, and that there was a version of it. It was published down. It was so watered down and neutered that it didn't say anything, and that's when Hirsch left the paper. Same thing with Sidney Schanberg, also a friend of mine, Sidney, who was made famous in the movie The Killing Fields, comes back and he starts writing about gentrification in New York City and how rent laws are being overwritten so people can be middle class and working class can be pushed out. And this angers the large real estate developers who, again, have close personal relationships with the publisher. And Sidney Schanberg ends up at the Village Voice and then later at Newsday. So Margaret is exactly right. It's a way to achieve prominence. Look at Thomas Friedman or any of these figures. The way to achieve prominence is to act as a stenographer to power. And within those organizations, if you attempt to challenge that ethos, you can maybe do it once or twice or a few times. But if you try consistently to do that throughout your career, then you are always pushed out. Many people remember the story of Gary Webb. Gary Webb, a good investigative reporter, had found out that the Contras, I was in Nicaragua at the time, so I know that it's true, the CIA was enabling the Contras, who were Reagan's, these guys were just old somocistas, murderers, rapists. They're just the scum of the scum, torturers, of course, and killers on top of it. So they were, to fund the Contras, they were allowing them, would send down weapons and arms in C-130 transport planes through private companies like Air America, and then they would all go back filled with cocaine that would be sold on the streets of Oakland and other cities, creating the whole crack epidemic, or certainly one of the major forces behind the crack epidemic. And when that came out, I believe he published it in one of the San Francisco papers, but in a California paper. They went after Gary Webb, but it's interesting that the mainstream media, the Washington Post, the New York Times, they were used to discredit Webb. And they never did any reporting. They just went to official sources. Webb, of course, ended up being completely blacklisted within the journalistic community and committed suicide. So I think, Margaret makes a very valid point that to achieve prominence within this system, one is a courtier. And if you attempt to work within the system and you're not a courtier, then you're not only attacked by the ruling and power elites, but you're attacked by people within those media institutions. I used to say that the real motto of the New York Times is do not significantly alienate those on whom we depend for money and access.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that, and I mean, we see this prominently since 9/11, that there's no more like foreign correspondents. They called everybody home. Now they're just, right. So even people that were talking heads when I was growing up, the people that were doing the news, they were actually reporters at one point. Those were actually people that went out and investigated stories and reported their stories. And now there's not even a facade of foreign correspondence of any real substance. It's just like, we're just supposed to believe it because they say so. And they don't even put in, I don't see anybody ever on the ground anymore. Is there, is that something that even exists?
No, they've closed all the bureaus because it's again, with the contraction of the media industry, it's all become about profit, and foreign running, especially if you're covering a war, it's extremely expensive. My budget, the first year I covered the war in the former Yugoslavia, and this is excluding salaries and we had 3 reporters and 2 photographers and translators and drivers and everything else, not to mention armored vehicles, which were $100,000 a pop, was $600,000. That doesn't happen now. And so, yes, it's all become gossip. So not only has the world outside the borders of the United States been rendered invisible, but the working class and the working poor in this country have been rendered invisible. And so it's all, it's like people sitting around Versailles or the Forbidden City gossiping endlessly about what the elites are doing and who's in and who's out, kind of like working at the New York Times, much the same kind of ethos. And meanwhile, those people who are suffering either from the crimes committed by the empire or the crimes committed by the ruling elites internally have no voice. They don't exist because advertisers don't want their stories told, so they're not told.
Yeah. So, Margaret, I just wanted to ask you, when Chris mentions Versailles, I can't help but thinking of Kristen Sinema walking into to place her vote with the cake. She had actually brought cake with her, as if somehow that's cute. And so, I, of course, was thinking, well, then maybe we should get a guillotine, if she's going to have cake, then, maybe we should. So, they already hate me. So, well, I just want to know,
not against you. Yeah.
Oh, not against. Yeah. No, but first of all, there are people building guillotines, like I think in front of like Jeff Bezos' house and stuff like that. But, I wouldn't be walking around voting no against working people and putting out cake. I don't think that's a smart move. So I was wondering, what you thought about what your thoughts were.
Well, it was interesting to me that it was so blatant. That is the way members of the Senate feel about working people. That's how they feel about 99% of the country. Yeah. Complete disregard, hatred even. But we're at a point now where they don't even bother to hide the disdain that they have. And it's easy for them to have it because they don't get elected based on what ordinary working people need. They get elected if they can raise millions of dollars. Senators have to raise 30 million, 40, depending on the state, up to $40 million in order to be able to have a credible run for office. And that means they're not going to me or any of my neighbors. They are going to, Chris just talked about the real estate developers. They're a huge force in politics here in New York, and I guess throughout the country. So we have this phony democracy where we're told we have a voice when we don't. People get to be senators because they don't listen to the people, because they promise that they're not going to listen to the people. What did Biden say at his the fundraiser with the fat cats? Nothing will fundamentally change. And that is what they all spend their time doing in order to make sure that they get into office. We've seen these studies which confirm what we've already observed, that you don't get what you want, even if the person who you like or the party who you support wins. You still don't get what you want because the system is built to accommodate others and not you.
I think that's the one campaign promise he's actually kept. And of course, that was not made publicly. So got to congratulate him on that. Yeah.
Well, that's one reporter who did a good job by whoever, I can't even remember who it was, somebody for Bloomberg, I believe, who told us that story. That was significant.
So something I was thinking about when we had the last panel on, and even now, is that, you know, we often see this and Margaret, we talked about this on our show, this like whitewashing of our history. Mm-hmm. And I feel like what we're seeing with the media and how the media is covering things.
By the way,
yes, there's Margaret's book. Yes, she knows I
Black
kindled.
America
Katie's better than me.
Margaret Kimberley. And I have your books, Chris, but upstate, not here.
Okay, see, Katie's living in 2 addresses now.
I can't say, yeah.
But what I'm thinking is, like, we're sitting here and we're watching it in live time. So the failure of the media to accurately and systemically portray real facts is what leads to us not having an accurate historical record. So it's like we're actually not only suffering from the whitewashing of the history in the past, but we're watching it live time right now because it's basically lies of omission. Even if somebody were to say they're not flat out making things up, they're just not even covering it. And so this is what we're going to see, 100 years down the road is, will anybody even remember Julian Assange? And, this is exactly how that happens, that we end up with a history that does not reflect actual facts.
Yeah, I just want to hold up another book. Chris and I are both contributors to In Defense of Julian Assange. So if people want to know Julian's story, you should get that book.
Definitely.
But yeah, stuff, the truth has just disappeared or it's turned on its head. I mean, Julian Assange is a living embodiment of that. I mean, if you think about it, I've often say to myself, many people want to be well informed. They really do. So they think if I read the New York Times, if I listen to NPR, if I watch CNN, MSNBC, I know what's happening in the world, except they don't. You know what they want you to believe. And so you think that China's your enemy, you think Putin's a killer, you think all kinds of ridiculous things that are just fantasy. But they're the fantasies of people who want to keep you under control. So Hillary Clinton didn't lose because she ran a bad campaign. She didn't lose because she wanted Donald Trump to be her competition because she thought he'd be easiest to beat. No, she lost because of the Russians and she lost because of Julian Assange. And so this man who ordinarily would have support amongst some of the liberal class is instead hated and disdained, and people and most people I talk to don't even know why they're trying to extradite him. They think it has to do with this, alleged collusion with Russia, not that he revealed something that the U.S. didn't want revealed, that there's an Espionage Act from the days of Woodrow Wilson, and Barack Obama used it more than anybody else to put people behind bars. And they have no idea that the United States is claiming it has the right to snatch anybody anywhere on the planet and put them on trial in Washington.
And even Obama with his, Espionage Act trigger happiness didn't go after Assange. So it's really rich watching these same liberals who praise Obama as being a constitutional lawyer and a nuanced thinker, and somehow they're siding with Trump and Pompeo on this issue. They're siding with Cheetah Mussolini, unprecedented existential threat guy.
Yeah, and Biden, who's copying everything Trump did when it comes
Well,
to
right. And Biden is doing that. Right. Biden himself is siding with Pompeo and Trump, not with the guy who was president. That, what do you call him? A clean and articulate African American?
Yeah, whatever. Whatever.
He's the acceptable level of black. He was the acceptable presentation of black because it has to conform.
And that racist statement helped get him chosen as his running mate, which is even better.
Yeah.
Are there any? We interviewed Daniel Ellsberg on Useful Idiots the other day. Matt Taibbi and I did, and it was really fascinating because he talked about how people like to point to him now as a good whistleblower, so that they can denigrate Manning, Snowden, and Assange. In contrast, and it's true. People say disgusting things about Manning, Snowden, and Assange, and they claim to think that Ellsberg is a hero. Yet their hero vehemently disagrees with them, which reminds me of what you guys were just saying about history. You know, it's great. Maybe in how, you know, maybe they'll have to go through Ellsberg time, you know, decades later. Maybe they'll be considered whistleblowers, so someone else can be vilified. But
Well, Ellsberg suffered from the same kind of character assassination that is visited now upon Julian, and Chelsea, and Ed Snowden, and Jeremy Hammond, and Aaron Schwartz, and all these other courageous people that have attempted to shine a light into the inner workings of power. And of course, Dan remembers that. Look, I mean, the whole, Margaret can speak to this better than I can, but the whole mythology around Martin Luther King. I grew up in a small white farm town. Martin Luther King was one of the most hated men in America at the time he died. I mean, even his approval ratings among African Americans, I think, Margaret, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it was about 50% or something.
I'd say it was higher for us.
But it wasn't a more majoritarian. I mean, they'd so successfully demonized him throughout the country. And we forget the power of black propaganda. It's quite effective. And of course, that what makes Michael Ratner so prescient is that he knew precisely what was coming the moment the Iraqi war logs were met. You can read all that. He tells the whole story in his memoir, Moving the Bar. So of course Dan knows, but we sanitize these historical figures. We freeze them in time, as we have with King and as I Have a Dream speech, and in essence neuter them of their radicalism, neuter them of their courage, and then erase. We create this historical amnesia. So, I mean, boy, the FBI was trying to drive King to suicide.
Yeah.
The FBI was carrying out assassinations of black leaders like Fred Hampton and others. So, the history is, the version of history that we study is one that is written and supported that justifies or speaks to the supposed virtues of the ruling elites. And counter historians like Howard Zinn, or as he was, driven out of their academic posts or never given academic posts.
Yeah, that's what concerns me the most. That's what concerns me the most, is that this is going to keep getting perpetrated and that we're still not teaching proper history right now. We're not teaching proper history right now. I mean, Zinn should be required reading. This is I feel like we're not correcting it from the early ages where it really matters. We're not teaching it properly in the beginning. And I think that is a real problem.
Yeah, well, Chris just made mention of King's I Have a Dream speech, which, I think most people think he only gave one speech. They don't talk about him breaking with Lyndon Johnson over the Vietnam War a year to the day before he was killed. And while he did have near universal support from black people, that decision that he made, he broke with some of his colleagues, even his own father. They were like, you can't piss off Lyndon Johnson. What are you thinking?
I know that,
one of the more courageous acts of his life, and it's been disappeared. I call King's birthday the Let's Pretend We Liked King When He Was Alive day, because if you look at what the New York Times and the Washington Post said about him when he made that decision, it's nothing like what they say about him today. So, but I wanted to make another point about the corporate media. You know, they're trying to silence us and censor us and deplatform us because they know there's a group of people who aren't going to shut up. There are a group of people who are not going to change what they say, who will tell the truth about Julian Assange, they and others. So that is why, and I know there's great disagreement, but I think it is a huge mistake for people on the left to think it's okay for Trump to have been deplatformed. That is my position. So their goal is to deplatform us all, and for once and for all, get rid of anybody who isn't going to go along with the official narrative.
It always harms the
I was
left.
against deplatforming Alex Jones, and he's a buffoon.
I was too.
Right.
Yeah.
Let a buffoon be a buffoon. I mean, the best way to counteract the information is with accurate information, not by deplatforming. So we just need to be louder.
And there are things that have to be done that we can work towards in terms of media. And, you know, obviously the corporate media makes it hard, and various models make it hard to even get seen or heard. But yeah, we can't just let content moderation and censorship happen because we think that the people who they're targeting are the bad guys, as if they, you know, have some moral compass, as if like Silicon Valley is interested in the well-being and the best interest of most citizens. But just so people know, so Martin Luther King gave this speech where he basically condemned, because people probably don't know, a lot of viewers, where he condemned the war in Vietnam and talked about the triple evils of racism, imperialism, and capitalism. Yep. And was, you know, it was so funny to see the headlines and the articles about him where they're like, this isn't really your thing. Your thing is civil rights. You should focus on that and not get into the economics of it. But yeah, you know, Daniel Ellsberg also shared that he said he's very conscious of the fact that people are celebrating him in order to denigrate the current, you know, more recent whistleblowers. And he also said that Malcolm Gladwell in the New Yorker had written this piece that was based exactly on that premise and tried to contrast Ellsberg with Snowden in particular. And Daniel Ellsberg wrote a letter, you know, to the New Yorker. And presumably you would think that the New Yorker would publish a letter written by Daniel Ellsberg in response to a piece about Daniel Ellsberg. You know, this isn't some anonymous, like, obscure figure. This is Daniel Ellsberg. And they didn't publish it. And Malcolm Gladwell, the genius that he is, and the New Yorker, the rigorous magazine that it is, he said that Ellsberg had served in North Korea. He'd been in North Carolina, so the first word was
easy
right.
confusion.
Yeah.
Easy confusion. North Korea, North Carolina.
Yeah. So it just.
Yeah. Well, this answers your previous question about why people like him don't defend Assange.
Right.
That's it. They don't want to be courageous, and they will tell lies. And you know, and Ellsberg, people see him through this, I guess, rose-colored glasses. He was targeted by Nixon, who liberals didn't like. So. Right. You know, but the attempt to crush whistleblowers was an Obama thing. So are you going to talk about, say anything negative about Obama? No, most liberals will not. That's a bigger issue of the country moving further and further to the right since that time.
Yeah. So let me ask you, especially Chris, like for people that are watching this, and there are people, and I do believe what Margaret said, that most people want to try to be informed. And I even know people, they think they're informed. They get up, they watch their CNN, they know everything that's going on. So like, what would you suggest would be the better source of information for just regular people that, I mean, like I spend 3 to 4 hours a day, like researching. Most people don't have that. Most people are not going to be able to do that and dig everything up. So what would be your recommendation for people to get a decent news that is available?
Well, the problem is most people are passive consumers of what they're fed. And that's why the corporate media has made war on alternative press outlets through algorithms. It's, you know, you saw very overt censorship by the media platforms, Google, YouTube, Twitter, during the Biden campaign, shutting out the New York Post from its own Twitter account after it published the revelations on Hunter Biden's laptop. The use of derogatory terms to talk about information like the Podesta emails that were released by WikiLeaks. John Podesta had been Hillary Clinton's campaign chairman, calling it misinformation. It's not misinformation. Nobody's ever questioned the veracity of those emails. And so we've created a system where if you don't go searching for credible forms of information and you rely on the mainstream media outlets, then you're going to get fed garbage of one form of another, whether it's Rachel Maddow spinning, you know, lurid tales of Russia, CNN does the same thing, or Fox demonizing just about everybody who isn't white, male, and American. That's the problem. So I think, like, you know, most consumers of news, I look at particular bylines, not at news organizations. So I think both Matt Taibbi and Glenn Greenwald have done tremendous work on the media. I admire them for it. I don't know how they can find the patience and sanity to sift through all that stuff, but they do, and they're very important. And they're important on other issues too, but they're especially important on that issue. I read Amir Haas, Danny Rubenstein in Aretz, the Israeli newspaper, for reporting on the Palestinians. I mean, the irony being that these are Israeli Jews. I think Aretz probably, you know, for a mainstream publication, the Electronic Intifada is another important source of information. Margaret writes for Black Agenda Report, another important publication. So I look for Margaret stuff. So I look more for people. I mean, I'm in the business, so but that's always
right.
been
So
the
you
case.
know, people don't know.
Yeah, I
People
know, but I'm
don't
saying
know.
that if you're not proactive, it's now almost impossible to get decent information about what's happening. You know, Al Jazeera is a very important outlet, certainly on the Middle East. But you're right that you've got to, if you passively consume what's fed to you by the corporate monolith, it's worse than the lie of omission. That used to be the old lie. Now it's just outright fabrication. The whole notion that you know, Russia is responsible for the election of Trump in 2016, and nobody mentions the country that actually interferes massively in our electoral process, and that's Israel. Flying hundreds of members of Congress on junkets, donating money far above the campaign limits, mounting fierce campaigns against student activists, college students who support the boycott, divestment, sanctions movement, as I do. So the media landscape has constricted. I mean, in my own career, going back to the early 80s, I've watched the walls close in. And then, of course, voices like mine have been completely marginalized because of that. And so I'm very worried about, and you know, Biden's calling for new domestic terrorism laws. They, you know, are there's an open campaign on the part of establishment Democrats calling for people to be removed from the media landscape, assaults against Substack, where Matt and Glenn and other people write. And so I think that, you know, what we're seeing is a shift where voices like Margaret's and mine were marginalized, but because the ruling elites really have no credibility anymore, the ruling ideology of neoliberalism has been uncovered as a bankrupt, just a fig leaf for theft on the part of oligarchic elite. I recommend David Harvey's great book, A Brief History of Neoliberalism. It never made economic sense ever. I mean, it was based on outliers like Hayek or this third-rate novelist Ayn Rand, but it was never meant to. It was an ideological cover for pillage. I mean, white supremacy functions the same way. So And because there's no answer, because the credibility has collapsed, then voices that critique these centers of power become more dangerous. And even though they're already marginalized, they're now there are calls by establishment and the New York Times and MSNBC and the Washington Post. They cheerlead this because the whole idea is to direct readers or viewers back to these mainstream outlets that have seen their own credibility fall tremendously because of their complicity in, a slew of lies, whether it's this ridiculous caliphate. I mean, this podcast, The Caliphate, where I spent 7 years in the Middle East. I mean, from the moment I heard it, it was clear it was a fake. It was just kind of, audio snuff for demonization of Muslims. Black Agenda report, like I wrote for Truthdig till we all went on strike and then we got fired. But that, those outlets were attacked several years ago by this anonymous website called Prop or Not, Propaganda or Not, as being agents of a foreign power. So, I think that we will see this, and with the full complicity of YouTube, Google, these outlets, which are, of course, completely tied to the defense industry and the intelligence industry. What Amazon has, a $600 million contract, I think, with the CIA.
Isn't he making drones? He's making drones.
Is he making drones? Yeah. Okay.
He's making drones. Well, he's got to make the drones deliver the packages. Yeah, exactly. There's going to be drones delivering the packages. So the drone guy.
Yeah.
But you're watching, and I think that's why so many of us were so outspoken about Julian from the beginning, because Julian and WikiLeaks were the canary in the coal mine. They were what they went after first. They hardly have stopped there, and they're moving at a very fast pace. And Biden and the Democrats are probably going to be even worse than the Trump administration in terms of shutting down the voices, in particular on the left, because the left calls them out for who they are. And so, therefore, are
it
more
has
dangerous.
gotten worse,
right?
Yeah,
it's definitely going to come from the left, right?
To Chris's point about how they direct people now on Twitter, if you read, and I think people should read Chinese media, it will say Chinese government site. It doesn't say that for the BBC.
CBC,
they get government money. Same thing with YouTube. So they are working overtime to try to discredit, to make sure that, and after Prop or Not, we got, and other sites were, we got fewer eyeballs. I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the terminology, but you couldn't find ourselves.
Right, it's impressions.
Yes,
So-
and we couldn't find. I would try to look for articles I knew I had written on Google and could not find them. So,
they ran a graph. So after Prop or Not, Truthdig actually did the digital research, and they ran. So they at the beginning of Prop or Not, if I'd written an article on imperialism, probably the same for you, then it would come up if you typed imperialism into Google, and it was a recent article. Right. But the referrals from impressions declined over a 12-month period from over 700,000 to below 200,000, and now they're probably about zero. And of course, one of the major organizations that was attacked by these algorithms was WikiLeaks and Julian. But yes, that's exactly right. That's not even conjecture. We know that's fact.
Yeah, we know it's true. So it takes people, you have to be aware enough to be skeptical in the first place, and then to make the effort. And as Chris said, people are passive consumers. And instead of saying to yourself, wait a minute, this doesn't sound right, let me look for this. And so then if you do know who to follow, if you do know who to follow on social media, you can get some of the truth. But you're talking about people being skeptical, not being passive, knowing or even assuming or thinking they may be lied to. I mean, that's a heavy lift. I hate to say this, for most people. So we're still struggling and doing our best, but they are afraid of even that, and that is why they are censoring. I also want to say one more thing about the corporate media and the issue of Asian hate crimes in the wake of the shooting in Georgia. The New York Times acts as though it has nothing to do with the way China and other Asian countries are perceived. When in fact they talk about China being sneaky, the Uyghur, we could do a separate show about the phoniness of that story. Xi Jinping is a tyrant. There are concentration camps, there's forced labor, all of these things that are lies. And Trump, yes, he talked about the China virus, but the New York Times did pretty much the same thing in their reporting on China and COVID and not reporting their successes. So they also have played a role in that. I wanted to say that.
Yeah,
before.
I had on my show the other day, the Katie Halper show, not Useful Idiots, but I had on Danny Haifong, your colleague, Margaret, and we looked at the different images from different newspapers, magazines, totally racist tropes of like China looking like a, the dragon image, ridiculous headlines. And I would just say that with the Substack stuff, it's not just, sadly, it's not just corporate media or the usual suspects who are calling for people to be driven off Substack. You have people who claim to be left. I think they're basically neoliberals who are socially progressive. But saying that people are committing violence, and this is not about like white supremacists. This is about, people like Glenn Greenwald, and just openly calling for people to be removed from platforms, which again, I interviewed Chomsky a couple months ago and asked him about this. And he's like, well, cancel culture has been around forever. It was the McCarthy era. The difference is the left used to oppose it. And I do think that like there are people on the left, it's embarrassing and it's uncomfortable to talk about it, but there are people on the left who have jumped on the bandwagon, whether it's censorship, whether it's not platforming, deplatforming. I mean, again, it's very disappointing.
Well, we should stop letting them call themselves leftists.
Yeah, I know, seriously.
But it's about easy moral purity, because it's really easy to go after. There's no cost for going after those targets, and in fact, mainstream society cheers them on largely. There's a cost to go after, companies like Goldman Sachs or Raytheon or the security and surveillance state. So I really think a lot of it is about their own self-adulation.
Yeah.
But I lived in Roxbury when I was in seminary and commuted into Harvard, and that's where I learned to hate liberals. So.
Yeah. Everyone should listen to the last
episode. All those people talking about empowering people they never met.
Right. Through and also empowering people through looking at their own checking their own privilege, making sure that they it's a long story. It's not particularly new. I mean, so I was at Harvard Divinity School. All these students would go down and pick coffee for a week in Nicaragua and then spend the rest of the semester talking about it, but they wouldn't get on the Green Line and ride 20 minutes out to one of these housing projects where people being warehoused, in appalling conditions. So it's not particularly new. I mean, Chomsky's kind of done the best intellectual deconstruction of liberalism and the liberal class. Yeah.
Well, this has actually inspired me to post my 4-page source list. I have a source list that I've been compiling, and I need to clean it up, and I need to just regularly be posting it, and maybe just sort of, trying to encourage. I mean, people like me that are just now talking heads with small platforms are just sort of trying to bring over more mainstream people that weren't already paying attention, people that are my suburban peers that are sort of been living in a very privileged bubble, and just trying to bring them into greater awareness. And so I think I need to dig out my source list. That's what this makes me think of.
Yeah, I would also say the Gray Zone does great work. Which will
yes, definitely
get canceled immediately.
What else? I always promote those guys. I always will promote Max and Ben and Aaron and Rania, or I'm sorry, Anya and Anya. Well, yes, but
yes,
Anya Arabelle with the Gray Zone.
Yeah,
they do great work, and talk about a story that's been killed. I'm going to call it fact. that this so-called chemical attack in Douma,
Oh,
Syria
yeah.
in 2018 was staged by U.S. proxies. They kidnapped civilians, they murdered them, and they tried to say it was Assad. And the OPCW inspectors who blew the whistle have been talk about whistleblowers being disappeared. This story has not appeared in the New York Times or the Washington Post ever. And even left-ish sites
Democracy
now
Now!
ignore
Yeah.
it. It should be a huge story.
Yeah, at the very least, right, to be as conservative and cautious as possible, like if we want to go in that direction, at the very least, there was a cover-up. Regardless of what happened, there was a cover-up. Yeah, there was a cover-up, and they tried to silence a report. They removed people from it. They went to the office. It was like what they did with the last time in Iraq, but the same guy, I can't remember his name, Bustello, right? No.
Bustani.
Bustani, yeah. Bustani,
Just interview the whistleblowers.
Yeah, just
One
interview
of
the
them
whistleblowers.
testified
Exactly.
via video before the UN. I mean, he's not a nobody.
No,
just report on the story. Just say that these people disagreed and they were shut up. That's all you have. You know, you can put two and two together ourselves, but that's why it's been disappeared, because if you allow this story to get out, it turns into a lie, this 10-year long effort of terror committed against Syria.
Yeah. And again,
we have a request though. Look at this. We have a request.
Oh.
Look at that.
Greenhouse heat death. I like the name.
It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea.
But the reading lists are at the end of my books in the bibliography. I don't usually quote, with a few exceptions, books I don't like.
Right. So that's a good point.
I refer to a lot of books within my own books. And that's probably the best way to get a reading list. Yeah.
There you go. Perfect. So I just need to write a book and have a lot of good sources.
Right.
We'll do a reading. I'll do a reading of the end of your book, Chris, on another.
Okay. Well, there's 14 of them. So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was gonna think your latest book. I'll do all of them.
It'd be good for insomniacs.
Yeah. And then, okay. Anything else, Jen? Before.
Well, I mean, so far we've had at least one person every panel make the call and read the script. Now, obviously, neither of you need a script, but we're asking people to make the call to. It's easier, I think, to call the Department of Justice, just at least for the purposes of on air, because it just goes to a recording and you leave your message versus dealing with the Senate switchboard and getting your representative. But so that's the ask right now is would either of you be willing to make the call on air?
I'll let Margaret do it.
All right. That's it, Margaret. You've just been nominated. All right. I'm going to put it back
up. I nominate Margaret.
What am I calling? Am I calling Merrick Garland?
You're calling the Department of Justice. And here it is. I'm put it up. And you're calling the Department of Justice. And when you get through, you first put it on speakerphone. And then you push the number 1. And that'll take you to where you leave comments regarding civil and constitutional right issues.
Okay, I'm supposed to be calling this number?
Yep, you got to call the Department of Justice comment line.
Uh-huh.
And then when it goes through, you can hit number 1. Just hit 1. It'll skip through their little recording about if you have a real law enforcement problem, call the FBI, which is very helpful of them to tell you to do that.
So, all right. So, okay.
And put it on speaker so we can hear it. Put it on speaker near your mic and we can hear it.
Let's see.
See, this is why Chris is having you do it.
Yeah.
Because he's sitting there and just sort of mocking you doing this.
No,
right?
I'm not. I'd be much worse.
Okay, here we go.
Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Hello, my name's Margaret Kimberley. You need to stop prosecuting Julian Assange. This is criminal. You know that the Espionage Act is from 100 years ago. You know it's fascistic. Just leave him alone. You know you're breaking the law. You know you're breaking international law. So I'm asking you actually nicely to stop prosecuting this man. You helped Ecuador violate their own rules in order to snatch this guy. Please stop the extradition. The British even said that American jails are too terrible for someone to be turned over to. So end the persecution of Julian Assange, which started with your predecessors in the Trump administration. Be a real opposition and stop this now. Thank you very much.
You don't want her to ask not nicely.
No. Well, she definitely did not need a script. So we don't need to have that going on. I didn't think that either of you needed a script. But a lot of people do find it helpful, especially people that aren't used to calling and making commentary to their public officials.
Let's see where I end up now. But that's okay.
Yeah, right.
They already have me on their list.
I was going to say, this is probably a drop in the bucket on your file, Margaret.
That's all right. It's okay. I'm in a lot of trouble already. But
and we know everyone else here has a file.
But I want to say something else about this. I want to, the role of the British in this is just disgraceful, and of Australia, Assange's native country, which has they're puppet states. That's a bigger story. The fact that these allies, these NATO allies, are just puppet states of the U.S. and do whatever the U.S. wants them to do. So Australia won't protect their citizens. Britain breaks their own laws, all in order to do what the U.S. Want them to do. It's very disgraceful. Yeah. Someone said that was great. Jocelyn. I don't know who Jocelyn is. Thank you, Jocelyn.
I don't know either. I like to put up the nice ones. I kind of leave the trolly ones just off on the side there.
Well, that's good. Thank you. We don't need any trolling.
No. Some of them are frame-worthy, though. I've gotten some nice ones, that I'm almost like, yeah, you should. Like you hang your first dollar on the wall behind you. I almost wanted to hang like my first troll comment on the wall behind me. Thank you guys so much for doing this and participating and wrapping up our afternoon, day long free Assange forum. I'm hoping that we got through to a lot of people and have people calling up, and let's fill the DOJ's message system so that it is completely full and they have to sit there and pick through it and to go through it. So any word, anything, Katie?
Oh, I would just give the floor to Margaret and Chris.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me. Thank you for encouraging people. I think Assange has been forgotten, even by some of his defenders. And thank you for helping people learn how to seek redress of their grievances and reach out. We're supposed to live in a democracy, right? You're supposed to call your representatives or your Justice Department and tell them what you want. So you guys have done a great service. Thanks.
Yeah, it's all about, as Margaret knows, making them afraid of us. That's our job. And that politics is a game of fear. That's how it works. We wouldn't have gotten the Voting Rights Act under Johnson unless people were in the street. Wouldn't have happened. This is Howard Zinn's brilliance. All of the openings in American democracy came because people stood up and made their voices heard and didn't compromise on these moral issues. And of course, thousands of Americans in the labor movement, African-American civil rights leaders have paid with their lives throughout American history. And we have to have a kind of fealty to their courage and their integrity going forward, and in particular against the Democratic Party. I mean, I think it's the bankruptcy of the Democratic Party is emblematic in figures like AOC. Has she ever said a word about Julian Assange? I don't believe she has. Where was she on the $15 minimum wage? Well,
She said she had some concerns.
Okay.
With the $15 minimum wage?
No, about Assange.
Oh, yeah.
About Assange.
Yeah.
Well, we can.
I mean, it is up to us, and history has shown that mobilized, organized, and with a clear kind of understanding of where it is we need to go and what is actually the truth. That's the only hope. So, let's look back to the great radical movements of the past, the socialists, the Black Power movement, the indigenous rights movements around AIM, the great women's movement. All of these movements are what made America better. And let's stop wasting time, rebuild these movements, and fight back.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much.
Sure.
I appreciate you coming on, and this was way fun. And hopefully we'll see you guys again soon.
Great. Thanks for doing it.
Yes, next time you have a book, Chris, next time if there's a new book, will you come on my little podcast?
October. I have a book on.
Okay.
I've been teaching in the New Jersey prison system for 10 years, and it's a book on mass incarceration.
That's awesome, because I'm a criminal justice person, and that's that's one of the things we do here. Is my partner in the community works with incarcerated youth.
Great.
And so if you would come on, that would be amazing.
I'll go
Absolutely. On. Bye, guys.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you. Peace out.
Bye,
Okay,
Margaret.
Bye.
Okay, so there's been a request for me to call Schumer.
Yes, there is a question. So we started this at 1:30 with me putting in a call to my senator, who's Marco Rubio. So I think it's kind of cool to wrap it up full circle with you doing it, You want me to put it back up?
Do it. Yeah, sure.
All right, hold on. Let me put it back up. All right, we're going to wrap up, guys, with Katie calling Senator Schumer. And yeah. Here we go.
Okay.
Here it is. I got it. There we go. All right. That was cool.
Yeah, it was really great.
I mean, I know like for you, it's a lot more common, but for me, like Chris Hedges is definitely like an up there person that, growing up and being a journalist person, like it's crazy to me that he was just here and I was talking to him.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at this thing. Someone was like, I shouldn't have responded. This is so juvenile.
Don't get involved with them.
I already did.
I love it when people say that
your mom
I just call
to
people
someone.
Trolls when they don't agree with me. I'm like, no,
Right.
There's plenty of people that don't agree with me. That doesn't mean
Right.
that they're trolls.
Right. Oh, okay. Am I calling now? Sorry.
Yeah, call.
All right.
Call and leave your message for Chuck Schumer. And if for whatever reason the Senate switchboard, like, are they
Okay.
open?
202. Let's see.
I mean, because you could do the DOJ. Here, we got advice right here. Wing it fierce, Katie.
All right, I will.
All right. Yeah, she's really just using this more for the number. There you go.
I don't know what to say. Hi, could I please be connected to Senator Chuck Schumer?
Ooh, yep. John says they're 24 hours. They should be, but I wouldn't have necessarily thought that.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to wing it fierce. Oops, low battery, like me.
You have reached the office of United States Senator Chuck Schumer. Out of an abundance of caution, our office is following the advice of the CDC, the Office of the Attending Physician, and local and state health departments by practicing social distancing through telework. While we are not able to answer your call at this time, know that we are dedicated to continuing our service to all New Yorkers and will be doing so remotely. Please leave your name, number, comment, or a brief message after the tone. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katie Halper, and I'm calling to nudge the senator to stop the case against Julian Assange. I'm asking that he use his power to drop the case against Julian Assange, and it's obviously very disturbing on multiple levels, and he should not be punished for exposing war crimes. And this is something that if happened in other countries, the treatment of Assange, if it happened in other countries, you would probably, be okay with invading said countries. But also, Chuck, come on, side with Obama on this one and not with Trump. Obama decided not to pursue Assange. Trump is, I know you don't like, well, you don't hate Trump as much as you pretend, but whatever. You don't side with Trump. So, be on the right side of history on this one. And please protect our First Amendment and drop the case against Assange immediately. Thank you so much for your time and for your service. Bye.
That was nice. That bonus, added thank you.
Yeah,
that was
I don't
nice.
know.
It was very.
Yeah.
It was very.
I can.
Yeah.
It was
proper.
It was proper, right? Yeah.
It was proper.
That was probably really anticlimactic. But
no,
for
it
me,
was
not on
fine.
the
It was
show,
fine.
I mean, my thing, yeah.
Yeah, no, but yet it's good. And I think we did it at least once every hour and
Yeah, we
people
did a
got
bunch,
to see
yeah.
it. And it is available in the description. All of the guests that we've had, their information will be available in the description as well, like people's information. And I just encourage people to stay on top of this issue and be aware of it. And I thank you so much, Katie. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Thanks for
helping me
organizing
out. And also shout out to John Holder,
Yes,
who
thank you,
is
John.
my producer on Generational Change, and he really busted his ass put all this together. He really did, like, an amazing in so many different ways, and was just so on it. And I'm very appreciative. So anyway, so that's it. We're going to wrap, and I appreciate everybody for checking this out, and peace out.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, all.
Okay.